back to the wall. Never had the odds against you stacked tall. Never felt like you were about to fall. One wrong move and you lose it all. Have you ever needed help from a friend? Made I come back when you're close to the end? Come on, take my hand, cause it's time to ascend. We can win the day if we unite.
0-0 nation, getting it done for Brazil.
Can they out-secure Kavi Chance?
Yeah, they can! The favorites have just been knocked out of the tournament.
Game, set, match!
The best team in the world, 2 years in a row. Luminosity, let's go!
Oh my goodness!
The number one team in Pokemon, we can crown our champion!
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
Welcome everyone to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We are here for the January Cup of North America. Thank you everyone for joining. My name is Zoinks, joined by some incredible commentators today. Wonder Chef as per usual, but we have two brand new faces to the UNITE Championship Series. Everybody in chat and watching at home, let's give a warm welcome to Steel Agent Kyle and Husky Star. Welcome in everybody. Kyle, let's start with you. How have you been, my friend, and how excited are you for North America today?
If the games today are anything like they were yesterday, we're in for a absolute treat. I'm so excited to be here casting January Cup with just some of my favorite people in the scene. Let's make today a good one.
Of course. I mean, it's going to be a fantastic one. We got a great crew here. Husky, how about you? What are you excited about today's tournament?
I'm just excited to be here. I tweeted it, but I've got some big cowboy boots to fill, and I don't intend to disappoint. Super excited to see all these teams. Me and Kyle and Zoinks too had a great time casting the opens yesterday. It was great. So this will be probably better than the games we even saw yesterday. So I'm super excited.
Yeah, we get to the top 8 now. The competition gets even more fierce from here. Exciting stuff. Wonder Chef, welcome here. Unfortunately, Doofsnacks had some Buffalo Bills football to watch, so it's just going to be us holding it down. Chef, how have you been, and what are you excited about for today's tournament?
I'm great. Honestly, it kind of felt like a lot of people took a little bit of a break in the holidays. I think it tends to be pretty much every year, and there's a lot of teams that are back with new strategies. I feel like the meta was pretty wide last event, but it's even maybe wider now, and the bans are certainly wider as far as from what I've seen from the other regions, which is very, very exciting. So a whole bunch of question marks. I'm going to feel like an idiot not having any idea what the meta is going to hold until it actually starts, but of course the broadcast shouts to all of you three for making that happen yesterday, where we got to see a lot of the NA teams doing very well, and my favorite thing was Bridget trolling Trainer, so we need to get Bridget on here someday.
Bridget mentioned.
Bridget mentioned. I mean, at this point, it feels like trying to predict the North American metagame is a fool's errand, but we'll do our best here in the commentary booth. But before we even get into today's tournament, let's take a look back to an entire year ago to the December Cup, which was a very exciting tournament where in the end, it was actually Nemesis who were able to take the tournament, eliminating Luminosity both in the winners finals and in the grand finals. An exciting tournament. We have some new names added to this top 8 this tournament, some old names returning again, but it was pretty exciting. Wonder Chef, any of these teams you think are going to be carrying the torch of the success they had in December and carrying it forward into today's tournament?
Well, one team is Zephyr, which is now primarily Kiss, who is in the winner's side, which is going to be a really good showing already from them. Obviously, they had a little bit of a tough time at the very start of the last I guess year. I'm gonna go off of your last year call, which you can see here in, of course, that bracket where they lost very early on, but they're still sitting in winners. They're looking strong. They're already doing better than they were, and it's a group of players that I think are looking quite good.
Yeah, they look fantastic. Kyle, we saw here that Nemesis was able to take down the tournament last month, and now at this point, North America does not have a repeat winner in any of our tournaments, and in this time around, they are going to be starting from the losers bracket. Do you think Nemesis is capable of winning the tournament again, making NA's first back-to-back champ, or is a different team kind of lined up to take that spot?
I think Nemesis always has a chance. You can never count them out. They had a couple of really close calls yesterday. I know we watched a couple of them. We were a little worried there for a second. But my team to watch is definitely going to be Hotspot. A bit of a reconfigured roster, including Sosa and Diesel. Pika Diff's on that team now, and then Ducky on the defender role. along with I'm Just Gray. They ended up losing yesterday in their first round of the day against Brew. Ha ha ha. But they made a heroic bracket run. With their backs against the wall, they looked really strong. They ended up taking down Don't Sleep, a top 8 team from last month. Redlock, another really strong team. And then they won that grudge match against Brouhaha, who knocked them down. Then to qualify on that lower side, they took down Ignorance, a team that consistently finishes in that top 12, including a top 8 at NAIC last year. So Hotspot, definitely a team to watch for.
Okay, yeah, definitely a team to look out for. A team that claws their way all the way through the losers bracket is pretty scary, just on their own right, proving themselves through an entire long tournament day. That is no small feat, so definitely Hotspot, a team to watch for. I love that, Kyle. Husky, how about you? Do you have a team to watch in today's tournament?
Absolutely. I mean, they're my team to watch in every tournament and every opportunity I have to see them.
Okay.
It's no secret they're my favorite team, but T3... love watching this team, and they had such a fantastic couple of sets yesterday where they were looking incredible, and T3 is kind of one of those teams that you expect to do pretty well. Sometimes they're a little off, and if they're on today, they could have a really, really great couple of matches. They are up against Luminosity first. It's going to be a difficult one for them, but I really am pulling for them. Schmiede and her manager prowess, obviously, is the reason for their success. But I'm super excited about this team. All the members of that team have done incredible work, so I'm pulling for them.
Yeah, I'd be excited to see from them. Obviously, a pretty solid performance in the AOS Cup play-ins earlier this year with a top 4 finish, but then, unfortunately, not even scratching the top 8 in our last tournament, December Cup. So, going to be interesting to see where this team bounces back, at what level they bounce back. Definitely a great team to watch. How about you, Wonder Chef? Any of these squads competing in today's top 8 that you really want to focus on?
Today's top 8, yes. T-Gang is really, really interesting. Of course, they've been doing pretty well throughout the entire season so far, and they really were showing off, I believe, kind of towards the end of the previous season, or at least a lot of their members were. But today, specifically, we have a really interesting situation at the very start of the bracket on the losers side, where T-Gang, previously in the winners side, was able to knock down Nemesis, our previous year's champion, and now they're actually rematching very early on in that top 8. So one of them is going to go home in kind of last place of this top 8, which is still obviously very far. But being double eliminated there after being last month's champion could be a really scary kind of thing to try and avoid for Nemesis.
I mean, finding your kryptonite in bracket is never a good thing. T-Gang trying to fill that role. A little terrifying for Nemesis, but I mean, a champion caliber team, you never really know what can happen in that first game. I'm going to pick another former champion in North America. I think this is going to be a great tournament for the Orange Juicers. They have a really tough first match against Kiss Kiss. It's going to be one of my favorite matches, I think, on the day, just in terms of the talent, but there's a few things going for them that I think could really let this team excel. Blastoise receiving some buffs as of recently is a huge bonus to OG playing in that top side of the game with Orange Juicers, and of course Inteleon still seeing a lot of play. Lola Ninetales, Miraidon, and Mew is kind of the attacker kit. All of those are screaming a Flareon success story to me. So I really do think that Orange Juicers is poised to have a great tournament run. They're going to be my team to watch, and I think likely could be our tournament champions today. That winner's bracket is absolutely stacked along with our losers bracket, so it's not like any of this competition is truly given for any of these squads, but I do think there are some opportunities. Now, we mentioned the last tournament we had in December was for the previous year, which means, as tradition, we are into the new year, and I took the liberty of writing some New Year's resolutions for North America. So, casters, I need you to let me know if we think these are solid. Chat, let me know if these are some good resolutions for North America to take hold of going into 2025. Now, the first and foremost one I have here for North America is to defend the title at the North America International Championships. I know it's a long way off. I know there was not very much international competition there last year, but there's a chance there's going to be more this year. Might be tough. I think North America can do it, but I think that's got to be our #1 goal. Any thoughts on defending the title at NEIC?
I think we've got a chance, Zoinks. I think we've got a chance.
Good to hear. All right.
I do want to say, Kyrgios promised, by the way, Kyrgios promised on Twitter that this is going to be the year that LG finally wins NAIC.
Okay.
Somehow evaded them. So we'll have to take his word for it.
Okay, great. Well, this first one is for North America as a whole, but mostly just for Kyrgios. I like that a lot. Second one might not apply to him, but any other players. Every Gardevoir Unite hits at least one player. North America, come on, we can do this. We can
It's
change our
impossible.
play pattern.
That's a tough one.
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
I mean, Blissey Safeguard exists, right?
Ooh.
Like it's super strong. It's full heal. I mean, you could. There's so many ways to get out of it. It just takes so long to cast. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, all right. It'll be tough, but semantics of if it hits or full heal, it's going to be tough to manage either way. We'll see. All right. Third one, this comes from Dupesnax, our resident Bills fan, who says to study international play styles to elevate North America's game. Now, this has been a talking point that we've had basically since Worlds of last year, all throughout this year, is North America's tendency to focus insular primarily. It's an intensely competitive region, but mostly within itself. Whenever we start hitting to international stages, the influence from other regions is not as visible in North American teams as it is in others. Chef, I'm curious, do you think this is something that North America really needs to be focusing on this year? Is it developing NA's game, internally still, like the days of old, or is it time to start studying up on other regions and trying completely different playstyles?
Nah, that's not a very American strategy. We just gotta stick with our strats. No, I'm just kidding. Honestly, it's gonna be hard this year, right? I felt like last year we got to see a little bit more of that, where some teams were branching out just a tiny bit to scrim with maybe some like the LATAM players, or to try and see how like some of Asia's playing. But this year, we really do have to focus very inwards, just to compete at this point, right? With 3 different winners of 3 different official events, all coming from NA. It's kind of gonna be hard, I think, to split your attention, but obviously that will help you compete against your own region, understanding the playstyle of other regions, bringing it in. But we'll see. We'll see if it happens. I gave the no answer.
Okay, fair enough. Well, then I'm going to offer up the question to Husky. I know you are passionate about players trying kind of unproven strategies, finding new paths to victory. Do you think this is as important for NA to succeed as a region competitively, to take influence from other regions, or should we kind of lab out our own crazy tech and bring something brand new to the world stage?
I think it's kind of a yes or no, depending on where we're at. At this point, NA doesn't even have a real front runner yet. I imagine we might start to see, some teams pull ahead of others, but some tournaments it looks like one team is so far ahead, they can't be caught, and then the next tournament they fall down to a team that you really didn't expect. So I think that NA needs to sort out this competition within themselves, and then as we get closer to defending that title at NAIC, Kyrgios's NAIC title, I hope, then we will probably see teams have to start considering more of what's going on in other regions, because we saw what happened at Worlds last year. NA, though they looked pretty good, they weren't able to take home the 3rd championship. So I think they got to sort things out here in the American way, the way that we always do. And then, we can start considering more of what's happening in those other regions later on down the line.
Okay, sure. So a bit of a development cycle for North American region as a whole. I like that a lot. Kyle, any thoughts to add to this?
Yeah, I really do think that we should at least start looking at the different strategies around the world. I like we're starting to develop that a little bit here. We're seeing a lot more of that attacker role kind of pivot to wearing that XP share, along with a tank that scales really well into the late game. We're seeing like things like Espeon with XP share. I think LG yesterday ran XP share Alolan Ninetales. Anything that like works really well in the early game, has a level 4 evolve, can be really well suited for that role. I think another thing to think about, maybe this is just me, maybe I'm a little hungry, but leftovers. I've seen it. I love it on Psyduck.
Stop.
I got Zoinks to be a leftovers believer on Psyduck. Can we maybe work it in? There's so many comps that get played with no healer maybe think about it. Maybe think about it.
Okay, all right. So a bit of item experimentation available as well. On this topic, I actually think North America is at a decent pace in evolving their strategies at the moment. We're seeing a lot of teams kind of adopt this all-rounder in the bottom lane strategy to a lot of teams. A strategy that has not been seen for a long time. It's been the classic defender-attacker bottom path and all-rounder support top path for as long as any of us can remember. But now that we're starting to see some all-rounders that maybe don't necessarily need to stack with their items and instead desperately need to hit their level 5. I'm thinking like Saraledge or Tinkaton and kind of those varieties. We're going to see a little bit more of that as well. So there are some developments that are kind of happening in the more macro strategy point, which I think are really, really exciting. And I have to admit, the caster in me just gets so excited when we see two completely different playstyles actually clash on the big stage. So, North America, keep being your own thing, keep being your own brand, but I do like to see how the evolution is already happening. Like we're seeing it in this tournament, and I'm sure we'll see it within our top 8. Our final one is a little bit more specific. Our final resolution is don't surrender winnable games. Okay, we all remember that tournament. Please play until the final bell sounds. You certainly can turn some games around. We talked a little bit about those qualifiers that happened just yesterday. There were multiple games that I was on, and I wasn't even there for the entire day, where we were watching, and they were games that the Rayquaza was lost, and the team rallied back and charged forward and won by a handful of points. Some really exciting games ended up. I think the Banana Ballers had a match like that. Tempo Tantrum the same way. I think in that same competition, Nemesis had a scenario like that. So a lot of these teams, they're sticking it out all the way to the end and finding a way to win, which is so exciting. All right, before we get into our games, we got one more talking point that I wanted to discuss with all of you. It's a bit of some of the Pokemon we are going to be watching on today's tournament. One of the Pokemon that we wanted to watch today was the Blastoise, a Pokemon that was buffed. We maybe weren't seeing it as much in yesterday's tournament, but there are some teams who I think are really going to favor this Pokemon. We do see one of the movesets on here be that Water Spout Rapid Spin, but I think there is a strong argument for Blastoise to actually go with the other moveset. So, Husky, what are your thoughts on Blastoise in today's metagame?
Hydro Pump Surf build, definitely focus more on that defender role. I think that it's really, really solid. It has a lot of crowd control capability. It has a really powerful Unite move that recently got buffed. Its cooldown got buffed, so that Unite move can be used constantly. Definitely a Pokemon to watch out for.
Okay, sounds good. Kyle or Chef, are either of you Blastoise believers? Husky maybe a little down on the pick, but are either of you strong believers in this Pokemon?
I love Blastoise. I think it's probably one of the best defenders. The buffs seem really strong on it. I mean, we saw a few matches yesterday where Blastoise was able to utilize their Unite move at least 3 times before Rayquaza has spawned. So, just that ability alone is really strong in those big team engages. So, really look for Blastoise to get a lot of play tonight.
Okay.
I do like it in top lane a little bit more than Husky, but I think as that true defender is kind of where it sits a little bit better in the metagame.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. So one of the defender stand-ins. Wonder, Chef, that role currently in our meta is actually pretty contested. What Pokemon is going to play the tank spot? Blastoise is one of them, but is there any other options that you really like to see fill that tank role right now?
Oh, there's a lot. There's a lot. I personally, I don't know. I feel like there's no right answer here just because they're all really cool right now, and we've got a pretty split meta.
Yeah.
I like the Mamoswine currently right now. With certain comps, they are taking full advantage of that thing. But it's hard to say, right? It always depends on comp, and I just think we're in a good place with defenders, which is really good. But I do hope we get to see Mamoswine. I always hope we get to see Mamoswine. Hashtag Mamoswin, always.
I absolutely adore the Mamoswine. That is no secret. I have been a Mamoswine believer for a long time. And in these heavy melee-focused metas, I do think it really excels with that Ice Fang build that is such a long amount of disruption and usually fatal to whatever kind of Pokemon wants to jump jump in and take that fight against the Memo Swine, a little foolhardy. The other defender, though, that I think has been kind of all the rage is the Snorlax. Now Snorlax has been a dominant defender throughout Unite's history from time to time, but it feels like it's one of those Pokemon, you either love it or you hate it. It's strong in a meta, or it's absolutely unplayable in some meta games. But this one, I feel like there's a few specific reasons that let this Pokemon stand out. One, Block is a really exceptional move, reducing that damage incoming from the front, and when there's so few poke damage Pokemon that are really seen outside of maybe Miraidon or Mew, it really allows you to buy some more time. So maybe we'll see some Snorlax, maybe we'll see some Blastoise, and who knows, maybe we'll see some Psyduck for Kyle and some Meowscarada for Husky. Who knows? But for now, we are going to say goodbye to Kyle and Husky as we are going to be getting into our first game. So we'll get you two into the show a little bit later. As Wonder Chef, we have our first game of the day coming up.
All right. You didn't say Cramorant for Wonder Chef, though. There's just no chance of that, I think.
No, yeah. Unfortunately, I think
tough,
your time has passed.
It has. I got some good, time in the sun with my favorite bird. But I think we are going to see such a wide meta today, which is what I was saying, and I'm very excited for Orange Juicer's Kiss Kiss, two teams that we talked about before have been very successful, specifically in, of course, the last tournament that we've had, but so many names that we've seen for 6 million years in the UNITE Championship Series. And specifically, I think the story of Kiss Kiss is really interesting, where previously they were known as Zephyr last event, but of course, every person on that team came from a bunch of different teams that have all been very successful, and they're really seeming to find a pretty good amount of success together.
Yeah, and I think there's also more changes incoming for this roster. I think Kiss Kiss is planning to have a few player swaps, so that was kind of announced, but not confirmed at this moment. So because of not having their full roster, there's been a lot of role swaps as well in this position. So when we're talking about Kiss Kiss, it's an interesting team to watch. Dispenza, who's been playing fantastic on this team, was a really fun player to watch in the open bracket qualifiers yesterday, is playing the attacker role, where normally they are playing support for this team. So seeing a little bit of an adaptation is always interesting, because you never know how big the Pokemon pool is for a specific player when they're role swapping, but been playing a lot of Alola Ninetales. But the fun picks don't stop with Kiss Kiss there, right? Oblivion playing so much Phalanx in last month's tournament. This month has been a lot more Snorlax, but we've also seen the Tinkaton emerge a ton from this team. So I think that is a Pokemon that we have to be very excited to witness. But Wonder Chef, we don't have to wait to see what these choices will be. We are jumping right into draft of our game one.
And looking to ban Hoopa first, that does go to show again that our ban pool is pretty wide, and support on the other side as well with the Blissey. This is going to really guide the entire game towards a certain direction of you kind of have to prioritize what your quote-unquote support's going to be. But of course, we know with NA, you can choose so many different attackers or all-rounders as support now. I don't even know what to guess.
Yeah, wow, a lot of the healing options just immediately removed from the table. You have to imagine a Pokemon like Eldegoss might be given more higher priority in a draft like this than potentially normal, but right now it is going to be a hover, and it's going to be a Blastoise first pick. So we talked about it. Typhlosion, aka OG, is going to be locking in to that Kanto starter.
It's looking really good right now. The other side, though, lots of different options. I'm surprised that we're not seeing a prioritization towards the Eldegoss, or we did see a Comfey for a split second right there. I think just some sort of healer would be really strong, and the Eldegoss does get first picked by Kiss Kiss. Alongside them right on, I think it's a great set of picks. Very flexible. They can go anywhere from there.
Yeah, and not for nothing, it's JL on the Eldegoss, right? So just a terrifyingly good support player on a solid A-button presser support is going to be really challenging to deal with. Double defender choice for Orange Juicers, so obviously OG going to be utilizing the more damage-oriented build of that Blastoise, but that allows Zugrug to take the Snorlax, and now the defender pick for Oblivion is going to become a little more challenging. We've seen them have some interesting options, but Bora Reach is bringing out the Tyranitar. I was curious where they were to go with their pick because their Urshifu, the kind of their iconic Urshifu they were playing all day yesterday, was in the ban phase, so good homework done by Orange Juicers. They're going to bring out the T-Tar to answer, and then the Sableye response from OJ.
Oh, they really shifted their entire team comp very, very close to the end. Of course, at the end, I guess you'd say, of their draft. Obviously, one pick unreturned from Kiss Kiss, but that's going to be a very annoying comp now. A lot more mobility on that side. Obviously, Invade and the Absol maybe fight a little bit of that relatively quickly. But I do have to say, you know, the Tyranitar, obviously, I'm pretty surprised about it, but I'm actually more surprised about Ho-Oh. When we were talking about all the different defenders, Ho-Oh was pretty low on my list of possible ones to pick, but I mean, choosing it for Oblivion, especially with the EXP share, is going to be pretty interesting.
I have to admit, Winter Chef, I really like the pick. It is it's a tanky Pokemon in terms of its HP. Its defense stats are solid, but just its gigantic pool of HP is looking really good. And if we're being honest about Orange Juicer's composition, it is a lot more crowd control focused than it is damage focused. So just a generally tanky Pokemon that can go against some of these lower damage compositions is going to be really, really solid. Of course, Leafeon and Teleon are no slouches in that department, but able to constantly heal away that damage and also reduce their damage is going to be a big function of that Pokemon. Not to mention, Kiss Kiss's entire composition is going to be all in focus on getting Bora Reach up to that level 9. Honestly, with Tyranitar, you're kind of thinking more level 10. It's where you want that Pokemon to be to really hit their final power spike, but we've seen what Bora can do on this Pokemon. Shout out to Bora for playing some of the most fun picks that we see so rarely. I know a lot of Gengar comes out of this player, obviously a lot of Urshifu, but in that banning phase, we're going to see something new. The one pick I was actually maybe a little surprised to see was that Absol. It is a decent anti-tank speedster, but into a few of these options, it might be a challenge to play this Pokemon, but it will be headed to the central area.
Well, we know where this little menace is going, rolling on the Sableye, immediately on foreign jail saying, no, I've invaded far too many times in my life. I know exactly where you're going to be. Does manage to sneak around, though, so we'll see if Roland can sneak something away against an Absol. That might be why they chose it, to be able to very quickly confirm some of these secures.
Yeah, it seems really solid there. Also, you have a great option to try to just immediately KO a Leafeon, which they're going to have their first test already, as Kratos and Roland are working on this invade together. There will be a red buff going in favor of, well, I think Celestial actually able to take that red buff as they are walking away with that circle. Roland and Kratos not able to 2v1 get a success there.
So, relatively surprising, but they will be pretty strong to be able to go up and support, as we are going to see Celestial move a little bit further down. However, of course, we know that attacking any sort of goal zone with a Miraidon on it can be very difficult, so they get a few in, and then they're just going to back up relatively quickly.
Great stuns by Roland. I mean, this Sableye pick is very controversial in a lot of Unite circles, but when played by these top-level players, it is just one of the best stun machines. Look at that! Able to fear away the Miraidon. Fear is an effect that Sableye can cause on an opposing Pokemon that makes them move the opposite direction of Sableye, and it actually turns the charge beam completely around, which hits nothing, and Miraidon needs to hit multiple targets, so huge play, and now Roland picks up a KO in the middle of the map. Kratos and Roland working together great in tandem.
Carry Sableye? Is that what we're saying? No, I'm just kidding. No, that would be pretty amazing, though. All right, now, though, Oblivion, of course, not really going to be hitting a lot of your... I want to say your power spikes from Ho are kind of getting your moves, because they really change how the Pokemon plays more than anything else, and unfortunately not able to escape. So the Reign of Terror will continue. Leafeon just barely getting out of there, and Absol is really just not having a good time.
Roland is crushing it. One other Sableye interaction that we haven't really talked about, and I don't know if it will be relevant, but Sableye can steal Aeos energy from Pokemon, and Ho-Oh needs that to utilize their Unite move to resurrect a Pokemon who have been knocked out. So maybe we'll see Roland focus on Oblivion's Ho-Oh to make sure they always have empty pockets. Either way, it doesn't really matter where Roland focuses at this point in the game. They've been absolutely crushing it wherever they go.
And they're going to continue to, like I said, be a menace. They are seeing this Ho-Oh. That can be one really difficult thing as well about Ho-Oh in general, is that it really does need to catch up on level. Same thing, of course, with Tyranitar. Absol can be the same way, where you really need to hit your burst. You need to hit your strength curve alongside the enemy team. Otherwise, just it goes badly. And there we go. Finally, we're going to see some action from Kiss. Kiss able to get one first pretty big KO. And they are going to be 3-stacking top and trying to push down OG on this path.
Yeah, the Emerald two-step trying to focus directly on Celestial to get the KO. They won't there, but the revenge knockout will be successful for Orange Juicers as they do defend their goal zone. So, not a lot of scores present in the top path. Both these goal zones at maybe 50% HP or so, as they have been able to sneak in here and there, but otherwise a bit of a stalemate on that top side. You can see there in our camera on the bottom side of the screen, Registeel has been focused on, and Inteleon gonna pick it up. Flareon earns the first objective of the game for Orange Juicers.
And I will say, if they're going to fight for this top path Regieleki, 2 level 9s, 3 level 9s now for the side of Orange Juices. Of course, that's going to be 2 Unites that are gained right there. Obviously, the Leafeon doesn't really necessarily need that, but especially the Blastoise being able to kind of sit there and just be powerful at that level is going to be very, very nice. And looks like they're not even going to try for it. It looks like Kiss Kiss going to be playing a little bit safer. The score is relatively close. They don't need to take any big risks, but they're just not even close. They're not even checking it out.
Yeah, it's interesting. Having a little bit more time to farm feels like it's going to benefit Kiss Kiss in most scenarios. Celestial goes all in towards that Regieleki, but this time Kratos does not miss. Emerald two-step getting the collateral KO as both Absol and Eldegoss will fall. Regieleki is going to be the next one that these teams are aiming for, and Miraidon snipes it away. Dispenza with that charge beam, not even the empowered one, mind you, is going to knock out their Regieleki. It's the Hydro Typhoon. 2 minutes too late. 2 seconds too late. I don't know the time frame, but it was too late.
2 frames, maybe. That was really, really close. I actually am surprised that it didn't manage to get the KO on the Regieleki. There will be some extra little fighting going on. It doesn't seem like Kiss Kiss wants to fully push in, but there is going to be Celestial trying to go all the way in, all the way behind the pad. Will get punished for it with Flareon's very, very far back. And this is such a difficult position to push in. They do have the extra range, of course, of this Miraidon, but I don't think Kiss Kiss is going to be able to get all that much mileage out of that Regieleki. And in fact, we're getting close to a weird kind of alternate spawn with this basement Reggie spawning, as we're going to probably go kind of like a back and forth from this point in the game.
Yeah, it's going to be a tandem, exactly. Also, that push pretty tough to make happen when JL is recalling back to base on the goal zone because I've really expertly placed Chaos Glower from the Sableye. So the Unite move, sending back Eldegoss, and great patience from Orange Juicers to not attack that helpless Eldegoss and instead let them recall. Registeel going to be the next contest. Zogro gets in position. Heavy Slime does knock up the Absol, but that is not the only Pokemon that is trying to contend over that objective, as the Tyranitar does land the hit. Boar reaches hit that level 10, and now Kiss Kiss have a little bit more firepower in their side of the things.
This is a push that they can certainly make happen, as we're going to see OG get shut down before the Unite move comes out. The pure damage, the true damage from Boar Reach on that Tyranitar is huge going into something like that. And I mean, Leafeon trying to chase a little bit far away, maybe trying to confirm some KO. They're actually going to be counter-scoring. That's what they're going for. Tier 1 goal zone is going to go down. We are going to see the Snorlax and the Blastoise double defender defend this goal zone, but they're just trying to take as much as they can on the other side. Big Unite finally coming out from OG. First one maybe that's working to maximum effect, and that's going to be a ton of damage. Look, that Surf on 3 members. That was a gross fight. Jeez.
Man, not often do you see an objective so handedly go over to one team, and I'm still chalking that up as an Orange Juicers fight win. I mean, that back cap that you called out, that was a ton of points into the other side, and we are looking at a 284 scoreline for Orange Juicers, and not to mention absolutely shut down that push into the tier 2. Kiss Kiss with a really all-in strategy. We see the Ho-Oh, that rekindling Flame Unite to bring back a couple of Pokemon that had got knocked out. I think Dispenza's Miraidon, and so they go all in on that push towards tier 2, but a great kind of late defense with the Blastoise, and then joined by the reinforcements. Devastating defense from Orange Juicers. Kiss Kiss really struggling to get back on the board in terms of scoring.
We'll see who manages to get this Regieleki this time, and it will be Orange Juicers finally, as Boar Reach gets pushed back into the enemy backline, and not in the way that you want to be in the enemy backline, as they're going to get jumped on. The entire team of Kiss Kiss starting to retreat. Roland sneaking around, trying to find maybe some big Unite, but Kratos unfortunately going down, and Celestial maybe in a dangerous spot as well. Orange Juicers, they're in a pretty decent spot to maybe try and push this in, but once again, we've got the weird alternating spawns now for the Reggies, and Base Reggie is spawning with only one one solo Blastoise down there for the moment.
Yeah, Flareons is going to be on the way to help Roland try to see if they can steal a buff, but primarily try to keep eyes on Borer Reach. Understand where that Tyranitar is at any given moment. Oh, is this Orange Juicer's game to lose at this point? Only one goal zone lost, as whereas Kiss Kiss only have one goal zone outside of their home base remaining. And so this is going to be an extremely challenging Rayquaza pit to even enter. You do have Tyranitar and Absol to try to open up a little bit of space, and you can kind of play this extremely aggressively, allow Oblivion to res one of these targets, but they don't have many points in pocket. They'll only be able to resurrect one of these Pokemon.
The poke game is going to be huge here. Who can get the first big poke off? We're actually going to just jump immediately as Blastoise Unite is going to get off. Celestial getting extremely low, does manage to counter in return, though, and no KOs after multiple members spending their big resources. And we do have Kiss Kiss kind of pushing from the top, an awkward positioning. Oblivion able to fly forward and backwards over the wall is going to be a pretty big deal as far as the mobility of the team. And the rest of the team does not have that much mobility, except for maybe the Absol. So they've got to be sure that they're in a good position when this true fight actually starts, which is surprising that it didn't actually start off with that engage, but there's still time.
Yep, there's a Sableye back cap as well. 86 points go in as that lead gets even further. Zogart trying to isolate the Ho-Oh from the rest of the team as Flareon is able to take out Celestial. Extremely close, but Flareon is going to pick up the Rayquaza as well. Auto attack from the Inteleon is good enough during that Unite move, and that will secure the Ray Shields for the rest of the squad. And with no Rayquaza buff going into this final minute of the game, Kiss Kiss is all out of options. Orange Juicers gonna start this thing off with a Game 1 win and a Penta KO from the Inteleon.
Oh, Flareon starting off strong. You get a Penta as you also secure Rayquaza for the win in the first game on broadcast. As you're getting into as well, a potential 4-digit game as far as score goes. This is looking quite good for Orange Juicers, but specifically Flareons, which is always great to see. Love seeing to see Flareons play on these really skill-based kind of attackers, and obviously one of the best players that we have. So great stuff to Orange Juicers. Even if Kiss Kiss had managed to take that Rayquaza, it was far from over.
100%.
They were still in like a negative position. So Orange Juicers taking full control of the game, playing to their win condition, and doing perfectly in game number 1.
Yeah, I cannot get over how good this Sableye pick was for Orange Juicers. I mean, it looks flawless because it's Roland wielding that Pokemon, right? We see the absolute expertise when it's in their wheelhouse, and it was fantastic to witness. Orange Juicers with a strong statement game to begin our match. A 4-digit game from OJ. I mean, the bingo board is being filled up already in game 1 of broadcast. Ridiculous stuff for Orange Juicers. And I just want to remind everybody, my team that I think is going to win the tournament.
Yes, you did make that call. That was your prediction. I thought
A
I was
little
like,
early
that's
to
a
say that,
surprising
but it's
call.
fine.
They didn't. Yeah, they weren't even there in second last week or month or whatever it was last year. But regardless, we can still look at the stats. Flareon's a ridiculous monster of a human being as usual with 10 KOs. But of course, just great stuff across the board. And I do really want to point out as well. I'm interested to see what the damage is. But that Tyranitar from Borer Reach, I did feel like it really was putting in a lot of work and getting a lot of KOs in the moments that it needed to. It just seemed like maybe the comp altogether from Kiss Kiss wasn't coordinating damage in the places that it needed to be. I don't know. Like Celestial was getting hits off on different people than like Borer Reach was getting hits off on, and Oblivion was kind of sitting in the front line as well, and it was just a little bit awkward. But regardless, we can at least say that Flareon's is the go.
Yeah, I personally, I think the crowd control is somewhat at fault for that, right? There was a whole lot of disruption that made it really difficult for Celestial to move, and I have to imagine Borer Reach as well. You know, it's tough to find those target priority moments when you're just being stunned every 2 seconds by a Sableye or a Heavy Slam or a Surf. Like, it is a really tough disruption composition to go up against, and unfortunately, Kiss Kiss's comp was not exactly the answer. So I don't think we go into game number 2 with anything similar to the composition that we saw. I think there's going to be some major changes coming up for Kiss Kiss.
Yeah, and I do want to point out as well, this was one of the best Surf games that I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
You were talking earlier about how really there's a lot of different ways that you can build Blastoise. I mean, several different ways as far as like what you wanted to actually do on the team. And this was a great example of some beautiful Surfs, really playing double control, knowing that alongside, I mean, just everything else on the team was going to be obnoxious. And you weren't necessarily playing Protect the President with Flareons in the back, but it did kind of play out that way as well. It wasn't their only win condition, but it made it that much harder.
Yeah. 100%. And oh man, that snipe shot came extremely close to knocking out that Registeel, by the way. The Tyranitar able to just clutch it out. This, I think, was one of the most interesting pivotal moments of this matchup. We see the Ho-Oh res. It does lead into a couple of scores in this goal zone, but from this point, Kiss tries to push all the way to that tier 2. They get vision of 2 players attempting a back cap on their tier 2, and they decide that's enough clearance to try to charge into that second tier goal zone. And unfortunately, a composition that has Blastoise is a pretty impeccable goal zone defending composition, and just didn't work out, unfortunately. We see this all in focus on the Rayquaza. Bora Reach, unstoppable that entire time, has some full heals able to work and, you know, try to negate all the stuns that Zugrug was trying to put out, but unfortunately, the automatic critical hits during the Inteleon Unite move ended up being the key to success for Orange Juicers in terms of that Rayquaza. And all that being said, I think you mentioned it in that final breakdown, even if that Rayquaza goes in Kiss's favor, that match is far from over. Orange Juicers having an impeccable late game position before the final 2 minutes began.
Yeah, I just want to go back and talk about it one more time when they lost the bottom tier 1.
Yeah.
Well, they lost the Reggie into the bottom tier 1 goal zone, and they decided to counter score instead. That is just the sign of such incredibly smart macro play, and playing specifically a smart macro off of a win condition of having Sableye, which was just, that's how they were the entire way through. Like, levels were potentially there for a good amount of the game, where it was kind of like even-ish, like you could win a fight, or the very final fight of the game was like, could go either way, but the whole point is that it didn't matter if any of that happened, because if you play smart enough, which they did, that can just, you can basically throw it out the window. You can say, yeah, sure, you know, you take Rayquaza, we'll just walk away and we'll score in your back line as you're trying to score. So really just great stuff. They felt completely in control in my eyes, Orange Juicers, and I'm liking your pick. I am liking your pick a lot this week. I mean, not that I ever doubted Orange Juicers. I thought they were going to win last month as well, but it's just always hard to guess with NA.
100%. And we are probably jinxing ourselves 3 times to Sunday by making these calls in the game 1 of our series, because I do not want anybody who watched that game 1 to write off Kiss. I know it could be easy to do a 4-digit performance from Orange Juicers and honestly a dominant performance start to finish. It didn't really feel like Kiss even had a leg to stand on in a lot of the moments of that matchup, but this is a really solid team. They had a great run through qualifiers. I do think they are contending for a championship spot, not just a good placement. Like, this is a team that could win the entire monthly. Now, hasn't been a great start, but they are going to be likely switching sides in drafts. I don't have final confirmation of that yet, but we are going to see a brand new look from this team going into game 2. I have to imagine. Personally, I think if the threat of the Sableye is there on the other side, it is going to be very challenging to pick a Pokemon like Absol or maybe even Tyranitar again. Having that disruption was so tough for them to deal with.
Yeah, we can actually kind of, I mean, there's a lot to talk about that draft. We could have talked about that for the full 10 minutes, basically, where just even starting with the bans being more support-oriented meant that, like I said, it really like, they pulled down the options from both teams, right? And the fact that Sableye is quote-unquote a support meant that it was such a perfect opportunity. They have limited support on their side, and you get to shut down their really heavy carry. So we'll see what actually happens this time around. The Blastoise immediately getting off the board.
I like that call a lot. I mean, the Sableye was not the only disruptor on the other side of the battlefield, right? So I think that makes a whole lot of sense. Umbreon is going to be the secondary ban from Kiss. I gotta take another look at the stats, but I have to imagine Umbreon is by far one of our most banned Pokemon in this tournament, maybe across all regions, including OC and EU, the only 2 that have concluded as of this point. But Blissey will be the first pick. JL gonna lock in one of those hyper carry support Pokemon, or rather a Pokemon that can hyper carry a hyper carry.
Hyper carry the hyper carry, yeah, the hyper carry.
Yes.
Oh, is this real? Okay, for a second I was going to get really excited, but I mean, this is still obviously great to see. Flareon's may be picking up this Inteleon again. I mean, if it was working so well last time, why not? I did talk to Flareon's before the tournament, and he said, yeah, I've got some stuff cooking. And I asked if it was Jungle Hoopa, and he said, no, unfortunately the team doesn't want to win, so they're banning out Hoopa themselves. It's not happening. And looks on the other side, I mean, I would be surprised if we didn't see the Miraidon. That, of course, is going to be such a powerful tool to have, but maybe the Slowbro coming in. We'll see.
Interesting. I mean, I have to admit, I'm a little shocked to see Flareon's pick up the Inteleon here, but yeah, maybe even more shocked now. Miraidon going to be passed up by both teams. Dispenza want the Espeon, and not to mention, we are double support gaming on the side of Kiss Kiss.
Okay, so at this point, I'd have to assume this is not going to be like the healing Blissey, right? I mean,
I can't.
Whatever they choose, yeah, that would be wild. But I mean, hey, you got to have Egg Bomb, carry Blissey. That's all that you need in this game. The other side, the Blaziken, first Blaziken that we're going to see on broadcast, but Blaziken has been picked wildly a lot recently, and by recently I mean probably the past 2 years or something like that.
Yeah.
And they are going to finally choose their support as well. But Celestial going to get back on that Comfort Zoroark pick, so that'll most likely be the big target. Just make it unstoppable, put a Comfey on it, and alongside a Mimikyu, that's 2 beautiful targets. I like that comp a lot.
I love this composition. Also, it kind of covers one of their main weaknesses. Mimikyu is a wildly good answer into the Zoroark Comfey. I think they're almost close to having to pick that Pokemon. Mimikyu Unite move shuts down both the Zoroark and the Comfey at once. It's a 2-for-1 deal with that Unite move, and it is terrifying to deal with. So Kiss Kiss going to pick up that Pokemon, and Orange users will return to the Leafeon. Now, this is going to be a very interesting matchup between these two Pokemon. Of course, Leafeon's damage is kind of second to none when it comes to that Unite move combination. However, when you're trying to break through a Comfey support as well as that Blissey, giving them some answers as well, there is a lot of Pokemon on the other side that might appear squishy, but are not in actuality because of how this composition is built.
Yeah, or they're just going to be so hard to hit that, I mean, that's the best mitigation is don't get hit, right?
Right, yeah.
There's really no better way to deal with the damage. But it's going to be very, very difficult to lock down the team of Kiss Kiss. However, it's a really solid, just strong comp from OJ's side, and I think that they are going to be able to kind of like feel out what they need to do. And of course, they do have this kind of extra buffer of a game from winning game number 1. So if the strategy does work out really well, then at least they kind of know what they want to do to counter it. However, we'll see. I love the comp. I think it's really, really good, but if there's any misses, like this has to be extremely strong play from so many of the members of Kiss Kiss. Very skill-dependent Pokemon to be able to hard carry, and you're really putting a lot of pressure on those 2 Pokemon, really, to make things happen. So we'll see if they can make it happen. I think it's a cool strat, and this is one of the things that I love watching NA for. Yeah,
I think you're absolutely right. It feels like a bit like a House of Cards, right? This is a tough build-up. Let's see if they can execute on it. A game with no Miraidon on the screen. Not picked, not banned. Wild. We are entering a new era here. I mean, this is going to be a tough matchup for Flareons to kind of exist on this Inteleon in the backline. I'm curious there, but I have to admit, Wonder Chef, the biggest question I have right now is, does Bora Reach go Trick Room Mimikyu into this battle? I am not sure. It would be super interesting. We've seen it a lot over in Japan, specifically into Leafeon. One of the very few things that can actually let you dodge the Leafeon Unite move with that Emerald 2-step is a Trick Room Dash. So maybe we see it, and okay, another interesting build. It's a Night Slash Zoroark. This is a Celestial classic right here.
Night Slash is so fun.
It's so cool.
Honestly, actually, all of Zoroark's builds are really fun.
Correct.
I'm a big Zoroark fan. I'd love to see this. And that's one way to avoid the Unite move from the Leafeon is actually just KO it before it actually gets to the person that it wants to Unite. Which, like I said, avoiding is the best way to mitigate damage. And right now, Kiss Kiss starting off to a very, very strong start. 4 members down on bottom for Orange Juicers defending this pad, and they're really gathering up and really prioritizing this bottom path, as pretty much both teams are. This is kind of just it could have been a team fight at that point, but I think we're going to be maybe seeing the first big fight for the 8-minute spawns.
This has been one big NA trend shift as well. That kind of started in last month's tournament, but has become extremely prominent here, is the 4-player push into bottom path. Has been so popular. So many Pokemon in the metagame right now desperately need their level 5, and you can get that via the bottom path, so now it has become a lot more of a popular spot to hang out in the early moments of this game. Celestial looking great at level 7, and this is where this composition needs to strike early and often. We see that Night Slash, the final hit of that combo can target the Leafeon, but Celestial hedges their bets and instead focuses on the wild Pokemon, Leafeon dodging out of danger.
Now starting to realize, like, okay, hold on a minute. I was a little bit more invincible last game, but now there's a bunch of really scary speedsters on the other side, or I shouldn't say speedsters, but like assassin types.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm going to play a little bit safer, and I do like that call. I haven't had a chance to see what the build is. Okay, so it is going to be Psyshock for Bora Reach. I was curious. Again, another Pokemon that you can really build a multitude of different ways, but I like that a lot. There's not a lot of really strong secure or like single hit hits if you're really trying to get like one final burst on somebody. So I do think that kind of, I would say, stops some gaps.
Yeah, even less so too, because Flareon's is actually going with Liquidation Inteleon this time around. I think this is something we theorize all the time with a lot of mobile targets, that Liquidation is a sure hit move as long as you get targeted. Works very similarly to Glaceon's Ice Shard attack, so I think makes sense on paper. It does break my heart to see Flareon's not playing Snipe Shot, but that's all right. Flareon's taking the safe choice in this matchup. Celestial trying to make them feel anything but.
Yeah, and that's where the skill comes in, is the mobility, which we got to see from Flareon's. Avoiding that and managing to get that KO is huge. So Orange Juicers just pushing forward, picking up another KO. They're looking for the Registeel quite freely. They're looking for one more on Bora Reach, or sorry, on Dispenza, but they are going to get much more than that. The goal zone broke in so quickly. They all have a lot of points in their pockets. Jeez.
Yeah, that's huge. Also, I love watching Roland play supports. You saw that Eldegoss was frontlining for that entire fight. Leafeon starts that battle with the Unite move. Also, it is Trick Room Mimikyu, by the way. I saw in the corner of my eye a little blue square, and there's yet another one. So we're going to see a lot of mad dashing. I think that's going to be really, really good matchup into both Leafeon and the Blaziken. Blaziken, a lot of his moves are more kind of solo target, and they have to stand and channel. Great way to dodge that ability is via that Trick Room. Gives you a few more chances to move, and also keep up the offensive attacking.
Yeah, I think it would have been a great pick against the Inteleon too, to be able to help avoid snipe shots,
Yeah.
but the snipe shot obviously didn't come out, and my goodness, so much damage coming out, but actually, okay, yeah, like you said, Eldegoss frontline, baby, let's go, what else do we need?
Going all in. It is going to be a Bolivian on this Mimikyu, who is going to take out that opposing Pokemon with a nice Unite move as well. Regieleki lands, leaving that goal zone primarily defenseless, and a big overdunk happens for Kiss Kiss. Despite all that score pressure, though, Orange Juicers focusing on the bottom path have kept their lead. Zugrug, Flareons, and company having a good push on that tier 2, getting some scores in, and are now going to try to make it back safely. Not an easy challenge to do, though.
Ooh, yeah, getting out of there, seeing that there was a big approach from the side of, oh my god, wait, Kiss Kiss actually turning back around, trying to take down Roland. There's not going to be, I'm surprised that Orange Juicers didn't actually continue to back up. They really pushed that with only 2 members against 4. It's a little bit surprising, but they really want to take this fight. Celestial going to go all the way into the back. We will be able to pick up the KO on OG, and one more for good measure. Celestial's going wild right now. Of course, you kind of have to. That's kind of the strategy going down, but 2 KOs now from the side of the Leafeon on Orange Juicers, and things could start to turn around. Celestial, the auto hits from the Liquidation doing a ton of damage.
Oh, yeah, that is really tough. At any time they get remotely close to getting a KO on the Inteleon, it feels like Flareon is finding a perfect acrobatics dodge off a wall or around to avoid one of these hits and stop Celestial's resets wherever they can. But I think that kind of the story of this matchup has been whose Unite move is going to strike first. It feels like Kratos' Leafeon is good for 1 KO on one side, and the Mimikyu or the Zoroark Unite move is good for a KO the other direction. I mean, this is 2 essentially dive compositions. Kiss Kiss definitely filling that role a little bit more. Orange Juicer's a bit more of an all-around composition with the dive of Leafeon, but these fights, as often as they're happening, which is extremely frequent in this matchup, they are just as fast as well. You blink and you miss these battles.
Yeah, and one thing about these fights is that, just like you said, it really is going to matter a lot whose Unites are going to come out on top. Yeah. And a lot of these fights that we've seen so far, they haven't used their Unites either because they haven't had it yet, or they didn't want to use it, or it was already on cooldown. So those fights are going to be super, super different than a lot of the others. So, for example, like you said, you can dive quite a bit with Orange Juicers, but when you have the Unite from the Espeon, it's a very, very hard Pokemon to dive. Did they just manage to score a big, that was like 50 down in that tier 2 goal zone, right?
Yeah, 50 points go in on the bottom side. I mean, it really really late recall from Kiskis, or maybe they had a lone defender down there that got knocked out before they could have any impact. And yeah, Orange Juicers with a big score break open that path all the way to the home goal zone. Now it's not on the top side, so Reggie Alecki won't be that late game threat, and with only a minute left until the final stretch, wouldn't be other way. But here's a big dive in from OG, does succeed in knocking out both of the defenders. Blissey goes down, and despite the Espeon getting the Citrus Berry, it does not matter. OG carves out them both with that Blaziken.
That's huge. That, I mean, obviously not just the KOs, but they scored a ton in that goal zone. They're now up by over 200 points, and I always like to say that I feel like that's a really big threshold as far as you have to score with a lot of members after winning Rayquaza, and then they all have to be up, they all have to have shields. Everything can be very, very difficult, so Orange Juicers in a great score lead, despite the fact that this is not their game with the Sableye. It's the game after that, and catching a lot of members, maybe too many. Zugro's like, hold on a minute, I don't want any of this.
Oh, big dive, but that's a lot of damage that Eldegoss is able to negate, but then eventually the Inteleon will go down. Zugro trying to be very careful, does not have a Unite move, but they get it after they get knocked out, as Zorik has gotten 2 already. Kiss going into this fight 5v2 now, as Celestial is absolutely shutting down the competition. Kratos is still available with the Espeon Unite move, sends the Sky High, Emerald 2-step, knocked out mid-air as Kiss is going to be taking down this Rayquaza. Roland attempting a 40-point back cap. That will get them a little bit more points, but this is going to be a huge push from Kiss with the benefit of the Rayquaza shields.
Ooh, and they're getting a ton in. They're only down by about 40 points. This is going to be a huge lead to jump up by about 160 points, something like that. 158 points technically. There are still going to be a lot of time. There's still going to be a lot of opportunities to try and push back, but losing the Eldegoss right there is going to be really, really unfortunate. Celestial is going to be able to go back. They are going to only have 2 goal zones left, so we get one big, at least, final push from Orange Juicers. They do have the Unite from the Snorlax. We'll see what else manages to get built in time. I'm surprised that we actually saw that Unite being used by the Eldegoss before it went down, as that was one that was still available and pretty valuable, but they're not going to have it. They've got a lot of points in pockets, or they're starting to build a lot of points in pockets on the other side from Kiss, so they have to be careful of the counter score.
Yeah, it seems like Orange Juicers are just abandoning the defense on the counter score. They're going to hope that they have enough points to make this comeback without, allowing those points to go into their tier 2 or potentially even their tier 1. So the fight is going to begin on that tier 2 of the top side as Orange Juicers are going to start putting in some points. Kiss going to rally their defense and instead try to defend the home goal zone. Points are going to be going in uncontested on both sides of the map as these teams are just electing to farm up as many points as they can. One of these rare luxuries with a lot of time left on the clock of these final moments. 757 to 519. Kiss with probably an insurmountable lead at this moment.
And it looks like Orange Juicers might agree with that. They've got a few more points they're trying to put in. Just everybody popping everything in the final 4 seconds of the game, I think, and I think the Orange Juicers realized that with those counter scores, there was just no chance of them being able to beat that score lead. So you said it perfectly at the end of the last game. Even after that dominant game from Orange Juicers, there's no reason to count out Kiss, as they're going to even it up 1-1. And I feel like a lot of that, I mean, really the entire thing was just that weird kind of 2-minute and 10-second fight that just led to them just constantly having a lead and just running over the final 2 minutes of the game.
100%. Whew. What a wild finish. We'll talk about more about this matchup in just a moment, but I did want to update everybody on where our bracket is at the moment. Luminosity 2-0 T3 in the winner's semifinal and are waiting for the winner of this matchup. Nemesis 2-0 to T-Gang in the losers round 1, so they will be moving forward in the bracket. And Sanguine 2-0 to Hotspot, and we'll play against T3 in the next round. But this match still yet to conclude as we are tied up 1 apiece.
And a very interesting strategy shift that we saw working out extremely well. That Zoroark really put in all of the work that it needed to. And it was the reason why they were able to take such good advantage of that 2-minute, 10-second fight was the fact they had so much mobility on the team. Just everybody being able to zoom forward. Oblivion on the trick room, just able to go zip, zip, zip. It was just extremely, extremely fast-paced, and it doesn't seem like Orange Juicers were quite ready. It all started, too, with Zoroark just kind of checking tall grass and say, okay, I'll probably be okay. And it was just, nope, that is not going to happen. One single sign of weakness, and that is all that it takes for that double assassin team to kind of pull off a win.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of damage they hit in those later moments as well, when they're hitting their power spikes, they're hitting level 13 and everything. Even a defender is not safe on the other side. I usually chalk up Absol to be my favorite speedster into heavy tank compositions like that, but I mean, Zoroark doing their best impression in this game, absolutely crushing it into some of these higher defensive targets. But either way, it was looking really good for Orange Juicers for a lot of this matchup. I mean, they were able to defend against this speedster-based composition, and of course, Mimikyu not a speedster, but against both the Mimikyu and the Zoroark quite well. And the Blaziken was getting extreme levels. We're sitting here at 3 minutes, and OG was already able to hit that 15. But this is where you were mentioning where all goes wrong. Then Inteleon gets caught out immediately and is shut down, showing up at the middle of the Ray Pit at 2 minutes. Devastating for them to deal with. And Flareon gets KO'd out of position. Snorlax follows up, and that is an easy pickup on the Rayquaza for Kiss Kiss.
It was an interesting choice as well. Like I said, at the end there, we did see that Roland still had the Unite move available, so you could have tried to maybe steal the final hit, the final secure with that, but the safer option would be to go score what you have and try for one final push, which is what they ended up doing. However, as we can see, it did not quite work out. So just one of those things that was a decision that had to be made on the spot. What do you do in a losing position? And not saying that they made the wrong choice, just it's interesting to see what these teams make as far as that choice when they're put up against the nearly insurmountable odds.
That is true. You never really know. Given that situation, what would you do, okay?
Lose. I would lose.
Well, unfortunately. I think most of us would in that position of the game. Very, very difficult to come back from. Well, all that being said, it means we are headed into a Game 3 between Kiss Kiss and Orange Juicers. The only first-round game in our top 8 to go the distance, so I think we picked the right game. That's exciting stuff to watch. So I am excited to get into this game number 3. Wondering what adaptations we're going to see yet again. Kiss Kiss with a host of changes to their drafting strategy. Not only Pokemon swap, but also player role swaps. Oblivion on the Mimikyu, where normally they have been playing the defender tank role, now playing kind of this all-rounder build, going double support with JL returning to support, and Dispenza also filling out the support role, and Boreach going over to attacker. So just a huge roster swap to kind of make things work, and they found a great answer to OJ in that game number 2.
Yeah, can I just say on a personal note, this is the hardest season, I think, to cast of Unite, because every time that I see a Pokemon, I can't just assume who's on that Pokemon.
Oh, true.
Right? Like, it's like, oh, yeah, Dispenza. They were on the attacker last time, and now they're on the Blissey, and it's like, oh, am I just going to guess who the name is? It's like, no, I have to make 100% sure all the time in my brain, because you can't just go autopilot like, oh, yeah, attacker player, defender player, this is how it works. So, but it's very cool to see. It's very, very cool, and it shows the skill of all of these players. So I'm glad that this is the way it is. But 2 wildly aggressive comps for both teams have won so far. Now it's time to see who's going to make the better adaptations, knowing the options of the other team, which is not going to be an easy thing to do, but easy ban. Looks like we're going to be going back to kind of the first bans of the day.
Yeah. That is true. Okay, I am so sorry. Shout out to our stats team for coming up with some of the best stats into the game. We got some really interesting ones for that last game I want to mention real quickly. My absolute favorite, Orange Juicers used the jump board 15 times, and Kiss Kiss used it 12. So, if anybody was curious about that. Also, one of the most interesting stats for that last game is total Unite moves used. Orange Juicers using a ton more, 53 to the 19 from Kiss Kiss. So maybe that's that maybe is like including both games. I'm not too sure. That's pretty wild. Either way, let's get back in a draft. JL gonna take the Sableye. What a throwback there. A player who really mastered this Pokemon and kind of showed its prowess in North America. I think first and foremost, Roland gonna have to face against a top tier Sableye this time around.
Somewhere, Dupe Snacks has turned off football, turned off the TV, and just felt that there is a Sableye, jail Sableye playing, but we get to see the duck. I'm very excited for this. And what a ridiculously, absurdly tanky team Orange Juicers have. Can I just point that out? That is just, they don't even need heals. They're just not going to go down.
Exactly. Just outlive, outlast, play that defensive, supportive build as much as you can. Kiss Kiss going to be going back to the well of the Zoroark Comfey, not to mention the Mimikyu Comfey. But this time they're going to have the Sableye for a bit more disruption. They're going to lose the safeguard in favor for a ton of stuns. And whoa, take a look at that. Absol Miraidon into a Sableye composition, that's going to be challenging. Also, I just got the app from our producer. Thank you so much. The Unite move stat is wild because Blaziken exists, and that makes a lot of sense.
Right.
I was like, okay, now...
Blaziken cheats.
Yeah, right. Okay, thank you, everybody. I'm sure chat was cooking me on that stat, but it's fine. Blaziken, the reason for the season. Either way, let's get into game number 3.
Yeah, this is... I like the fact that Kiss Kiss is like, well, let's just take the comp that beat us and then combine it with the comp that we won with, and we'll just see if it works.
Perfect.
No, this is very aggressive. They're not going to have as much resistibility to the crowd control, though, so it will be an opportunity for these double defenders, or really, I mean, double defenders and... half supporter, half defender. I don't even know what you want to call it. Half attacker, whatever Psyduck is, does whatever it wants. 2 defenders and a duck. They're going to be able to control really, really well where I think some of this front line is going to go, and it's going to be a lot on Flareons and Kratos to be able to do as much damage as they need, especially to be able to burst down a Comfey. Whatever the Comfey's on, I guess. I was going to say Zoroark, but it could be anything.
Could be anything. That's true. That is a challenging composition to run a Zoroark Comfey duo into. With a Blastoise Disruption, you got, of course, the Psyduck and everything they can pull off as well. That is going to be challenging. But, I mean, we already saw the Trick Room Mimikyu from Oblivion in the last game, so I think we're 100% going to be seeing a repeat of that one. One of the reasons that the Mimikyu has seen a lot of success is because its versatility of its moves, of course, but we've seen a lot more Shadow Sneak because of the ability to reset and things like that. The biggest weakness of that Shadow Sneak composition is double defender compositions. You never want your Shadow Sneak to land on a tank Pokemon because it's going to be very hard to reset that move, and if you can't get the KO, you're sort of, up creek without a paddle. So I think we're going to see a lot more of that Trick Room today, potentially even more in our tournament.
Yeah, especially against Snorlax, whose biggest specialty is just being a big wall, just being in the way. Great steal, by the way, from JL off the bat, and we're gonna back up and try again, but they're even in levels right now, so JL, honestly, with Leia, could try to take this fight. He's finally gonna hit level 4, gonna be at half HP, though, and Kratos is in a tough spot. Nobody coming to help either.
Yeah, he's got red buff as well, so any of those auto attacks are going to slow down the Absol. JL actually goes all the way onto the other side of that wall. Kratos takes a look for a moment, but actually decides that they really need this blue buff. JL, though, has other plans in mind, and maybe the Absol's not getting any help, but JL's about to, as the Zoroark is currently on the way, and Kratos not going to be able to escape 2 members of Kiss Kiss, and okay, JL with a bit of attitude in that moment.
That was just about as well as that could have gone for Kiss Kiss. They've got to be extremely happy, but immediately Celestial goes down after that. That's going to cut off a ton of momentum. Looks like JL has a chance maybe to go down, but he's probably going to be able to sneak out of there once they do manage to see that the KO on the Miraidon actually happens. Looks like that was the positioning JL was trying to hold, was to prevent running away, but lots of buffs. They actually managed to kind of transfer the buffs over. I believe it was double buff on Celestial, and then now it went all the way down to Espeon, just by the, the transitive property of KOing people with buffs.
Trickle-down buff economics, I think.
Yes.
Trickle-down
Buffonomics. Buffonomics.
Someone please enter the February Cup with the team name Buffonomics. I will be a fan for my entire life. But all right, 8-minute birds are about to spawn in. It is all orange juicers here in the middle of the map. Celestial has joined with the Comfey to work with as well, but not gonna have a easy exit route. Good slow smoke by Dispenza, I believe, to buy a little bit of time, and JL gonna be second up to the plate for a bit of disruption, and no way they just walked away in a 1v5. That is crazy. Eject button across the wall. Zogrug's focus band does proc. I think it's a little bit more time, but JL is existing with negative HP and is all the way back to base now. That is... Oh, it's going to be hard to recover from that if you're orange juicers.
Everything so far, I mean, the points lead didn't really reflect it up until this exact moment, but everything so far has been going amazing for Kiss Kiss. They gave up that one early KO on a pretty important target, but aside from that, I mean, they just feel like they're in control of the early aggression, and we really do need the orange juicers kind of try to stabilize and just hold on until late game. They are finally going to get that Blastoise, which is going to be a huge part of being able to stay in this. Now they're going to have a nice little combo here as they're going to quick KO and continue to push down. Oblivion getting low, getting jumped on by the Absol. One berry stolen, that's all you need. JL saying, this is maybe not my fight as this goal zone is going down.
Yeah, it was a really good yoink by Roland, grabbing that Espeon with that psychic ability of Psyduck, so, gives him a little bit of space. Headache finally wears off, so our adorable little Psy can score on the goal zone, and they're going to take down this Regieleki, or at least attempt to, and send that all the way to the next base. This is one adaptation we have not talked about up to this point, I think, WonderChef, is this Electro Drift Miraidon from Flareon's, an option I absolutely love into dive-based compositions. Not only can you kind of match dive for dive, you can also dodge the dive with a good old Electro Drift to the other side of the map. So Miraidon, doing its best fast hedgehog impression, can really move across the battlefield.
Oh, okay, everybody's just jumping in. We do see the wall kind of split off the fight, maybe not exactly where they want to be, but I'm surprised right there. Kratos actually managing to escape in that situation. I thought the Mimikyu Unite was going to be the end of him, but JL now extremely low, gets kind of collateraled by that Electro Drift, and yeah, you think you're diving me, I'm diving you. Flareon's playing the Speedster here, although maybe now wants to get out. Maybe the Speedster game is a little bit over. No, just kidding, going back in, no fear.
Wow, OJ's bot path absolutely dominating in that fight. First off, Kratos was able to walk away from that fight solely because Zugrog times that heavy slam picture perfect. All three members are knocked up. It's timed so well that as soon as the Mimikyu Unite move ends, the play with me resides and the Mimikyu jumps off, the heavy slam knocks up all three targets and the Absol can bail. And not to mention, Flareon just works their way through the entire team, is using that Bright Future Meteor Storm, but immediately after, just Electro drifts to the other side and absolutely walks all over Kiss's composition. So, much needed hope for Orange Juicers fans as they finally get a team fight win in their favor.
JL going in, being a little bit annoying. Not a lot of backup there, a little bit, but oh my goodness, that was a ton of damage. Flareon's actually almost going down. JL just wanted to maybe try to get a little bit of a pick, or at least try to annoy them a little bit before the spawn here for this basement Reggie, as JL should be back in time for that fight, just barely if they do want to. They do have the Unite available, see if they can fear anybody back, but Reggie's still already starting to get burned down a little bit, as we're going to be diving now down into the bottom side, as Celestial is able to pick up 1 KO. Absol going down, two members together, and that's going to be huge. Those certs are gigantic. We saw it in game number 1. It's continuing to be huge, and it's going to be a nice cleanup job from Orange Juicers. However, this is scary. Oblivion does have the ability to kind of, I would say, finish off maybe half of the Pokemon that they have left, which is why they're not going to continue that aggression. They're happy exactly with what they got, but boy, those surfs have been beautiful.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Great job by OG to really shut that down. Of course, same with the surfs from the Psyduck as well for Roland. A lot of surf compositions happening right now. The play with me still available, but look at the defensive stats on that Blastoise. I mean, every hit of that Mimikyu barely doing any damage. Trick Room does give them a little bit more room to work, but that Psyduck will still slow them regardless. JL not going to get that score. Another 1v4 attempt. JL showing absolutely no fear in a lot of these battles. Night Slash will get that full combo, but Roland also able to walk away from that relatively unscathed.
Oblivion is in a scary spot. Should be able to escape, though. It's the kind of crowd control on the side of Orange Juicers where it's like, you're preventing them from getting to you, not you're preventing them from leaving.
True.
So I do think that Oblivion's kind of decently happy to be standing kind of in vision, not necessarily threatening fully, and I do love this spacing from Zugrug, knowing that that's exactly how you get an objective stolen. However, all of the members of Orange Juicers up here are very low. This Regieleki could win the fight, and that is not what you want to see. Luckily, Oblivion doesn't know that, or I am assuming he would have probably jumped in himself.
Yeah, it was challenging though. Zugrug playing basically man-to-man defense there on the top side, not allowing Mimikyu any access to that Regieleki fight, instead just playing very aggressively. No one's gonna knock each other out on either side, but Snorlax's one job is to make sure that Mimikyu does not pass. So really, really good job there. JL will kind of give vision to Zugrug that they are nearby at the very least, and is going to utilize that for a big offensive push and take a few of their points.
Give me those Ace Energy, and then I'm leaving. Oh no, OG getting caught out by 4 members. I was about to say 3. Actually, now all 5 members stacking up top, really trying to take down this tier 1 goal zone, which they will, bringing the points lead to only 2 in the favor of Orange Juicers. That is as close as you can get. There have been a pretty significant leads going into the final stretch in both games so far, although I will say it was probably Orange Juicers both sides. The big deal here is, can we not get caught out by Celestial? JL as well. I mean, there's just so many different ways that you get caught out immediately.
Oh no, that's Absol is going to take down that Zorak, their main source of damage. Not to mention, Oblivion is working at the back line. They do grab not the Maridon. Instead, they grab the Blastoise with that Unite. Kratos is extremely low, but they're dealing damage back in return. And JL is going to have to make a mad dash to get out of there. Absol will be able to retreat. Oblivion, working with a fraction of their total HP, is going to be on a mad dash to escape. OG on a hunt for this Mimikyu.
Oh, look at the mobility. This is a fun chase, but Oblivion really doesn't have anywhere to go. No chance. Honestly, getting KO'd earlier may have even been the play right there once you realize you cannot escape, because now they're staggered for another 15 seconds. Orange Juicers has the opportunity to do whatever they want. I don't know if they know that they have the 2-point lead. Celestial is back in the fight. Nice jump is going to be avoided the side shock as well. It's going to just stop Celestial from being where they want to be. Kratos getting stunned. Oh, doesn't quite go down, just barely manages to escape in that fight. Celestial is going to be moving in. Big Unite to try and counter that damage. Celestial at 1 HP goes down. That's going to be huge. Going down for the second time. Oblivion has to try to clean this up. Reach does have a lot of damage, but you've got to be able to escape Flareon's first, which is not going to happen. Duo KO for Flareon, searching for the third with Oblivion, as Rayquaza is still extremely healthy in the background, but Oblivion juking everyone right now. Oh my goodness.
Oblivion is making this thing still close, but Rayquaza's been getting hit this entire time, and that will be Orange Juicers picking it up. With Mimikyu having a heroic fight is impressive, but it's all the way outside of the Rayquaza pit, so I don't even know if they had vision on the HP of the Ray. JL the only one to return with that Sableye, and with only 20 seconds remaining and a lot of big green circles, and OG Surf does not work that way. You cannot move across the wall. They will try to make it all the way to this goal zone. The fear and stuns from Sableye challenging, but at the end, 35 points will reign in. Orange Juicers are going to be sending Kiss Kiss down to the losers bracket.
I love the way that both teams made the adaptations. First of all, Kiss Kiss, like I said earlier, they chose a comp that was very similar in the comp that beat them, combined with the comp that they won with. But then Orange Juicers, they're like, you know how we're going to win? We're going to beat you in the same way that you beat us last game, which is just picking out your big highest damage right before the 2-minute mark, and then just continuing to run over the rest of your team. And I mean, aside from that, of course, the draft changes from Orange Juicers were amazing. The Electro Drift on Flareon, I feel like I really juice up Flareons a lot, but it's for good reason.
Especially
Flareon's
this game.
truly a goat. Yes, both, especially game 1 and 3, beautiful stuff from Flareon, showing off the power of Electro Drift and the power of, 3 different movesets altogether from, well, I guess out of two alternate movesets, 1 normal moveset, but Flareon's doing a great job is what I'm trying to say.
Yep, 72,000 damage. I think the 12 KOs is maybe the more impressive stat in that number exactly, and wow, what a game 3. These two teams delivering into the excitement for this matchup. Incredible finish to that one as well, and yeah, the Zoroark Comfey unfortunately just getting stunned a little too frequently to land a lot of the combos they needed. I feel like one of the big mid-fights they had as Zoroark was absolutely shutting it down, but hey, what a way to start this match, right, Chef? This invade was spectacular, and JL letting them know how good it was right there.
Yeah, honestly, the play the entire time from Kiss Kiss was extremely strong. It was really, again, very similar to the mirror situation from the previous game where Orange Juicers were doing great, and then at the 2-minute mark, they just got one big important Pokemon caught out. They lost the game because of it. Same thing here for Kiss Kiss, but they were just taking a great lead early in the game. They got to show the power of a lot of their picks. Oblivion, the entire game, was doing a great job of showing why you want to pick Trick Room Mimikyu.
Yeah.
That mobility was incredible. The amount of time that he survived for that last fight was unbelievable, but the coordination from Orange Juicers and knowing that they were able to CC a lot more without the ability of that safeguard being on the other side was so good for them.
Yeah, and in a weird case, I think the best crowd control this entire game was Psyduck. It felt like both the Mimikyu...
Is that weird?
No, I guess it's not. Watch where Celestial gets shut down here, by the way. They're trying to escape. They're extremely low on HP. They make it out. That stun from Psyduck. The final piece of crowd control for Orange Juicers is just enough to take out that Zoroark. Unfortunately, Dispenza having no heals left on the Comfey to try to keep them up. But this heroic last stand by this Mimikyu, impressive. But again, you're just that far away from Rayquaza. You can't make a big difference from that point. JL almost makes it back to the Ray, but a well-fought match, but in the end, our champs will be Orange Juicers. Moving on to our winners finals to play against Luminosity Gaming later today.
Oh, that's so exciting. A little bit of a grudge match. We'll talk about that when it actually happens. But all you need to know is they're 1-1. There's a little bit of beef between the teams, but I'm very, very excited to see those two play.
Yeah, me too. Now, I know everybody was wondering, what's the jump board count for both these teams, so I will let you know. Kiss with 19 jump board uses in this game, and Orange Juicers with only 16. So who are the real winners, huh?
I don't know. You're gonna have to start counting in your ranked matches and be like, hey guys, we lost because we just didn't use the jump board as much as Orange Juicers was gonna use the jump board. So we're gonna have to pick up that count. That's gonna be the new strategy, and I'm gonna start pinging thanks on the or check it out on the board. So,
all right.
yeah, on the jump board.
All right. Thank you everybody so much for tuning into our first game of the day. We got so much more competitive Unite coming up for you, so don't go anywhere. More January Cup when we come back. Welcome back, everybody, to the January Cup for the UNITE Championship Series. We had a pretty amazing match to start the day. We're going to be jumping down to our elimination rounds now, as T3 is going to be going up against Sanguine. T3, after a loss to Luminosity Gaming in the winner's side of the bracket, Sanguine playing into this one with a win over Hotspot in their first round here on the loser side. Winner go home scenario for both of these squads, Chef.
It's a pretty big set of wins for new Sanguine. Again, just to remind everybody, this is probably going to be the last time that I'm going to remind it because now it's been 2 months, but there are 2 events. But there was a previous Sanguine. This is a different Sanguine. The previous Sanguine did well in the first event of the season, and then, yeah, it's very confusing, or not confusing at all, one of those two. But regardless, they are showing up very, very strongly. And T3, on the other hand, of course, Husky was just saying, team to watch, and I agree. I was saying in the first event, in the play-ins or the play-ons. The T3 was one of my favorite teams in North America to watch currently. That remains true. They were unfortunately absent from the top 8 in our previous event, but they did get 4th in that very first event, and now they're back here getting a minimum of 5th, I think. So they're hoping that they're not going to end at 5th, and this match will decide that.
Right, the 5th, 6th tie or whatever gets kind of weird, right? I think was where they would be, but yeah, it is going to be interesting. I mean, a cool squad. We talked a lot about Sobi Attacker previously in the show. Pure Defender has been one of the best North America defenders for a long time at this point. Has a pretty cool Pokemon pool available to them as well. You know them for things like the Umbreon and the Trevenant, but they have a mean Mamoswine as well, and the Crustle is one of my favorite picks, and that is a Pokemon that has been, you know, shockingly absent from North America for quite some time. Crustle, one of those Pokemon that really excels when you have a lot of good backline attacker damage on your team, and we just have seen such a big transition to double melee style damage composition. So Crustle going down a little bit, but that's not the case worldwide. Crustle is almost a perma-ban in some of the Japanese tournaments that are ongoing right now, so maybe we see a little bit of Crustle emerge. And then all of that, one last player I want to focus on for T3 is going to be Anon on so many interesting central area picks. I mean, they're known to bring out the Cinderace from time to time, but one Pokemon that I think has kind of been rising in popularity, we might see a lot of this tournament, is the Greninja. I think we definitely could see some interesting Gren games going into this next set that we're going to be covering here, Chef.
Yeah, I feel like usually at the start of the show, we always ask the question, like, oh, what Pokemon do you think we're going to see today?
Yeah.
We actually didn't do that question today, but I always have an answer prepared, and my answer was Greninja. Just from a lot of different regions, we are seeing a lot of Greninja, and which is a really, really cool pick. Of course, one that's been pretty out of the meta for a while, but every once in a while, even when it was less in the meta, it would come in and it would show how impactful it could possibly be. But right now, it does seem to be in quite a strong place, and I think the whole game is in an interesting place as far as like how you prioritize like leveling, and nobody is really too afraid to kind of like hard scale, like be strong late into the game. That's why we're seeing so many good, like we saw the Tyranitar play earlier,
we saw
with the Garchomp. Yeah, like it just works out. And same thing with Greninja, but Greninja does have some interesting strengths in the mid game. So I do hope there's a chance we can see that, but who knows, honestly, at this point, especially with these teams, there could be some interesting picks.
Yeah, we got a player named Gengar God on our screen, so I do have a specific request. And North America is known to bring out a little bit of that Pokemon. Sarilege, going to be the first ban, so one of the Charcadet bros is going to be eliminated from the available selections. Zacian going to be another, a hard call out towards Zealot on the other side, who really loves bringing that Pokemon into the top side of the map. Blastoise, still popular enough to warrant a ban, and Blaziken. So take a look at this, where our last series was all support ban focus. We are now landing completely in the all-rounder or top path focus of the banning phase. It is going to allow things like the Psyduck to be available, and T3 is going to pick that up immediately.
I think these are two great first picks, just two support picks that are so valuable right now, and you can really craft your team, especially around the Blissey, so that makes a lot of sense. But it's like I was saying earlier, I think that the cool thing about this event versus the previous event is that the meta was wide in the previous event, but the ban now is meta is super wide in this event. It's a lot about knowing what the other team plays, and that's exactly what we're seeing. But the Mimikyu is a terrifying option, and we've seen Anon on that Mimikyu before. As old Purgan at Umbreon, I gotta say that the T3 comp looking extremely scary. Sanguine is as well, but that's an interesting one with the Buzzwole.
Yeah, Pokemon that has received buffs recently, so has kind of been back on a few people's radar, but I don't think it has had the impact that a lot of people expected. I think I was kind of expecting this Pokemon to have a bigger impact in Europe. There are a lot more kind of prolific Buzzwole players, or at least players who have stuck around with the Buzzwole a little bit longer out there, but instead we're going to see it locked in by Sanguine. Gengar God are going to be wielding that Pokemon currently. It looks like we're going to see the Mewtwo Y sans Blissey, so no Blissey for T3 to utilize alongside that Mewtwo Y attacker. They are going to be locking in that I was going to say Garchomp potentially, but it's going to be the Hot Swap to Urshifu. My gut is telling me that we're going to see Zealot and Anon swap those Pokemon around about who takes who, but we'll see what happens in the draft. Final selection for Sanguine. We did have the Greninja hover for a moment, and we're going to hot swap over to the Venusaur as the final selection. So double attacker. I have to imagine in the metagame like this, especially with a Mimikyu and Urshifu on the other side, you are going to be going into that Pedal Drain style of build. But what do you think, Chef?
I mean, I think you'd have to with this comp that you're fighting, but I do
the
feel
items
like
are starting to go there too. Yeah,
the items definitely are leading to that direction. And you were correct. We did see the switch from Anon and Zealot on the side of T3, so they will be playing the opposite Pokemon, which is a really nice thing that when you have these flexible players on your team. There are a few different directions actually they could have gone with Sanguine. Honestly, they could have even gone. I know I like to talk about this a lot. In fact, I think Kyle talks about it a good amount too. But they could have gone EXP share on the Miraidon with this comp, which just with the way that I feel like it's playing out, they do have a lot of damage, maybe a little bit to spare, but they are going to be going with kind of a more normal way to play that. But I'm curious what the Miraidon is going to be playing. I think the range is going to be huge, especially if they're not going to go beam on the Venusaur, but you never know.
Yeah, it's so funny because you see Miraidon and Venusaur on paper, you're like, a double poke composition is crazy here, especially into only Mimikyu as the dive threat. Like, it feels really, really good, but Buzzwole being the final addition of your damage game doesn't feel like a great sweeper to kind of close out these games. So I do think that the more brawl-based composition, which, I mean, credit to Miraidon and Venusaur, two Pokemon that you can really build in two completely different directions to benefit your playstyle. But here we go, everybody. T3 versus Sanguine. Losers quarters finals elimination match. Let's get into it, Chef.
I think another great question to ask is what build are we going to see out of this Mimikyu from Zealot? I feel like both builds have some really, really good uses within this current draft matchup, and it's going to be about like what they decide to prioritize, because like I could really see either way going really, really well.
Yeah, it's interesting because Shadow Sneak, I think it's a double attacker on paper, feels great, but we're kind of looking at a tanky Venusaur. So is that going to be good enough? Would you rather just Mad Dash and Shadow Sneak all over the place? I'm not sure. I think if there's one move that'll be left on the cutting room floor, it will be Play Rough. I think no matter what, we'll be looking at a Shadow Claw game.
I think I agree
and
with
now that I've
as
said
well.
that, it's 100% going to be Play Rough.
Of course. No, that we're also in a wide meta as far as like so many different Pokemon can go so many different routes as far as what they decide to pick. And speaking of different metas, honestly, we haven't seen as much Mewtwo Y in the previous month as, or previous two events in the previous month, as we are seeing recently from a lot of different regions. That Mewtwo Y is really starting to pop off a lot more, and I'm excited to see what Sobi can actually do on that Pokemon. Right now, everybody's just fighting for the 850 spawns. They see that there's a number advantage for T3 up in this top path. Tie-Dye going to use that excellent passive to escape. Oh, just barely, actually. Even with all that range, Psyduck so hard to lock down.
Yeah, it does have to use the X speed, but that's why you equip an item like the battle item like that instead of something like an eject button or even a full heal. It is extremely short cooldown. X attack, X speed, some of the shortest in the game. I think Potion being a little bit shorter than those ones, but it does give you a lot of get out of danger tools that other items would. Tie-Dye playing this a little bit aggressively, though. Wants to make sure that Zealot gets all the farm they can. Getting to that level 7 is paramount. You need both Mimikyu moves to really start feeling like you have some strength in the battlefield.
Levels are going quite significantly in the way of T3 at the moment. They're, I mean, look, they've already got the level 7 Urshifu. That's gigantic. It looks like they're probably going to secure most of the center spawns as well as they're going to be fighting. Pure getting extremely low is just going to be backing out, but gets pulled back into the fight whether they want to or not. Finally, though, does manage to escape again. However, we are going to see Tie-Dye go down in that back line as Gengar God is going to be chasing down all these low members. And as you said, maybe not the best Pokemon to try to finish off KOs. Is going to be finishing off a lot of KOs in this particular situation. I do actually agree with you, though. Three KOs is a great way to start things off, though.
No, I think it's true, though. They are not great at sweeping. However, if they get one, then they are. Because that Beast Boost passive just really starts putting up some numbers. As soon as you get one knockout, Buzzwole gets a buff to a host of its stats, as well as a speed boost, so can really chase down so many targets. So Gengar God with some good strength there. One thing I want to call out about what I loved about T3's fight in that play was definitely a set play. You saw Pierce hanging out really aggressive in that tall grass on the far right-hand side, and you saw Sobi even rotate all the way there, knowing they were going to hit their Mega Gauge charge. So a really cool play. T3 clearly loves to do a strategy like this. They look well practiced, well efficient. Buzzwole being a thorn in the side of the backline, maybe not something they expected, but still a really good push from them.
Oh, that's not this time. Not this time. You were very annoying last time. We're not going to let you just eliminate our entire back line. I actually didn't you see it? Oh, yeah, well, it was T3 that got that. For some reason, I didn't see pop up. Okay, finally, it took forever. Please, game, prioritize the big objectives. But they're going to be pushing down this tier 1 goal zone, as Sobi's going to be doing damage in the back, just trying to protect a few of these members, trying to score in 70 points in total. They can set up for a pretty huge overdunk here. I don't know if they're going to break this. They could, but it's going to be a very small break if they want to. No, they are going to prioritize the huge overdunk.
Yeah, love that. Leave that at a score of 1. You're about to also get a pretty massive overdunk at the top side with the Regieleki making that goal zone defenseless, and we're looking at already a level 10 Mimikyu. Anon also at level 11 on this Urshifu. I know I talked about Anon really bringing a lot of interesting picks to the table, but I feel like if Urshifu was there and available to draft screen, we are going to see this pick every single time from this player. Truly a master of the Dark Bear, the single strike style, and you can see how it's already impacted the game. A couple of objective secures, and of course a few big KOs with those wicked blows.
Yeah, and also being able to secure a lot of just kind of the normal farm, which is something that I feel like we talk about a little bit less, but getting that slight edge is huge. Just being able to get one huge wicked blow on a group of birds that spawn, and you secure the entire thing for your side, and suddenly you're a level above, and then you push, and then this is basically what happens. It's exactly like this. Sobi is going to be kind of standing out in the middle. Everybody's just, they're waiting. This is extreme patience. What is going on right now? Nobody wants to make the first move. This feels like we're about to have a raid fight, but it's the 5-minute mark and they're on the bottom path with no objective spawned yet.
Yeah, I think the wild part is that both defenders are playing so safe. It's Sobi frontlining on the Mewtwo currently. Pure wants to be able to kind of bait them out and pull someone with that foul play, but Agate is going to be the one to actually strike first. Eject with the Horn Leech to pull Sobi back and gets that complete KO. Really nasty rotation there. Will succeed for Sanguine, and now they're going to be in pole position to take out this Regice. 2 for 2 on the Regice spawns in this game so far. Can we get a full 3?
Ooh, we are going to see T3 kind of sneak in to try and get this secure, but it's going to have to be a huge secure, and it is from Pure. Pure with the secure. It's a good rhyme, but a really, really nice way to steal that away. And in the back line, we didn't even get a chance to see that. We are going to see the Phantom Forest to try and defend against this aggression, but the huge Unite to steal away a lot of shields from Pure after being able to secure that objective. However, Gengar God just staying alive forever. Actually manages to sneak away from that damage as well. Really nice way to escape, at least for the meantime. Maybe able to save at least one teammate there on the Trevenant, so good stuff, but unfortunately that was a losing fight, and that's just going to keep pushing this T3 lead ahead more and more.
Yeah, good stuff from T3. The longer that bottom path fight goes on, the better and the better it gets, because Pure was able to snipe that Regice. That healing buff is going to be active while they're doing, that whole engagement, and even if they are at low HP after the fight, they're able to get that health back a little bit quicker. That being said, Regieleki has spawned in, but only Zealot and Anon, the duo that feels like they've been playing together since year 1 of this game, are going to make the rotation at the top side. The rest of the new class, I guess I'll call them, they've been playing this game for a long time, but it's hard to break up that dynamic duo, are going to be holding on to a defensive stand around this bottom side. That objective's a little bit easier taken, as Anon actually got vision, I think, of 3 or 4 members in the middle of the map, and that means Zealot can go ham on that Regieleki with the Mimikyu.
Tie-dye in a really far forward position this time, and we are going to see Pure come in from the bottom, and then Zealot come in from the top, and everybody just collapsing on the side of Sanguine. And this is going to be, I mean, it's a great position to use this particular build of the Venusaur, but there's just too many enemies, I think, for it to actually matter. A lot of members of T3 did get low right there, but they are going to clean up without taking a single loss. They're also going to be in a perfect position to just steal away a lot of the center area spawn on the side of Sanguine. So, again, all great stuff for T3, except for the fact that Sanguine's getting a 50 dunk in that top path, which is something, which is a lot better than nothing.
Yeah, silver linings and all that, right? We are 20 seconds away from the Rayquaza entering the map, and it is a Registeel. So T3 get one of the most favored objectives and buffs headed into this final fight. 2 Regice, 1 Registeel. Not what you'd love to see if you're looking for a full 3.
Full objective secure so far, 100% success rate on the side of T3, and you'd imagine that it was from the Urshifu. It is not, it's because of Pure. But still, there's a chance here in this final fight for Sanguine to take the one that's the most important, but Pure gonna immediately go in. That is a huge loss. The front line immediately going down for the side of Sanguine. Without that tree, they know that they can't do it, but they're actually doing quite a bit of damage too. I think this Rayquaza maybe trying to bait out a fight. I don't know if they're gonna actually follow this up, but it's already at half HP.
Yeah, T3 kind of lower this down, but it's already below half HP. HP. They're getting in the danger zone. They do have the Urshifu, which is a super fantastic secure, as well as the Mewtwo Y to try to steal the thing away with the Venusaur Unite move. Gets unbelievably close to that Rayquaza. In the end, it will be Anon's Urshifu that will hold it on, but Ganon almost taking away that main objective. I mean, T3 getting away with a pretty aggressive rip playstyle, but it's one of those situations that is such a gigantic point lead. Even if the Rayquaza goes the other way, they most likely would have a chance to still win the team fight that would follow that main objective. Either way, got a little too close for my comfort, but T3 still stands strong, 1-0 in our series.
That is, it was terrifying, by the way. That was terrifying. But that is a play that you make 100% with confidence in your teammates, right? That's saying, like, Anon, you are going to secure this. We know that technically, with perfect timing, nothing on that team can out-secure you at all. There's a 100% chance that you should be able to take this if you're an extremely good player, and we believe that you're an extremely good player, and that's exactly what happened. And if that was not an Urshifu, and if it was any other secure, that probably would not have been enough, but it was, and that's the win condition that they played around. So great having confidence in exactly what you drafted, not second guessing it just in case, and it works out for them extremely well. A big win for T3 in game number 1.
Yeah, take a look at those stat lines too. Anon, Zealot, and Sobi, that damage core, damage trio from this team, all getting involved in a lot of these team fights. Anon sort of being the sweeper role, not as much damage, but certainly a ton of objective secures as well as knockout numbers. Zealot and Sobi carrying the damage front on their side. And when we look at this score graph, it truly does tell the story of this match, I think. T3 with a dominant game, and kind of the mid game to late game was all T3. And they held onto that lead strong.
Yeah, and again, the objectives, the fact that they got every single objective in the game, they did get a majority, I would say, of the normal farm as well. It's very easy for them to kind of stay ahead, and they didn't have to take a bunch of huge fights, which they did manage to win a lot of team fights as well, but that's because they knew that they were in the position to. They didn't have to take huge risks. They didn't have to push for goal zones that they didn't need at the time, and it just felt like they knew exactly what their limits were against their opponents, which worked out extremely well. We did see a bunch of like really close escapes, and just them knowing when they could fight, when they couldn't fight. This was the last maybe big win that we saw from Sanguine, was the triple KO from the Buzzwole, but that was kind of that after that.
Yeah, it kept Gengar God's levels kind of contentious with T3 for almost the rest of the game, but yeah, I mean, after that, I think you were absolutely correct. It was all them. Let's take a look. I think it was a first instance of foul play from Pure that was actually able to take that. Oftentimes we see sort of the latent damage of Snarl kind of take a cheeky steal, but I think this one instead, it was just the old run it down Umbreon move. It was able to take the cake. And, all right, Wonder Chef, we are looking at a lot of pretty fantastic Trick Room Mimikyu results, and we have yet to see a single Shadow Sneak Mimikyu game this entire tournament. I mean, is it completely the day of Trick Room?
I want to say that the answer is no, but it's really based on the comps. Like, again, I was talking about this at the beginning of this match, where I could have seen Shadow Sneak kind of work out, but the fact that they did shift over to playing a little bit more of like a tanky comp meant that it felt to me like the Trick Room was just perfect, and obviously it worked out quite well. They just didn't have as many good targets, but if we do see the shift from another team to have like a little bit more of a strong back line, a little bit more of like a squishy comp that needs to be protected, I think Shadow Sneak's still back in. I mean, Mimikyu's, believe it or not, Zoinks, Mimikyu's a pretty good Pokemon, and I would say both movesets quite strong, but yeah, it's really all about the meta, I think, right? And I think that's a big reason why we saw that build in other regions, is that their meta had become more physically like aggressive rather than backline, and ours hadn't yet, so we're still playing Shadow Sneak. We'll see what happens though.
Yeah. Agreed. Also, I just want to say, watching that replay package, I was able to see a little bit more of kind of the decision around that Rayquaza burn. Yes, the Venusaur went a little unchecked, and that is what made it scary, but most notably, Pure's Umbreon kind of had eyes and body blocking the Miraidon and another target. So it was basically 1v4 in terms of that race secure. Now, before we even talk about this draft, gotta mention total jump board usage in that last game. We did have we had 10 from Sanguine, and we had only 4 from T3. Ugh, really tough jump board performance this tournament.
Ooh, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's best. Like, what's the lowest amount of jump boards you can use and win a game? Is that going to be?
Okay, challenge alert. Yeah,
Yeah, that's definitely in the lead. 4 and winning a game, very impressive. And they are going to be picking up the Mimikyu again first. However, they're going to be stealing away on the side of Sanguine. They're going to be stealing away that Umbreon, which I think is a great pick for a steal. You said it before, but it's I think one of the most banned Pokemon currently in the meta overall amongst pretty much every region that I've been watching. So did get through, and this time it's going to go to the opposite team.
Yeah, I think we actually do have some stats on the Umbreon as well. It does have a 57% win rate in this tournament, as well as a 47% pick rate. So definitely seeing a ton of usage from that Pokemon. Yeah, you mentioned stealing away the Umbreon. Sanguine also banning the Urshifu in this draft as well. So making sure that Anon does not have access to that, and Gengar God going to return to the Buzzwole pick.
This, by the way, this comp on the side of Sanguine is terrifying. It's like if you get close to anybody, you're probably not making it back to your team. That's, I think, the strategy for that comp. But okay, first Zacian of the day. We did manage to see a ban on the Zacian before, but this time Zealot's going to be picking it up, and we just haven't had a chance to see it so far in any of our games today. But it's just another one of those strong all-rounders that's going to be having a good amount of impact if it does end up popping off.
It's going to be interesting to see the Mimikyu now rotate into the top path, though. Right, like now we are going to see, instead of Mimikyu central area, now we will see Mimikyu roam into the top side, I imagine. Mimikyu into the central area. The opposite of what I was just saying. Mimikyu into the central area, and the Zacian into the top path is going to be an interesting change-up for this team. Miraidon is still available, so Sobi will be picking that up. I do not think we are going to see the Electro Drift style of build with 2 all-rounders who are going to love to be up close and personal. They're really going to want some kind of poke damage to slow things down. And Miraidon, one of the best in the biz at doing so. Also, Kuzi on this Gardevoir is going to be the first chance to see if the North America New Year's resolutions will stand in place, as we have to see at least one Pokemon in every Gardevoir Unite move that we see on screen.
That's a lot of pressure. That's a ton of pressure.
It's the whiteboard. I don't make the rules. Well,
that's
actually,
true.
I did make the rules.
Well, no, just the whiteboard just writes itself. You know, it controls you.
It's true.
But one thing, exactly what we were just talking about, I think this would be a great Shadow Snake game. I mean, it's going to be like really scary, but the fact that you don't have to like direct approach into that terrifying front line of you basically getting dunked 3 times in a row, and the fact that there's the Gardevoir available, and you can sneak a little bit more into the back line on your own, and you can also really sandwich well with the Zacian being a lot more in the front line. The combination of the Zacian and the Snorlax, like really bringing up your front line. You don't really necessarily need like a third person standing next to them, because that's when you get much better than one person in a Gardevoir Unite. So I do think this could be a great Shadow Sneak game, and now immediately, like you said, it's going to be wrong. It's going to be back to Trick Room, but I do think it would be good.
For what it's worth, we will stand together wrong if that's the case, because I also think it's a great Shadow Sneak game into this game number 2. But here we go. It's going to be Sanguine versus T3. Sanguine on your purple side, T3 on your orange side. T3 on match point, and they will move on in this tournament. Sanguine facing elimination in this game.
Got to make a big comeback. And you know, one thing I feel like we have to say is, I don't know if this is Scyther or Scizor, and I never guessed correctly, but Scizor did get some pretty nice buffs, or one pretty nice buff, which is pretty much to its only move that it ever uses, Bullet Punch. So there's a chance that it could not be a Scyther, but I think Scyther does make a lot of sense in this comp. So we'll see how that ends up playing out, but right now, everybody's playing pretty safe.
Yeah, it didn't play out great. We see the KO opener for Sobi as Miraidon is able to take that KO. Big Astonish Stone onto both targets. Zilla tries to take full advantage of that, but only one early KO is going to fall into T3's favor, it seems, as it will be a slow push from Tie-Dye to play for Vision, and I don't think they steal away that final Baltoy there, but they will have to return to their side of the battlefield, as this is a 4-player rotation to the bottom side for T3.
A bunch of players top for Sanguine, a bunch of players bottom for T3. I can assume who's going to win each of these paths and each of these 850 spawns, as you can see, pretty much trading it off. And only a single Hoopa, you're not going to be able to defend that well. You only have a little bit of AoE damage, so they are going to certainly get a lot of points. It looks like in both sides, pretty even-ish trade. I wouldn't say that anybody got considerably more than the other, and neither team decides to like hard defend or anything like that. It's just like, hey, this is gonna work out. But look at this rotation, really aggressive from T3.
Both teams, Gengar God's in the other central area as well. I mean, Sanguine kind of reads the room a little bit, understands that T3 is going to take that advantage of their own central area, and decides to respond in kind. Not able to kind of goaltend their own central area Pokemons. We see the Buzzwole rotate in the other direction. I mean, these teams, lane allotments are no more. They are rotating wherever they can in this battle, and it will be a big early position, but Gengar God finds the Miraidon. I don't think anybody knew Buzzwole was all the way in their central area, and takes Sobi by surprise, takes that KO. Yes, a lot of the wild Pokemon go to T3, but the KO the other direction, pretty devastating, but Zealot making it look okay with this big push.
I think, yep, I was going to say, I think this is Shadow Sneak. It is Shadow Sneak from Anon. We can see that finally. I did see them slightly teleport before. Plus, we didn't see the Trick Room up in that fight, so that was my big assumption. But they are going to be pushing onto this Tier 1 goal zone. However, now that we have a Corellia, it's going to be much, much harder. That is a lot of defensive AoE damage. And yeah, again, if you get anywhere close, Pure is just in, it's over. It's over. You've got the Mamoswine, you've got the big dunks from the Buzzwole, and then a Corellia that's going to get a lot of damage on an immobile Pokemon, and Anon's going to be the next one going down. This is all very, very scary. You got to stay as far away as possible until you're sure you can take that fight.
Yeah, terrifying. Now, we were right on the Shadow Sneak pick, Wonder Chef. Where we were wrong is the flavor of Scyther, as we do have a Scizor on the battlefield right now. So they are headed into the bottom path. This Registeel contest is going to be close, but Yard decides to play it a little safe and defend the goal zone instead. Rotates backwards. Hoopa Portal will be there to transition a couple of players to the other side, and that will be Ganon taking full advantage as they attempt to dunk, but great coverage by Pure on the Snorlax.
Literally pushing them out the door, saying, nope, you are not getting anything here, while Pierre's teammates are going to be pushing into Regieleki, getting in a pretty solid overdunk. That's going to be like a 35 or something like that. I actually didn't see what it was at the end, but a really, really high amount of overdunk. They are going to be taking a significant lead, and they barely managed to get those points. I don't think that we're going to be escaping, but hey, you got in those points. You're pushing forward a pretty strong lead. It's already leading by 90-ish, which is great to see.
Yeah, it's genuinely worth in that situation. Getting knocked out is the only difficult part, is that you have Unite move, and I'm sure your team would really like to use that right about now. So it's going to take a little bit of time for you to get back, but they're actually going to rotate to the top side so that after this fight ends, they can rotate the other direction. Gengar God does get that bonus to run away a little bit faster, but Zealot chases down with, I think, a rare Play Rough build on this Zacian. So it's going Play Rough, Sacred Sword. We've seen a lot of Metal Claw on this Zacian in previous tournaments, but now we are seeing the adaptation with this very big bulked up composition with the Umbreon, Mamoswine, Scizor, Buzzwole. That big area of effect damage is going to be a little bit more frequent.
Ooh, and right now it looks like Aquatic not gonna. Oh, I was gonna say not gonna be able to escape, but they were just barely able to. Gardevoir walking in, although now Gardevoir's kind of in the front of that fight, and that's a scary spot to be. You are immediately out of that fight. We're gonna see Miraidon getting traded down in return, but just some all-rounders battling it out. The Scizor not really getting to show off its strength of the pick quite yet, but a lot of that is gonna be around the time that we do get to see it use a Unite in one of those fights. And now we're gonna be rotating down towards the bottom for T3. Oh, they do see a little bit of a free, not free KO, but an enemy sitting around. Gonna be taking that goal down to 1.
Yeah, I mean, Kansai actually pushes Zelda to the other side because, of course, they could pick up that wild Pokemon and evolve to level 9 as that Mamoswine. So they buy a little bit of time. The Hoops Unbound Unite move is going to try to bring the squad up, but Zealot is actually having a tough time making it there with his Mamoswine coverage. So Hoopa picking up 2, Tie-Dye actually dealing a ton of damage, and oh my word, Mamoswine getting the zoom in close-up photo as they start using their Rampage. Well, Regieleki is going to be the main target. I imagine Sobi will rotate up there after they get some wild Pokemon experience to try to assist in knocking out that major objective.
That was a jump scare. That was a little bit of the Mamoswine jump scare. Oh, going back through the portal. That was actually a little bit risky, a little bit scary, but there is enough of a defense here, and it does look like they still want to try to take down this Regieleki. Pure standing very far forward in this fight, and they've got so much poke damage just because of the Miraidon. They can take this fight a little bit slow, but the initiation is going to happen. The Unite going onto it. Looked like maybe, was that the Scizor? I don't know. Everybody just kind of went down in a split second there.
It was, yeah. Anon using that play with Team Unite move from Mimikyu to shut down the Red Illusion Dive Scizor. I think it's a really good call. One of Scyther and Scizor's best assets of their kit is that Unite move and how hard it can snowball if you get even one KO. Just shut that down immediately is the perfect decision. Mimikyu isolates that target, play with me, and they get the knockout to follow immediately after. So great decision by T3. They're really putting up some big W's across the board. Sanguine with a better early game than we saw in game number 1, but still T3 looking great.
Ooh, Pure, once again, just really playing such a good position in this front line of basically every single fight and knowing exactly when to back up. When Agokate gets there, you're like, okay, maybe this is not exactly where we want to fight. Oh, actually, hold on a minute. They just backed up. They could have gone for maybe a little bit more of like a turnaround there, but it was pretty scary. You got extremely low. The Zacian is very, very strong right now.
Yeah, almost at level 14 even. Gardevoir's stun will land on them, but immediately after the fight got taken the other side, Agate has found their way all the way to the back line, knocks up 2 targets with the final hit of the Mamoswine Unite move, but it's going to be just them left alone as the rest of the team is taking a bit of a safer approach. Mamoswine will be able to walk away. Buzzwole does pick up the Snorlax, but the amount of damage they can do is nothing compared to that Snorlax's HP pool.
Regirock's HP pool is down to about 1/3, and everybody's starting to fight up top, and there we go! We got one! We got one!
Let's go, North America. Let's
North America!
go. Kuzi landing a really awesome Gardevoir Unite move. I think it was more than one, if I remember correctly. So many things happening on screen, but I believe Kuzi got at least 2 targets, and with 3 members down from T3, that's going to be the go button. Sanguine going all in on this Rayquaza, with the Mamoswine trying to isolate the Snorlax from the other side. Hoopa Unbound will bring a couple of targets. The Hyperspace Fury stun is pretty early, and it's going to be contended, but it will be the Buzzwole taking that Rayquaza. Favored for Sanguine, and they secure it. Buzzwole from Gengar God takes that Ray.
Ooh, this is maybe defendable, but it looks like there's not defending at top at all. And that's going to be the lead now, going to Sanguine, at least 20 points. Another Hundoburger going in the bottom goal zone, but they do have a good amount of people defending down there. I'm assuming a lot of these shields are probably going to start disappearing. However, Gengar God coming in from the top is going to get a big KO right there. And this is starting to look tough. I mean, the shield's still on Agokate. Shield as well on Kuzi still. Lots of good shields. They've got a 50-point on the Scizor as well. I just don't know if they have the shield, but I mean, a 170-point lead. There's still a lot of time for a counter push, but it's going to be tough to get even the points that you need at this point.
Yeah, the good news for T3 is that the point lead isn't too bad because of how strong they're early. Oh, no, North America! Okay, well, an aggressive Gardevoir Unite for Kuzi. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out. I'm not going to dwell on that for the moment because a great coverage by the Mamoswine makes things a little bit closer. So, Mimikyu is going to be down for over 20 seconds, and most importantly, will respawn with no points in pocket. They're going to have to try to get something to score if they want to make something happen here. That Mamoswine does get isolated, but it's Umbreon and Mamoswine defending this goal zone. Very challenging tandem to take down. They have 2 Unite moves to work with, Zacian and Snorlax.
They're going to have to make it count, and they're going to be using the Snorlax immediately, but all the shield stolen by a yard. That is an infinitely un-KOable Umbreon for a while. You're not coming out from the Hoopa. Tie-Dye just trying to back up, doing as much damage as possible, but as the team is melting, T3 is losing their chance. 8 seconds left on the board. Tie-Dye the only one up, and Sanguine turning this match around in the final moments, or really not the final moments, in the final stretch, or the final moments before the final stretch. Regardless, the point is they had a great fight, and they were losing, but they turned it around and won.
Wow, incredible. With an aggressive fight, about that 220 mark really turns things around. They're able to enter into that Rayquaza pit with basically a 2-player advantage immediately, and they had vision on that Snorlax. The only thing that made things relatively close was Tie-Dye's ability to use the Hoopa Unite move, but the timing just wasn't there. Portal dropped, no one could take it in time, and that big stun with the Hyperspace Fury didn't buy enough room for anybody else to secure, and Sanguine, the ones to lock this up.
I do think that was an extremely good choice of when to use that Unite on the Hoopa, but another thought too would have been maybe you just run forward and you just Unite on their side and try to outscore them, but the problem is I just don't know if you have enough points in pockets, but I'm just trying to think of other things that could have happened there. But altogether, I think it's totally worth the risk. I mean, even just Hoopa being united alone is enough to have a little bit of secure that could potentially steal you back that game. But I mean, realistically, T3, they were doing so well, but we just have to talk about the fact that they really risked a lot in those final moments for those final objectives before the final stretch. A lot of saying final right there, but it obviously kind of came back to bite them.
Yeah. One thing that happened throughout this matchup I wanted to talk a little bit about was I think we had 2 or maybe even 3 instances of teams losing the fight purely because they did not have vision on a few of the enemy targets. I mean, in the previous matchup, we saw Gengar God kind of go off in the backline. Sobi got caught unawares in one of those team fights, and Zealot had a few big moments on the Zacian to really make things happen when they basically had no idea they were even there. I mean, the Buzzwole in this case was when they were in the central area and no one had vision there. So I don't know. I think these teams, like, as much as we love these team fights, we love these big brawl moments, we might need to see a bit more roaming from them to kind of cover all their bases into this game 3.
Yeah, the vision has been a really big deal in a lot of games, just because, again, it feels like we are playing in a meta right now where you can get bursted very, very easily if you don't see who's right next to you, and especially with this Sanguine comp, right? Yeah. Like I said before, it's a comp where if you are anywhere close to one of like 3 members of their team and you do not realize it, you do not get far enough away, you're just done. You're just done, and it's now going to be a 5v4, and there's really nothing you can do about it, and they took great advantage of that. Getting the first big pick of a fight is really how they needed to win fights, because they didn't have that much teamfight ability aside from that. I mean, they have options, but not comparatively. So playing off of that win condition was exactly what they needed to do and exactly what they did do.
Yeah. You can't really discredit a team for doing exactly what they need to do. You can see here, Pure, the first one through the portal, but fortunately that heavy slam just a little bit too late. The respawn timer is getting tricky for T3 to deal with in this last game, and yeah, this was that devastating moment you were calling out, Wonderchef. Pure able to open up a little bit of space with that Buddy Barrier Unite move, and well, immediately took it away by Yard. Steals the Buddy Barrier from Zealot and the entire Unite move shield away from Snorlax. So, devastating, but let's jump directly into Game 3, everybody, between T3 and Sanguine. T3 with a dominant Game 1, Sanguine with a heck of a response into Game number 2, and T3 is going to stick with this Cerulege ban.
Cerulege not going to appear. By the way, that the next battle pass is so cool, by the way. But the Psyduck band as well. We got to see Psyduck really work out in the previous set that we saw, but unfortunately not so much this time. And Blastoise, which we also saw do quite well. In fact, a lot of these bands look like the previous set. Like, that would have made sense in the last one, but no, just a lot of great Pokemon, a lot of good options. Yeah. I don't know what we're going to see as far as big changes, though, because it did feel, when you lose a game where it feels like you were fine up until the final moment, it kind of feels like you don't want to change that much, right?
Yeah, 100%. Things get tricky in these maps. A lot more than just Pokemon selection goes into it. So yeah, I think you were correct. You can play some of these more focus picks right at the start. And speaking of which, Umbreon going to be the first pick in this draft. I think if this Pokemon does not get in the ban phase, Pure will take this every single time. Sanguine going to go back to the Will of Mamoswine, but Kuzi is going to pick up this Mimikyu. So now T3 likely will have to go back in the direction of that Zacian, but who will the other pick of the duo of Zealot and Anon choose?
This is a tough decision now, because just seeing the first 2 picks on Sanguine's side, it's you can really go like a few different directions. Like, if you want to play more range to get away from the Mamoswine, then suddenly Shadow Sneak becomes an option. But if you want to not really give them Shadow Sneak options, then now the Mamoswine is going to be in perfect position against you a lot of the time. So it does kind of force a difficult decision, and Mewtwo and Blissey, they're going to be solid picks without having to fully commit to too much, but interesting. Finally, we're going to see Garchomp today. I'm surprised it took this long.
I 100% thought that was what Zealot was going to choose in this composition. With Blissey and Helping Hand, an auto attacker like Garchomp absolutely thrives in that kind of scenario. So I think Gengar God with a very good adaptation to take that Pokemon. It's not like Buzzwole can't work in a composition like this with Comfey. It's just simply taking that Pokemon away from a composition that would love it on T3 side. I think is a really intelligent move. Love that choice by Sanguine in this draft. T3 are going to round out their composition with the Blaziken and the Zacian, so 2 great Pokemon in their own right. Sanguine kind of has a lot of options, and they're going to choose the Chandelure. So on paper, a fantastic answer to both of the all-rounders on T3. Imprison is an amazing move into Pokemon that really focus not on their auto attacks and instead on full-on moves, and Imprison shuts those down frequently. So Ganon with a really cool adaptation. The early game, on the other hand, is going to be an extreme challenge. Chandelure, Garchomp, Mamoswine has a really solid early game these days anyways, but those 2 Pokemon in particular are going to take quite some time to get up to level.
Yeah, it's like fine early game, but the combination of everything, right? It just adds up more and more, and it becomes a compounding problem. I would love to see early Umbreon Invade. I mean, I'm a huge Umbreon Invade fan in general, but I think this would be a great game for it. So we'll see if it actually happens. But certainly that's going to be, I think, the deciding factor overall of this game is going to be the early game. Can we see Sanguine actually reach their power spikes? Because if they do, that team is terrifying. That is some of the highest damage on a team that you could possibly get. But if they don't ever manage to get up to level, if they fall behind by points by too much, things can just easily not go their way. Especially, there's a lot of really fast popping off Pokemon on the side of T3.
Yeah, it's going to get pretty scary. I mean, Zacian from level 2 on, it feels like it is a relevant damage threat. I think one of the scariest things about this composition is Sobi looks relatively safe on this Mewtwo Y, right? Like, we are looking at Garchomp and Mimikyu is the best threats to try to get all the way to the back line to threaten that attacker, but as long as they're aware of that position of those two Pokemon, it shouldn't be the easiest task to do. So I do think this Mewtwo Y with the Blissey Pocket can really be threatening in the late game, but who knows? We got a lot of questions. All we need now is answers, Wonder Chef, as we jump into Game 3 between T3 and Sanguine.
Well, one big question was where exactly everybody was going to go. There were a few different options that they could have gone, but this is essentially where I assumed the Mimikyu going to be going into the center area just to kind of like level up early, pop off. Maybe we'll control the backline a little bit more, and we're going to play this a little bit more of this slow top path. Going to be probably, I would say probably we're going to see a lot of big focus from the side of Sanguine up top on making sure that this Garchomp ends up as Garchomp.
Yeah, if you can keep them at that level 9, or get them to that level 9 point, you're going to be feeling a whole lot better. But the adaptation from T3 is going to be kind of the opposite. We're going to have the central area Blaziken, by the way, moving down into the bottom path to help, where we are going to see this early aggression of Mewtwo Y going to strike first. Sobi with the K opener in yet another one of our games.
And that's going to be one of the problems, is that you have to make a decision from Sanguine which side you're going to defend more, and you can only choose one side. So as we're seeing currently, just the poor little Litwick, it wasn't able to do all that much, and there are a lot of scary threats on the other side, already almost breaking its goal zone. I mean, it's like a little bit above half, but I'm exaggerating here. Things are not looking good on bottom is really the point that one should take away from that.
Yeah, and it gets scarier and scarier when you remember Pure is stacking on this Umbreon. So I imagine they are going with the foul play. It's tough to tell if they're going to go with either Snarl or Wish. Likely this Blissey is going to have no healing moves available, so maybe we'll see the Wish. And with attack weight, it definitely will be getting better and better the higher the Umbreon attack stat gets. That's how they scale their healing numbers from Wish. So we will see that number get bigger and bigger. I have to imagine that's the build they're going to go with.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, they could go a few different options with that, but that one certainly makes the most sense to me, and really maybe just give Sobi an opportunity to just be an absolute monster later in this game. But right now, Sobi's being an absolute monster in the beginning of this game, with already pretty much all the KOs in this game, which is already going to be a great way to start. We saw the Mewtwo Y working pretty well earlier, but this might be the time that we really get to see it pop off.
Wow, poor Tie-Dye, by the way, had to go back in and knock out a ball toy to get their Blissey evolution, and they were sitting at level 3 on the Chansey, and one ball toy sent them up to level 5. So a lot of stored experience when they're waiting to hit that evolution. Basically, it's 2 levels of a 1 ball toy. Pure going to make that wild Pokemon farm a little bit safer as they set it up for Blaziken to get that overheat KO, who has hit that level 9. Not really a relevant number of this Pokemon specifically, as they get their Unite ready to go earlier, but still is a very scary Pokemon to deal with, as Anon is already threatening so much damage, and the Secure looks great for them.
The positioning is going to be really big, as of course Anon can really pull in the Chandelure. I've suddenly forgotten its name for some reason, even though it's actually surprisingly one of my favorite Pokemon in the entire world. But it has an opportunity to steal here. If it can pull it off, that would be huge, and it did. Oh my goodness, going unchecked. Great work.
Imprison was so perfectly placed. Lands directly on Anon, who cannot channel Overheat if that Imprison lands before they start the startup phase of that move. So since they hadn't pressed that button yet, there's no Overheat available, lands with the Imprison, and then uses their own Overheat, this is going to get confusing, from the Chandelure to take out that Wild Pokemon, take out that Regirock, and get the buff for the team. So maybe Sanguine loses that Regieleki at the top side, but they gain the team-wide experience, and with a scaling composition like the one they're building, that is a huge asset for them.
Gigantic. Yes, the fact that they didn't really have to spend that much focus on it as well is just huge. And yeah, we don't usually get the overheat versus overheat. We usually get the surf versus surf versus surf versus surf.
Right.
That's the opposite there. Definitely fighting fire with fire. That's going to be a decent overdunk on that tier 1 goal zone. That's going to go down. A little bit more experience for T3 is going to be spawning, but they're going to push all the way through. They're continuing to want to take down this tier 2 goal zone. Oh my goodness, TiDi solo in the back finally gets KO'd in the end. Some points going in. We're already at less than half HP on that goal zone. Comfey just barely escaping, and Sanguine doing a really good job of managing to only lose one Pokemon in that push while getting a ton of points in.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, honestly, soul-crushing for T3 to have to try to defend that goal zone. I mean, we saw Zealot have to use the Zacian Unite move just to dissuade a Comfey from scoring. Like, we're not even earning KOs. They're like literally just making them run backwards. Ganon with a really nice Ignite Mignite Unite move from the Chandelure as well. That will knock out the Umbreon. Pierre is going to go down, playing very aggressively on this tier 1, hoping that they'll get a bit of backup from the squad, but no one is there in time, as Zealot, I think, has been desperately trying to farm up their Unite move again, who, by the way, this time around is playing that Metal Claw build.
Interesting. I wonder if it has something to do with, like, maybe projectiles. I know that's one thing that's been talked about, is its weird, like, anti-projectile properties, which I still don't fully understand, if I'm going to be 100% honest, but we'll see if it comes into play. Right now, Regirock is getting burned. Can we steal 2 for 2? No, not this time. I do appreciate the attempt, but you can only get 1 out of 2, which is still quite a good deal.
Yeah.
We're going to see Agokate use that Unite to try and hold on a little bit longer. Does not really defend for that much longer, as we're going to be pretty close to evening up the scores. There was only a few points left on that goal zone. They didn't get a chance to spend that much more in there, as now Kuzi going to walk forward, be a little bit of a threat, but there's nothing left for them to even fight for there.
Yeah, kind of uncharacteristically safe play from T3 there. Actually, recall, don't get a big overdunk, instead trying to recall to try to defend against the rest of the squad, but it is going to be a big push in from Sanguine, as we do have Gengar God's Guard Chop Unite move clearing a lot of the way, and actually Agate taking some of these KOs. Big scores going into this bottom side, as Kuzi getting involved, Gengar God getting involved, Ganon as well. Sanguine now with a huge push and are considerably in lead. I think the eye test has kind of given them the lead this entire matchup so far, but this is now the definitive answer we've been looking for.
Yeah, again, really, I think T3 needed to win that early game maybe a little bit stronger than they did. They did a pretty good job, but it only was so long until we started to see Sanguine pop off. I mean, the fact that they managed to get that Chandelure on like board so quickly, and then they were able to steal that bottom Reggie, is just, it's everything that they want to. It does seem like there's some stuff going up in the top path. Maybe just an attempt to check out the enemies, see if there was an opportunity to do a few more points into that tier 2 goal zone, as we did see it get down to a little bit less than half earlier. So the points lead, it seems like Sanguine is really prioritizing it a lot. As we're going to have both of these Reggies spawn at relatively similar times, I wouldn't be surprised to see them go for that.
Yeah, this is going to be a scary late game Reggie fight. You know Sanguine used some Unite moves recently, so likely they're going to be missing a couple, and in fact they're only missing the Guard Chop with the Comfey Unite move, so you could aggressively try to take this fight and get a KO, but they're already earning them back, so there has been enough time to farm for both of these squads. We do see Zealot trapped by that Imprison for a moment, stunned, and then of course can't use their agility or play rough to dodge away. It's going to be back to an even standing between these two teams. Both teams extremely trepidatious to take this fight. We are so close to the final stretch, and it is terrifying to go down early in these scenarios.
We've literally seen 2 games won because of a fight down at the basement Reggie right before the 2-minute mark. So this time T3 is going to back up. They're going to play it safe. I was saying earlier, I'm surprised that Sanguine didn't at least send like maybe just one member up. Like just the Garchomp alone or just the Mimikyu alone could have taken that Regieleki. Really pulled a huge threat. You know, that would be a huge like 120 points if that ended up going in if they wanted to, which could push them far ahead. But no, this is game 3. Everybody wants to play safe. Everybody wants to make sure that they have every opportunity to fight, at least for this final moment. And with a 120 point lead for Sanguine, they know that they've got the position to play defensively.
Yeah, they're playing really insularly though. If you look at Sanguine, their vision and range of the battlefield is way better on the other side. You see Garchomp even dragon clawing like tall grass on their side of the map just to make sure, whereas T3 really only has vision of where they directly are at the moment, have not done very much roaming at all. TiDi's going to pick up that Shadow Sneak, so Mimikyu will get a little bit of vision of what's going on there, but does not want to jump on top of the balloon Blissey as a Pokemon. It's not a great target to initiate onto. It's a lot of damage on the Mamoswine, and actually the Rayquaza Twist are going to make things a little more difficult, but it's a Mimikyu that start things off truly. The Blissey will allow them to escape through that play with me as the fight continues. Mamoswine going to walk away. A few Unite moves already utilized, but it's the Mimikyu to fall first.
Oh, that was a huge Unite from Pure to turn around on that Mimikyu. That's a giant KO to be able to get. Confetti did manage to get away, so they should still be in the fight, but 2 members going down from T3, both Sobi and Pure. That's going to be a 3 versus 4, as now the Garchomp is just running wild. Garchomp almost unstopped. You're going to need a full team to take it down. Tide-Eye's going to be the next victim. That's a 3 KO streak, and now only Zealot is alive here. Not only does he need to take this Rayquaza, needs to score. Not gonna happen, as that is gonna be a Gengar God 4 KO streak. Nobody left available. 20 seconds, not even gonna burn down that Rayquaza, playing it much safer. 15 seconds left. I don't think that T3 stands a chance.
Oh, Garchomp absolutely crushing in that team fight. And why? They had a huge flank around the backside that was unstoppable into this final fight. T3 ended up knowing where they were, but too little too late. Anon does rotate to try to stop them, but isn't unstoppable when the Dragon Rush comes through, and from that point on, it's just the Garchomp show. As Gengar God, I believe Lunaire, either way, absolutely walks all over this squad and sends Sanguine further on in our bracket and knocking out T3 in that 5th place in our tournament.
Ooh, this was such a scary game if we did manage to see Sanguine pop off, and that's exactly what they did. I mean, they managed to get all their greatest strengths, and then being able to pull off the early KO. Specifically, I want to call out the KO on Sobi was a really good target, because once you start taking away the damage on a team, any team, then these Pokemon, like, for example, like Garchomp or like even Blaziken, can start really like 1v3ing, 1v4ing in those Ray fights, because you no longer have the damage to burst them down, and their own self-sustain is pretty incredible, if I'm being honest. That's exactly what we saw right there, just going from one member to another member to another member, and there's just nothing that they can do. They try to run away, but that's just unfortunately how it goes. So really good stuff from, like I said, I think it's Lunaire as well, but I'm going to call him Gengar God because it's a great name to be able to close that out with a 4 KO streak at Ray.
Yeah, I love what you brought up about the self-sustain. Like, look at the stats right now. Gengar God with 18,000 recovery on its Garchomp. That's remarkable. I mean, a lot of lifesteal in that Pokemon's kit, especially later, and they're not even running Drain Crown. Don't run Drain Crown. They're not even running Drain Crown. Impressive stuff. Yeah, this was one of my favorite moments of the series, by the way. That Imprison and Blaziken just move locked, not able, has to try to auto attack to secure that objective, and it was a big swing. Another great showcase of Sanguine's absolute ferocious offense here, as Chandler able to score as Mimikyu is just buying them so much time, and the Confei even able to walk away in that specific fight. Wow, what a showcase of Sanguine's strength. I'm excited to see this team in future rounds of this tournament. Taking down a top squad like T3 is no small feat, and this is an exciting team to watch right now.
They are really fun comps as well. By the way, little side note, I just thought about it, that the Imprison play, like you said, first of all, amazing, but also, that's actually the way that Imprison works in mainline Pokemon games.
Yeah.
Actually, you have a move, they have the move, and you can't use that move. So that is the first lore-accurate Imprison that I have seen, and it worked out extremely well. But yeah, Sanguine looking extremely strong, new Sanguine, and they are going to be getting a lot of championship points guaranteed as they're going to be moving forward. See if anybody else can shut them down. But right now, T3, I know that Husky's going to be sad that T3 is out. I'm sure we're all sad because we're all big fans of T3, but well-earned win, as we've now watched 2 very close sets in a row.
That's true. And one thing that never makes us sad, I got jump board counts for this last game, everybody. We got Sanguine with a total of 8 uses of the jump board, which, a reminder, not just the home base, also the little mid jump boards into the Rayquaza pit, but 8 total uses. And T3, they might be knocked out of the tournament, but with a very respectable 12 jump board uses. Who's going to use the jump board the most going forward in our tournament? That is still yet to be seen, as we have more January Cup on the other side of this break.
Welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers. We are back. North America January Cup Finals. The lower bracket quarterfinals are on deck. We'll get to see Kiss Kiss take on last month's Cup winner, Nemesis. For those tuning in, Spraggles and Dupe Snacks are unavailable today, and while we can never replace them, stepping in for them today, I am Steel Agent Steel Agent Kyle, along with Husky, the Content Cat Girl, and we are so excited to bring you some of the Pokemon Unite action today.
Yeah, super excited. We get to see Kiss Kiss and Nemesis, and I'll try to remember that that's not supposed to rhyme because the enunciation is supposed to be on different parts of those words. But you know what? We're going to have a great set. We just saw 2 really exciting sets where both went to Game 3. So hopefully we can get another super exciting set. We are hopping right into draft.
Yes, Nemesis going to be on your purple side. Kiss Kiss lining up on your orange side. Bans are already starting to come on in. We're going to see this Blaziken along with the Slowbro ban right away.
Interesting to see a Slowbro ban, but from what we saw yesterday with Asnable's Slowbro, I have a feeling that Kiss Kiss has a plan that they do not want that player on Slowbro for, but Nemesis will go on and ban that Hoopa, and we've got a Ceruledge ban.
Well, we know that Asnable loves to Slowbro Unite the Hoopas, so banning Asnable away from that Slowbro, and Nemesis thinks, they're probably going to want to play Hoopa then, so let's just go ahead and ban that one. Nemesis, though, lining up that Blissey pick in that first slot.
Yeah, for real. Are you banning Slowbro or are you banning Asnable? I feel like that's what Kiss Kiss is wondering. And look at that, the Garchomp locked in, a Pokemon that has just been doing fantastic today and yesterday. And look what we've got here, Kyle. Is it going to be locked in? No, it's not. It's the Blastoise, and it looks like it's set up to be a Top Path Blastoise, my absolute favorite.
Top Path Blastoise, at least for the time being. Asnable is going to go ahead and lock in that Umbreon. Relic's going to lock in that Inteleon. We saw Relics really rock that Inteleon a lot yesterday. I believe there was a couple of Quadra KOs, maybe even a Penta in there during the qualifiers. So we even saw players like Flareon's earlier today take the Inteleon and do a lot of work with it. We've seen both the Snipe Shot and the Liquidation build.
Yeah, I mean, I would go as far as to say Relic's one of the best Inteleon players, if not the best Inteleon player, throwing Flareons in there for competition. On the opposite side, we've got the support locked in. JL loves that Eldegoss pick, looks fantastic into this composition as well. And the Urshifu, which I can only imagine will be a Dark Bear.
Stacking along with the Razor Claw. So yeah, typically you would see that stacking Bear, and then look at this, Machizel locking in the Trevenant. Likely taking that to the top lane, stacking both Attack Weight and the Eos Cookie.
I really, really actually love that Trevenant pick into the top path, and if you look back over on the other side, Oblivion has thrown on the EXP share onto the Blastoise, so we might be seeing that in the Defender slot, and we see Bora head into the Jungle, Celestial likely heading into that top path for some Gibble Cheese.
Ooh, look at that. Right now, they are having 3 XP shares on the side of Kiss Kiss. I imagine that one of those will be taken off at some point during the final preparations.
No, 3 EXP. Oh, come on. Dispenser changed it. They're playing Attacker Pikachu. Much to my dismay, I would love to see some 3 EXP share action, but don't actually do that. It doesn't actually work, so don't listen to me, ever.
Machizel has dropped that Eos Cookie as well for a little bit of anti-healing with that Cursed Bangle. So really look to target that Eldegoss to prevent them from healing and shielding as much as Kiss Kiss would like to.
Yeah, I do like to see the Cursed Bangle get thrown on that Trevenant. You have a lot of healing, not only from the Pollen Puff on the Eldegoss, but also those Garchomp boosted attacks tend to heal quite a lot, especially in the late game. So if Trevenant can get in there on top of the Garchomp before it becomes unstoppable with its combination moves, then they might be able to make something happen before it can heal too much. So I really like the choice there to throw that on. Do lose a little bit of tankiness from the potential of the Eos Cookie, but double stacking can be really volatile, especially if you don't get those stacks early.
Well, here we go. Game 1 of your lower bracket quarterfinals. We have Metallic heading towards that central area on that Glaceon, and we have Relics on this Inteleon. Right now, a little Sobble heading to the bottom path.
Look at the little Sobble just securing some of that wild Pokemon experience all by their lonesome. Looking for a water gun here, but there's another water gun on Oblivion's side, and they are able to prevent Relics from securing that away. Great start there for Kiss Kiss.
Ooh, and forced out that eject button on that Sobble as well. That could be pretty crucial once this Urshifu comes down from taking the experience in their central area.
We've got Glaceon heading into the top path. Metallic looking to prevent the Gibble Cheese from doing what it absolutely loves doing, but so far not been successful. Celestial, as well as everybody else, honestly, who's been playing Garchomp today, just looking fantastic on this Pokemon. Fantastic early game, and the ability to utilize the EXP share on that Eldegoss in the top path as well.
Uguay waiting for Machisel to hit that experience to ensure that Blissey evolves before these 850 Altaria family. We're going to have a 3-on-3, make it 4-on-3 as Nemesis is going to come in. We have the Wicked Blow lined up, a mean look directly on Bora Reach, and they get the KO. That's an early KO opener for the side of Nemesis. They're going to try to push in some points here. Able to do so. JL is the next to fall. That's a double KO for the Umbreon.
Wow, already showing Kiss Kiss what's up. Nemesis moving into the top path, and that's why I love this 4-person gank into that top path. Just make sure you're pressing the numbers on, ensure that you're getting a little bit of an advantage, and then you catch the other team off guard, and you just leave Inteleon in that bottom path. They can do a pretty good job of securing that wild Pokemon experience on their own, so you don't have to worry too much about leaving them down there. And now both teams moving toward the central area for the Altaria family.
Altaria family spawning at the 8-minute mark in this central area. We're going to have another little bit of a scuffle. Pikachu is able to take out the Umbreon. Glaceon locks in the Icicle Spears onto the Pikachu. Not quite enough damage just yet. Blissey is able to take out a Pokemon, and just like that, 4 members of Kiss Kiss are going down. Blissey looking for that 5th, trying to make it a team ace, but they're going to go ahead and try to get some of their points in this basement path.
Look at the rotations from Nemesis. Just keep that in mind when you're looking on your screen, because they are just all over the map, even so early in this match. Just providing pressure at every stage of the match is really important to make sure that they maintain their lead right now. 7:20s are on the clock, and look at Metallic just shredding down this little War Turtle. Can't do anything about it. They have to back up.
Ooh, Umbreon getting chunked down by that Pikachu. It looks like it's lining up that Mage Pikachu. How do you feel about that one right now?
I love Mage Pikachu. I think it's a great attacker choice. It provides a lot of range, but into a Icicle Spear Glaceon and an Inteleon, I'm not sure how great that's going to end up being for them. They just both outrange what the Mage Pikachu can actually do, so that might be a little bit rough, but if they can get some good Unite moves and good engagements with that Pikachu, it could be really solid.
Fantastic amount of shred with that Glaceon and the securability of the Inteleon. However, we have Regieleki up in the top path going towards the side of Kiss Kiss. They're going to try to push this into Nemesis's goal. It almost walks in, but I think it is going to actually go on in. Points are going to rain down for Kiss Kiss. They're going to try to get even more. Garchomp finally online, and they're going to even up this score. There's still a little bit of a deficit, though.
Oh, I thought for a second Relics was going to get caught out there by Bora on the Urshifu. They have to use their eject button to make sure they get out, because I think if you get hit by that Wicked Blow as a squishy little Inteleon, I don't think that you're going to make it out of that unscathed. So using the eject button right there, Nemesis in a pretty good spot, but Kiss Kiss is definitely pulling forward. They have a decent level match right now. Not everyone has their Unite moves just yet, so Nemesis might use this opportunity to try to push into this top path goal zone.
Ooh, big snipe shot there. Connects onto the Urshifu. It's going to force them back to that flux zone in that T1 path. We have the Unite move. There we go. Azure Spy Vision is out from this Inteleon. They're going to try to push forward, get some of these goals in. Able to do so is Metallic on this Glaceon. We have the Blissful Assistance onto them now. We have a couple KOs going. Glaceon's able to take out the Urshifu. Inteleon takes out the Blastoise. Garchomp's looking for the backline. They pop their Unite move. Looking to hunt down Metallic. Are they going to be able to get a nice safeguard from Blissey? But it's not enough. Pikachu able to take them down.
Yeah, I mean, good push in the end for Nemesis. They do lose a few, but look at this. Fight's not over yet. Dispenza popping a Unite move. Not enough to take down Aznable, who has to use their Moonlight Prance as well. Nemesis now backing out, and I think they can be pretty happy with how that fight went.
Both teams poking and prodding Nemesis a little bit of an advantage, but there's going to be both sets of objectives spawning on the map. Look at the Unite move economy. We have Urshifu with one on that right side, along with the Eldegoss, and nothing for Nemesis as they start to pivot towards this Registeel. Both teams really looking to line it up in their sights. Glaceon going to try to go on. Cotton Cloud Crash comes down from Eldegoss. It's going to heal up the team. Unite move from Blastoise, but no, it's Glaceon.
What?
Nemesis is able to secure that objective.
Oh, I thought for sure the Hydro Typhoon had it. You saw the Wicked Blow come out just a little bit early there for the Urshifu, so it had to be the Hydro Typhoon for the secure, but it was just a little tiny Icicle Spear that ends up taking that one for Nemesis. They are definitely happy with that, taking 2 Registeels in this match so far, and now with Regieleki on the top of the map, teams are going to start to move toward that top path.
Garchomp already there, Blastoise already there as well. Icicle Spears are locked on to that Garchomp, gonna force them back to try to get some healing from that Eldegoss. Mean Look attaches to Bora Reach on that Urshifu. Regieleki already starting to get hit by the side of Nemesis. Icicle Spears are on it, Snipe Shot is out, it's a little early, and it's Metallic again with the secure.
Metallic somehow making Glaceon seem like a secure Pokemon. Look at that double KO. They're going to be looking for more locking onto Dispenza here. They will grab them. That is a triple KO for Metallic on this Glaceon, which we have not seen a lot of today, but it is looking like a meta pick right now.
Looking fantastic. And also look at this, Husky. We have kind of an interesting composition. We have Blissey going that Safeguard helping hand, and then, you know, Aznable on that Umbreon taking that more support role with Wish. How are you feeling about that one?
I love that choice, because with Wish, you're not getting as many opportunities to heal as you would with a soft-boiled Blissey, but the Safeguard just tends to be invaluable in so many of these cases. And look at this, Celestial again caught in a mean look, and they're going to have to back up, but Kiss just can't seem to find their engages on this composition of Nemesis.
Nemesis lining up this basement Reggie that is going to spawn within the next 15 seconds. We're pretty close to the final stretch as well. 45 seconds until Rayquaza comes in. Nemesis looking to line up and get some vision on Kiss.
Yeah, we've been talking about this basement path, Reggie, and look at that. Already Urshifu is down. I don't even know if Nemesis is going to want to rip down this quite yet. Actually, look at this. Look at Trevenant going for a big pull.
Yeah, huge plays here from Machisel. Just so tanky with that cursed, cursed bangle, along with the cursed moveset. Already level 13. That's going to be something hard to take down for Kiss.
4 members of Kiss now entering into the pit. That's where they're finna be, in that pit, as Nemesis now lining up around. But here comes Garchomp. They're going in for a Unite move, Kyle.
Oh, this is going to be the fight. We have Blastoise going down. All the Unite moves raining down. Nemesis finds 2 KOs from this Glaceon. Looking for more. Urshifu is going to be down now. 3 members of Kiss down. They're looking to go for this Rayquaza. JL hiding in the tall grass. Professor Oak would tell you to watch out for Pokemon hiding there, because this might be a steal from them. Rayquaza's starting to get chipped down. We have the Glaceon locking some Icicle Spears on there. Here goes the secure. Are we going to get it? No, it's Nemesis. They're able to take the Rayquaza.
Oh, I thought for a second Oblivion had it with the Blastoise. That was so close for Kiss. But even if they were able to pull that secure out, I don't know if they would have had enough Rayquaza shields to make it to the other side of the map. And look at this now. Nemesis reining in some points, 383 to 109. We're going to need a last stand here from Kiss if they want a chance to win this match.
Still plenty of time on the clock. There's still over a minute left. However, I do believe Nemesis has a couple shields. I think Umbreon and Glaceon are still holding on to theirs. So might be looking for a sneaky score there.
Look at your mini-map here. They're sneakily walking toward the 2 little Eevees walking toward that basement goal zone. They're going to grab another 200 points. Now 583 to 109. It's going to be really difficult for Kiss to come back. They have to score everything they have in their pockets. They don't even care about this 100 points going in for Garchomp in the bottom path.
Very huge here for Nemesis. They just have to hold the door. Unite move coming out from Pikachu. However, they're the one that's going back to the Pokemon Center. 3 members down for Kiss. A hope and a prayer is not answered. Nemesis gets 4. They get 5. That's a clean team wipe. And Nemesis, they're going to win game 1 here in your lower quarterfinals.
Look at this, too. The Glaceon and Umbreon have the shields to stand by as well. Never got them broken. Little bit of a grief there from Uruguay scoring before the 50 points can go in, but it doesn't matter. Nemesis is going to take game number 1, and now is going to be Kiss's last chance to come back here, Kyle.
This is an elimination match. If Kiss loses this next game, they will be going home, and Nemesis will be moving on to your lower bracket semifinals. Where they are going to be waiting for, or where Sanguine is waiting for them. 797-209 is going to be your final here in game 1. Nemesis on top.
Yeah, that was a really, really good match. There were a lot of points where Kiss Kiss definitely seemed to be performing very well, but we talked earlier in the match about this Mage Pikachu, and though it was pretty solid, you have Metallic with the triple 100 right there, 100k damage on them, 69k damage for Relics, very nice for sure. But those two Pokemon outranging the Mage Pikachu, I don't know if Volt Tackle necessarily would have been a better option in that situation, but I'm not sure it worked out the way Kiss Kiss wanted.
Pretty much controlled the match from start to finish. I mean, you look at the number of objectives that Nemesis was able to capture. The only one they lost was that first Regieleki. Everything after, all Nemesis. And they put on the final stand. They got a couple crucial KOs there in the Rayquaza pit. And Kiss Kiss just unable to respond in time.
Yeah, I mean, Kiss Kiss was definitely fighting on the back foot for most of the match, but it doesn't mean that a team can't win if they're fighting from a little bit further behind. They definitely had a chance there in the end. I mean, we almost saw the Blastoise come in with a huge Ray secure. Anything can happen in these games, but Nemesis just making sure that they show that they deserve to be on top throughout that entire match. It was just a fantastic match for them, and they're going to be looking to keep this momentum.
Try to keep the momentum. Let's take a look at some of the replays from this match. This is a big moment for Nemesis where they found a ton of KOs in the central area. You look at the experience that they gained from that push.
And this is the part there where Kiss Kiss got that Regieleki, but that was the only objective they were able to secure. And they did grab some KOs, very valuable. But again, Nemesis just coming out on top with these constant engages. The Inteleon just dealing a ton of damage. We saw that huge Bliss assistance there. That was absolutely massive.
They just knew when to take advantage of their level lead, and they pushed it. They knew when Kiss Kiss did not have their Unite moves available, and they played this match so perfectly from front to back. I mean, you saw a couple moments where Kiss Kiss thought they might be able to get some KOs, but just Garchomp wasn't able to get into that back line and get through the Trevenant and get through the Umbreon either.
Yeah, and seeing some of these Glaceon secures again, it just made me wonder how that's even possible. And again, we see Nemesis kind of pulling the trigger just a little bit early here. They tell you to save your Unite moves for Rayquaza, but sometimes you gotta pull them a little bit early if you want to win. And look at this, that's where I really, really thought the Blastoise attack might have gotten it, but just in time there for the Nemesis secure again. Somehow, Glaceon with the Icicle Spears making it seem like it's a better secure than Wicked Blow.
I mean, Wicked Blow is definitely good. We have to throw Blissey basic attack up there. Blissey
basic attack, yeah. Eldegoss basic attack, best secure in the game. Obviously, we know this, but we're not keeping the god tier Pokemon in our considerations right now. Let's be a little more realistic, Kyle.
Gonna try to be. One thing is for sure, Kiss Kiss is gonna be on their back heels. They're one game away from being eliminated today in your January Cup Finals. What do they need to do to make sure that they force a Game 3 here?
I mean, I think that they need to make sure that they're the one in control of making the decisions. Whatever team is making the decisions for when fights are happening, when engagements are happening, when Unite moves are being pulled, that is the team that we've noticed over these past couple weeks, past couple tournaments, that these are the teams that end up winning the matches. You saw previously how Nemesis pulled the trigger on a few Unite moves just a little bit before Ray. They were able to get a couple KOs right before that spawn, and then they had a huge advantage in that final fight. So it's going to have to be up to Kiss Kiss to decide what is actually happening in the match and keep Nemesis as the team that's on the back foot.
You saw Umbreon and Blissey do so much work in that last match. I love the combination of having that helping hand with that Glaceon as well. Yeah. Saw how much shred potential that they had on every objective, which I think they really took advantage of to kind of force the hand of Kiss Kiss to try to respond. And they just didn't respond fast enough, it seems. So yeah, I wonder if you're Kiss Kiss, if you think about maybe banning one of those two.
I don't know if you go as far as banning, but I can definitely see that happening. You can get a little bit more creative with your bans in some of these higher ranked matches because you could try out some more things. Usually these players in the higher levels will have a wider pool of Pokemon that they have the options to play. So even if you go banning out something with a lot of range or rip potential, like the Glaceon, the Blissey, or the Inteleon even, then there's still options for Nemesis to have. So I don't know if that is the exact plan. I guess the one that I could see being banned here is the Blissey.
Yeah.
We've seen it banned quite a few times, and it's just a really powerful support. Even if you don't go the Safeguard Helping Hand build, you can still go with the soft-boiled Egg Bomb build for some heals.
There's so many options. I'll be interested to see how they respond here. And look at this, Husky.
Look at
This
that.
is going to be, once again, a target ban against Asnable with this Slowbro. We talked about it in pregame one. We saw Asnable really target these Hoopa picks.
And we're seeing the Umbreon banned out on that side, so instead of the Pokemon that we discussed potentially being banned, we're actually seeing them take down the Umbreon. I mean, it looked really, really solid on Asnable, even if they don't get to play the Slowbro, so now you're banning out 2 picks that Asnable can take, but look at this, Nemesis choosing to ban out that Blissey for themselves, because I feel like they feel Kiss Kiss would be likely to take that first.
Look at this. They let the Hoopa through, and JL immediately jumps on that Hoopa pick. When you think about Hoopa in the North America scene, you think of a couple people, and JL is absolutely on that list. Nemesis, though, they're going to combat that with grabbing that Inteleon once again, and then Machizel taking the Garchomp here.
I am not surprised to see this Garchomp come back out, but on the opposite side this time. I mean, the Glaceon pick previously kind of acted as a counter in a way to Garchomp because you can do just as much damage to objectives, so it really offered that option for Nemesis. Now that they have the Garchomp, I don't know if they will go with this double mage style of play that we saw before, but they are going to be locking in this Snorlax pick as their main defender, and Eldegoss is coming over to their side.
Eldegoss, a fantastic support, received a couple of buffs in a recent patch. It essentially now, instead of reaching its plus moves at level 13, it now reaches those at 12. So that's kind of a pretty big deal for those late game fights. Asnable, like you said, on that Snorlax, we've seen players like Zugrug take that, and I'm excited to see what Asnable brings to the table with that pick.
On the opposite side, Kiss Kiss locks in that Mimikyu and the Espeon, so 2 picks that they did not have previously, and Metallic rounding it out with the Ceruledge pick. So I was right to say that they're not going to go with the Glaceon again, but notice, both sides, double all-rounder. How do you feel about that, Kyle?
Double all-rounder just seems so strong right now. There's a lot of brawliness in a lot of the competitive scene right now. You're seeing a lot of teams play less, ranged attackers. However, both of these teams kind of picking 2 different branches of the same tree in that attacker. You have Dispenza taking that Espeon, running the XP share on it, by the way. And then, you have Relics on the Inteleon again.
Yeah, I was just going to say, make sure we call out that EXP share Espeon. That's a Kyle and Husky special running EXP shares on the attackers, but that gives the opportunity for Blastoise to likely head into the top path. I could also see them heading into the bottom path, play that bottom path attacker role, but regardless, the Blastoise is going to be getting the EXP share, likely going to aim for reaching higher levels quicker if they can, and yeah, going to be an interesting game.
Blastoise has been very strong. Like we said earlier, it received some bumps within its kit, specifically the Unite move cooldown a little bit faster. So, seen times where, a good Blastoise player, if you're able to get evolved relatively quick and hit that level 9, might be able to utilize your Unite move 2-3 times before Rayquaza.
Yeah.
And, we all know how impactful that Unite move is once Rayquaza hits the sky.
Yeah, here we go. Game number 2, Nemesis is up 1-0. This is Kiss Kiss's last stand here. Heading into this bottom path, we are having the Mimikyu in that bottom path attacker role with Dispenza on that supporter Espeon.
I actually love this pick. We've seen a lot of teams kind of pivot towards this a lot yesterday, so seeing it today in the top 8 is really exciting. Relics getting off to a great start, taking a lot of that contested experience.
I wonder if we will see Funny Room on Mimikyu again, because we did see Oblivion playing the Trick Room build earlier, and they swapped over to the Mimikyu, taking it away from Bora. So I wonder if we are going to see the Trick Room build again. It's definitely a fun one, and this player just seems to be very proficient on this build.
Relics once again taking that contested experience away from the side of Kiss Kiss, utilizing that water gun. You know, the critical hit ability of that is really great on that early game experience.
And look at this, Mimikyu heading up into the top path, making this a 4-man push to the top path. They're going to run into Metallic, running into them directly here, taking a ton of damage, Kyle.
Might have run into a brick wall. Metallic, though, they're going to get the revenge KO as that War Turtle is going to enable Kiss Kiss to maybe push a little bit forward. However, they see that this Gabite along with the Eldegoss are holding that goal zone strong.
They definitely did not expect to see Ceruledge there, so great positioning from that Ceruledge in that top path to take down the Mimikyu, but I just don't think there was enough follow-up there from Nemesis to make sure the Ceruledge made it out. So trading a KO for a KO in that top path, I don't think either team can be super upset about how that went, but look at this, Machisel already level 5 trying to chase down Celestial.
Oh, Celestial might get a KO here, but great presence from this Eldegoss to ensure that he was completely healed up, those pollen puffs along with the synthesis, so great job there. But look at this bottom path though, Kiss Kiss getting a double KO with that Mimikyu.
Yeah, unfortunately off screen, so we didn't get to see it, but I definitely believe that the Mimikyu is probably cooking right now. 3 KO, not even level 7 yet. They will tick into it here, and this is where we get to see if it's Funny Room. It is indeed Funny Room, Kyle.
Panic on the dance floor. Got the disco room set up here for the late game. We'll see how this Mimikyu acts once we kind of get towards these objectives, see if they're able to push in against Nemesis. So far, they've been absolutely able to do so.
Just taking into level 7 is Machisel. They have the ability to push this Altaria family away. They will try to, but the Unstoppable from the Surf on Celestial make sure that doesn't quite happen the way Nemesis wanted, Kyle.
Oh yeah, 4 people up here for Nemesis. They're going to be back on their heels. Blastoise able to take out the Drizzile. We have some basic attacks coming in from the Eldegoss, keeping the team healthy with those pollen puffs. And it's kind of fallen to a little bit of a stalemate here. Nemesis holding their own.
This is kind of exactly what we were saying when we were talking about it, that Kiss Kiss needs to figure out how to stay ahead to put Nemesis on the back foot, and that's kind of exactly what they're doing. Look at that. Going to be able to secure both objectives unless Snorlax can make a miracle play. No, they cannot. The Heavy Slam just a little bit too late and not enough range. Both objectives early going over to Kiss Kiss. This is a great start for them.
Fantastic start. Gonna get those Regieleki in. That's gonna enable a few points to go in. 133 to 19 right now. Nemesis almost getting shut out in this match so far, and Kiss Kiss, they're not done. They're gonna continue pushing this basement path.
Ooh, almost getting 30 points in there for Kiss Kiss, but Asnable holding it down there on that tier 1 pad. Here comes Funny Room, put down on the floor, and with only level 7 on Relics, I'm not sure what they're going to be able to do with these snipe shots. Just not enough. Look at Celestial taking into level 9. They're far into the backline. They're just going to have to back out here, Kyle.
Ooh, Urshifu picking up a KO on the Garchomp now. And yeah, look at these levels, Husky. You got a level 10 Urshifu, level 10 on that Mimikyu, and Celestial level 9 on that carry-style Blastoise already.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those matches where you realize as a team that you are now playing for Rayquaza. At this point, 209 to 19, and so far behind in levels. Too many KOs that you're giving up to Kiss Kiss. Nemesis has to rethink their strategy. Just try to play for Rayquaza. Try to play for farming up your experience, looking for wild Pokemon, and if you can get a good pick, like maybe you grab Oblivion right here, then that would be kind of the way you have to play.
Wicked Blow is going to try to take down the Snorlax, unable to do so. It's a tall task with the health pool that Pokemon has. We have both sets of objectives starting to hit the map here, 20 seconds on essentially both sides, and we have both teams kind of lining up this basement objective where, you know, Hoopa is kind of staying and watching that top path.
I don't know if you go for this here. If you're Nemesis, you don't see the Hoopa. You know that an Unbound can come through at any time, and there it is. Everybody gonna head up for Kiss Kiss. They know all 5 members of Nemesis are in this bottom path. They're just gonna be giving up so many points in that top path. What a fantastic macro play there from Kiss Kiss. They give up the objective, but they get in a ton more points.
There's a big KO, and Telly unable to take out her Shifu. We have the Hydro Typhoon coming out from Blastoise. A-Press is coming in from Relics from their Unite move. Huge surf there from Celestial. Pushes Nemesis away from this goal zone. Hoopa goes down in the fray. Garchomp pops their Unite move. They're trying to make a push here, but it's just not happening. Kiss with a fantastic defensive stand so far.
Yeah, this could have been Nemesis's moment. They had an opportunity here. Touch the Revenant right, immediately KOing two. Just dusted before they could do anything about it. Looking for that Urshifu now. They will get them. Metallic said that I liked that Mimikyu triple KO earlier. I want to try that for myself. They grabbed 3.
Huge plays here from Nemesis on the back of Metallic on that Cerulege Revenant Ren. Now ticking into level 12, and they now have the level lead in this game along with that Garchomp. So there were your their crucial KOs there for Nemesis.
How broken is catch-up experience? Am I right, Kyle? Able to come back with more level lead, but look at this. Espeon picking up a huge KO. Now Garchomp caught out here. They're going to have to use their Unite move. They grab the Espeon looking for the Mimikyu. They just barely make it back into the portal. This game is just absolutely intense right now.
Man, Oblivion utilizing the dance moves on that dance floor of Trick Room just to escape some trouble. Fantastic plays there. Kiss looking to take down this Regieleki. Garchomp now in the fray. We have Machisel up here in the top. Great surf to zone them out. Celestial able to secure that Regieleki. That's going to push towards Nemesis's T2.
I don't think Nemesis really minds ending up losing that objective here because they get some more big, high-value KOs. That being said, here comes Funny Room back the other way with a KO. Cerulege now going down, and Mimikyu has matched the levels of the highest levels on the team in the side of Nemesis. Oh, just as I say that, of course, the caster curse is upon me. Garchomp hits level 14.
Here we go. Reg Ice in the basement past Celestial, grabbing some vision for the rest of Kiss. That's going to enable this Espeon along with Urshifu. Borareach should be able to take this no problem, but over off the screen, a double KO for Mimikyu. Oblivion starting to take it to him.
Yeah, with 19 seconds left on the clock, though, Nemesis will be back in time to mount a defense against this potential Rayquaza fight. But look at Kiss's positioning. You have the Mimikyu up here looking for vision. They know they can get out if they need to. Look at this, though. Blastoise getting caught a little bit by a block, but right now, both teams looking to circle this Rayquaza. Mimikyu goes down early, Kyle.
It's all panic. No disco for Oblivion on that Mimikyu. That's going to enable Nemesis to maybe start this Rayquaza fight. Blastoise is going to enter the fray. Unite moves coming out from both sides. Rayquaza getting super low. We're going to get it, but no, it's Urshifu. Kiss. They survived the onslaught.
No way, but they're going down here, Kyle. They don't have a ton of shields. Just Espeon, 46 points in Espeon's pocket, 50 points in Celestial's pocket. They're going to have to go for it here. Inteleon is the only one able to defend. They miss a snipe shot on the Hoopa. Celestial will get their 100 points in, and then they go down, Kyle. It already looks like this might be going to a game 3, but Nemesis is pushing forward in this top path.
I don't know if they're going to have enough time on the clock or money in their pockets. Kiss starting to come back to the Theoskai Ruins, and they're going to, full send in this top path. Machisel going back to the Pokemon Center, and looks like Kiss is going to be the winner of Game 3 unless something, maybe a miracle happens. They're going to need over 400 points to get back in this, and they just don't have the money in their pockets right now.
The undefeated 3-game on broadcast streak right now today. If that is what's happening, which I can only assume it is. 669, very nice, to 232. Kiss is looking to take this one home, and that was off the back of a decision by Nemesis to go for the Rayquaza flip after Mimikyu was taken down, but I think they forgot you've got an Urshifu on the opposite side.
You gotta deal with the Urshifu. That's exactly why Nemesis is gonna have one final stand, one final push. Does Kiss have it in them to survive the onslaught of damage coming in? They do. 3 members go down, make it 4. Garchomp's the last one standing, and they're gonna be heading to the Pokemon Center very soon as Espeon picks up a double KO. Machisel going down, and that should be it for game number 2. Husky, we have another on-stream game 3 situation.
head into a game 3, and I was kind of hoping we would, because that means we get to cast more games just like Zoinks and Chef were able to.
Yeah, true.
So that's exciting for us personally, but what's not exciting for Nemesis for sure, they're going to have to play another match here, and now both of the teams are going to be playing on their back foot. 669 to 232, your final score.
Huge plays there from Kiss Kiss. They had their backs against the wall and they answered the questions if they could hold their own, and they absolutely did. Huge plays there from Machisel to pick off Oblivion in that really early Ray fight, but Bora Reach coming in clutch with that huge Rayquaza secure. That's why you play Wicked Blow, friends. I mean, that's such an amazing tool. If Urshifu does nothing else in that game, you're scratching your head, because that is the play to make, and they certainly made it.
Yeah, and we saw a ton of damage numbers on the Mimikyu as well. How broken is Trick Room? I feel like maybe teams are now just starting to realize that Trick Room can provide some value. Also tanking the most damage as well. I know that Celestial's technically the defender Pokemon on the side, but it looks like the Mimikyu might have chosen that role for themselves.
The amount of jukes that had. We saw it earlier when Zoinks and Chef were on screen, and we saw it here today, too. There are a couple times just utilizing those infinite dashes within the Trick Room. Fantastic plays here from Oblivion. Fantastic plays by Celestial. I mean, Kiss Kiss really looked fantastic start to finish this one.
Yeah, they're one of those teams that it doesn't matter if they lose one. They can really calm their mental, make sure that they're prepared to go into the next game, because a lot of times this game of Pokemon Unite can be a little bit mentally taxing, especially if you're in your final chance before heading home for the tournament. And look at this play that we saw, just
that was fantastic.
Bringing everybody up with the Hoopa Unbound, scoring a ton of points in the top path, and then still making it back down for this huge defense.
Yeah, they did make it down for the defense, but this is that Unite move that might have turned the tables for Nemesis. They found those 2 KOs. They found that third one, and wow, that was almost a turning point. If Kiss Kiss loses this game, you really start to think about, was that the right play to go for that T2 pad? Because they did give up a couple of those KOs while they had an odd man advantage.
Yeah, and here we go again. We have this big everyone in the pit, but it is the Wicked Blow coming out on top for Kiss Kiss, and it was a great pick off of that Mimikyu that Nemesis was able to perform there up in that top L bush, but unfortunately you've still got to worry about that Urshifu, and they did not have an answer to it.
It looked like Inteleon had the snipe shot lined up, but I think, Urshifu just timed it better. It's just unfortunate. It's, the nature of it. We've seen a lot of teams today, kind of have those early catches at the beginning of Ray, and we've seen a lot of flips in the face of a lot of secure, and sometimes you just have to be a little bit better, a little bit faster than your opponent, and this time it was Kiss Kiss that was able to pull the trigger faster.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what a flip is, when you just start trusting that somebody on your team is going to get the secure in the end, and then you hope that that secure means that you win the match. And in this case, in the coin flip of the Rayquaza, it ends up not being the snipe shot, but the Wicked Blow to take it home. And surprisingly not an Eldegoss basic attack. You would expect that, but I think that they were probably just letting the team have an opportunity to get that secure. They just want to let the other players shine a little bit. I mean, Eldegoss just basic attack too broken, the Hoopa basic attack as well. They were just waiting to see, if the Wicked Blow could actually do it, and it could. But I wonder what the draft strategy is going to be for both of these teams. They've had 2 really intense, really exciting matches where the drafts look fantastic for both sides. I don't know how much you change up here.
Yeah, I think Nemesis banning the Comfey along with the Blissey really made me think, maybe they're trying to keep Celestial away from that Zoroark. It's not something that I would want to play against. I played against him playing that Pokemon a ton of times, and it's never fun. But, I mean, JL on the Hoopa, also a fantastic ban. It's just not a bad answer, especially when you have an opponent like Kiss Kiss that have so many players that have such a wide pool of Pokemon.
You look at Nemesis immediately banning out the Mimikyu. They don't want to give it back.
Nope.
Funny Room is too funny for them. They can't handle the joke. But Umbreon getting the ban on Kiss Kiss.
Umbreon ban, I think it was banned last time too, so very smart play there. Nemesis played it really well. So they're banning that core that we saw in game number 1. We saw that Blissey Umbreon for Nemesis, and it was really impressive, and Kiss Kiss just did not have an answer, so they're just going to take that away. The Hoopa ban, once again, targeted against JL, and this time, the Slowbro gets through.
Yeah, they let the Slowbro in, so Kiss Kiss definitely a little bit more confident in their ability to handle that slow beam from Asdabul, which is going to be really difficult to deal with. It's hard to pick into something like a Slowbro, so first picking something like that is definitely a great strategy, but it doesn't look like Kiss Kiss knows what to choose. They are going to go with the Blastoise, locking in the Eldegoss as well, so they go with that core. We could see potentially that top path Blastoise again, but look at this, the other side, Inteleon making it back.
3 straight games of Inteleon from Relics. Can't blame him. I mean, it's looked fantastic at times. Last game, not as much as it did in game number 1, but Metallic, I mean, they're taking that Urshifu away from Kiss Kiss. It looked fantastic. It had that fantastic secure that we've been talking about. So Metallic looking to really drop in on that Rayquaza at the end of the game.
Look at this, Ho-Oh is coming back out for Kiss Kiss. We saw it a little bit earlier, and it was one of those picks that was a little bit of a head scratcher for me. Ho-Oh's fine, but I feel like teams just kind of know what to do. They know what the Ho-Oh is about to do, and you can really set up a situation where you force that revival out in a non-optimal position. So that's going to be a little bit of a difficult one to play against here, but we will have to see.
Comfey from Nemesis. Look for this Comfey to really stick onto this Garchomp and try to make this Pokemon take all of the objectives, get into the back line. But oh my gosh, Husky, we're getting the T-Tar from Kiss Kiss once again.
Ah, wow. I actually like this pick.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised that I do. I think there's a lot of shielding on the side of Nemesis, especially with that Comfey. When it attaches, it gives a little bit of a shield. And Tyranitar basically, actually not even basically, just wholeheartedly just ignores the shields of the enemy Pokemon. So that could be a really, really valuable asset for Kiss Kiss, especially since the Urshifu that they've been so comfortable with was taken away. Now, the only thing here is that they definitely are missing opportunities for secure. You could have a Psyshock, Espeon, Hydro Typhoon, obviously Eldegoss basic attack, but Wicked Blow and Snipe Shot are both on the opposite side.
I think the other reason why Kiss Kiss wants to play that T-Tar is potentially a lack of invaders. Typically T-Tar wants to get online relatively earlier. And if you don't have one of your invaders that try to take away the enemy's central area Pokemon, maybe a Sableye or even like something like a Hoopa that we've seen a lot of teams utilize. The Tyranitar, they might get their first evolution for free in that central area.
Yeah, I mean, Comfey is not invading. You can definitely count on that. Well, I've seen it happen, but please don't do that. I doubt that Comfey will be invading. So it's a good opportunity for Tyranitar to get their level 5 early. I would have probably guessed that a Blaziken would be coming out, but I am pleasantly surprised to see this little Larvitar heading in.
Larvitar bot path. Yeah, we're seeing the Eevee in the central area, the Espeon. So maybe Border Reach wants to get some of their stacks of that attack weight in early, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to get at least one there, but Nemesis is wise, and they head back to ensure they can deprive some of this experience from this Larvitar.
Ooh, in a little bit of trouble here. They're getting pretty low. Focus Band actually breaks there. That's a really valuable asset that you'd want your Tyranitar to have, especially for some of these first engagements. But with that down, that's a little bit rough for them. But Larvitar has a notoriously difficult early game. So even getting a little bit of a stack, I feel like is a good thing for Kiss Kiss.
Oblivion doing a great job just staying in front of this Larvitar, ensuring that they are able to soak up a lot of the damage that Nemesis is putting out. We're going to see a little bit of pressure up in that top path. It's going to be 3-on-3 up there, 2v2 down in this basement path.
Yeah, so surprisingly, we're not seeing that 4-man push on either side. Look at that, Wicked Blow coming out, taking a ton of that experience, and now Comfey gives a quick little heal to Metallic, and they are headed back to the central area.
Oh, look at that. Comfey is going to attach to that Gibble, going to try to hold the door, unable to. Kiss Kiss now on the offensive, looking to take down the Comfey, able to do so. Eldegoss gets that double KO, and now points are inevitable. So Kiss Kiss getting a little bit of an early game advantage.
What a fantastic play from Celestial. You see them utilize that Skull Bash to get into the backside and then the Hydro Pump to push that Gibble forward. So the Gibble not able to Gibble cheese it the way they would have liked in this early game. Already level 6 for Celestial, and Machizel not quite that same level yet.
And Nemesis not fooled by the early game pressure that Gibble can provide. But Metallic able to clear a lot of this Altaria family for themselves, so a lot of that experience going over to the side of Nemesis. JL was there, but unable to really contest that against a Wicked Blow.
Yeah, not caught in the slow smoke from that Comfey either. So they were looking to get a KO potentially on JL, but just outside the range of slow smoke, so they were not slowed enough. But look at this, Dispenza able to take that farm away, making sure that they're not able to get the experience of that wild Pokemon on the opposite side, especially now that you have a level 8 on your Inteleon.
This is a flamethrower Ho-Oh as well, as 720 birds are about to hit the map. Relics lining up the snipe shot, able to get a lot of that, but Dispenza cleaned up the Altaria and I think one of the little Swablu's.
Yeah, that was definitely a positive there for Kiss Kiss again. You kind of see Nemesis on the front foot in this bottom path, but Kiss Kiss has definitely been rocking it in the top path, having a little bit more success up there. But look at this now, 3 members of Nemesis heading down into this Reggie Rock, looking to take this and put it into their handbag.
Trying to get there. Metallic is lining up that Wicked Blow, able to do so, but it's Inteleon that secures it. So great job here from Relics to ensure that someone has the secure online. Inteleon takes down the Eldegoss, hits a snipe shot on the Ho-Oh, and Ho-Oh's on the back foot. They're going to have to retreat to their backside. We're going to have Inteleon pop their Unite move, going to put a little bit of pressure on there. Is that A button, takes them down with the basic attack. And they're going to move forward, try to take down this T1 pad.
All right, we haven't talked about it yet.
Ooh.
I need to know how you feel about this Scald Bro as we see Inteleon get taken down by a huge Psyshock. Azabel also getting taken down here. Double KO for this Espeon. But yeah, Scald Bro.
I don't know. What I'm seeing here is this Inteleon. I don't know about trying to score. I think if they just try to target that Espeon in that moment, they might be able to take them down and maybe survive and be able to push that T1 pad. And now Kiss Kiss, they're getting their points on in. They break the T1 pad.
Even in this situation where I'm seeing the Scald come out and I just don't know if it's enough for Nemesis, I feel like Surf still would have been a better decision, especially when you know that you're going to be needing to defend these pads. Look at this Inteleon getting a little bit caught here. Oblivion has the fly. They don't really care about the walls of Thea Sky Ruins, but Inteleon doesn't really care that they don't care. They will snipe them out back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, huge hit there. Able to take out the Ho-Oh as Espeon's trying to run, but you can't hide. It's Inteleon once again with a huge snipe shot. Relics is hitting them all match long. They're going to continue staying this backline. Ho-Oh, Oblivion looking to try to hunt them down, but unable to advance further. Another snipe shot as Nemesis is trying to, again, push this T1 pad, but a great defensive stand from Kiss Kiss. They just haven't been able to get anything done.
I don't know if you want to fight a Tyranitar on your own pad, but look at that! Here comes an Epic Fist looking to take out that Tyranitar. Doesn't even use the Unite move, but here comes the revival. Tyranitar has returned, and with a vengeance as well. Eldegoss with another double KO.
Might have been a little bit of a bait and switch there. He had the Ho-Oh Unite right and locked and ready to go. But here comes Machizel. Garchomp utilizes their Unite move, but it's no match for the Tyranitar, the other pseudo-legendary Pokemon. And this is looking fantastic right now for Kiss Kiss. They have a point lead, and, I mean, levels are looking relatively even.
Now that I'm thinking about it, and at first I saw the Tyranitar and I was a little bit of a hater, and then I was like, well, I kind of like it. When I'm thinking about anything else in that situation, the Garchomp solos it. But since the Tyranitar immediately counter Unite move, the shield that the Livid Outrage, Garchomp's Unite move, gives it did not matter at all. So it was a really good play, just making sure you're holding the Tyranitar Unite move to be able to use it against something like a Garchomp Unite move, or even an Ebon Fist Unite move from the Urshifu. But that being said, Nemesis will grab this Regieleki with a big overcap in the top half.
It's gonna not necessarily even up the score, but it's going to claw them back within striking distance. Only, about 14 points is separating these two. Tyranitar is going to try to jump on in, but Slowbro is going to utilize their slow beam, and that's going to send the T-Tar back to the Pokemon Center. Ebon Fist is out from her Shifu. Now Blastoise is gone. Ho-Oh is left here trying to defend. Dispenza is going to pop their Unite move, try to hold the door on this T1 pad. Nemesis is going to continue to try to push on forward. Oblivion trying to go in on this Urshifu, but they're going to be able to get away, at least for the time being. Relic's getting some points on in, though.
Comfey just being an absolute hero right now. This Garchomp living on a sliver. Look at them getting the KO. They pick it up with a magical leaf and a chisel. Looks like they weren't even scathed in that fight, even though we saw them almost going down there. The 1 HP play. And I mean, if you want to counter a Tyranitar, you can't get in on it. You have to get out of it. And that's what we saw with the snipe shot there from Inteleon, just ripping them apart.
Inteleon level leader in this match right now, level 13, higher than anything else in the match except for Urshifu that just ticked into it, and also the Garchomp just ticking to it with that bit of experience that they grabbed on those back Indeedis, and now we have a basement Reggie spawning once again.
Garchomp looks very pretty in the Comfey collar, don't you think? Wearing it very nicely with its little dress that it's got on as well, but with this, we've got the spawning basement Reggie here, but Kiss Kiss has decided not to take that bait, at least for now. They're instead going to opt for better positioning in the Rayquaza pit, but a Registeel could be really valuable. This might be the fight, Kyle.
Oh, Slow Beam is going to go onto the Blastoise. This is going to be the fight here for Rayquaza for your Game 3. Livid Outrage is out from this Garchomp. They're looking to take down. Blastoise goes down. Ho-Oh is trying to be on their back foot. There goes the Revival. They're going to try to come back in with those Pokemon Revives. KO streak of 2 for this Urshifu. Ho-Oh is going to pop their fly. Going to try to utilize their flamethrower to try to damage Nemesis, but Nemesis is going to peel towards this Rayquaza.
The Tyranitar spawned back in from the Revival from Ho-Oh, and it could not move. It didn't even get to press a single button. Here comes the last stander, but it's the Slowbro. Never mind. Scald is the GOAT. It's the Scald secure. Comfey picking up another KO on that Ho-Oh, and Nemesis takes your Rayquaza.
They're going to be going to your lower bracket semifinals pending any sort of push here from Kiss Kiss. Huge plays here, and from my non-answer about Scald from earlier, I like Scald, and I'm just saying that now. But I thought it earlier.
Bro did not want to give an opinion just in case that happened, what we exactly saw right there. There is a chance here for Kiss Kiss, though, to come back. Getting Garchomp is going to be big for them. They will grab that KO, but 638 to 175, that's a little rough for Kiss Kiss to come back. But as a good team does, they are going to try.
Gotta try. Urshifu is going to hold on to this T1 pad along with this Comfey. They do have their Unite move at their disposal. All 5 members of Kiss Kiss looking to push here. One final stand. Here comes Slowbro with a good engage. But the Blastoise is going to pop their Hydro Typhoon. Some Unite moves coming on out. Slowbro is going to go ahead and utilize that Slow Beam onto the Tyranitar. However, Tyranitar going down at the hands of the Comfey. And now it's Nemesis. It's all Nemesis. And they are moving on. 638, 175 here in Game 3.
Wow, Nemesis just wanted to keep us on our toes, it looks like. They did not look like they had any intention of losing that match at a single point, especially not in that Rayquaza fight, and just watching the Tyranitar get ripped apart twice without even being able to use its Unite move. I mean, the Tyranitar, there was some points for it for sure. There's definitely an argument to use it, but Nemesis just played so well around that Pokemon. 638 to 175, your final in the lower quarterfinals. Nemesis is going to be moving on to face Sanguine in your lower semis.
Sanguine waiting with open arms, ready for this next match, but it's going to be a tough one. Nemesis looked fantastic. Look at Relic.
Oh my God.
128k damage. Not only that, Husky, but only taking 33k. That's the sign of a player that knows exactly how to play their Pokemon to perfection. Staying in the back line, ensuring that they're hitting their snipe shots, moving in and out away from danger. And Nemesis, fantastic win here.
Wow. What a set there. And I mean, I think it's also important to point out that Comfey did just 4,000 damage less than the Eldegoss on the opposite side. And I think that's pretty impressive for a Comfey, honestly. They were kind of taking it to him, gotten a couple big high value KOs for themselves as well.
When are we going to see attack damage Comfey in
Where is
competitive?
it?
Please don't.
Where is it? Please.
I don't want to give anybody any ideas. Don't play attack damage Comfey. It was a joke. I promise. It's not good.
Tried to get me to play it before. I absolutely refused. Do you remember that? They tried to get me to play attack damage Comfey. I was like, no, I'm not doing that. But here we go with some of these replays. Nemesis just was already looking really solid in the bottom path. Where they struggled early was that top path, but they really brought it back here, especially in some of these big moments there. Ho-Oh able to use the Unite move, but it didn't do much.
Aznable is showing exactly why Kiss Kiss wanted to ban that Slowbro every time. Just knew exactly who to engage with their Unite move, because Slow Beam is, no matter how many times it gets nerfed, it is still a useful tool. And I mean, you see it time and time again. They're just picking the right target, shutting them down before these team fights happen.
I am looking at this replay again, and we saw Bora here going down without using the Unite move.
Yeah.
I guess they knew that they didn't need to use it because the Ho will be bringing them back, but they just got immediately obliterated in that moment by one single Wicked Blow. So who would win? A huge dragon-looking ground dark thing, or one Wicked Blow? And I think
or
we got our answer.
one
little bear.
one little bear. Fantastic plays here. Nemesis looking good. They're advancing on, and what an incredible set. What an incredible day of Pokemon Unite we've had so far. January Cup Finals. All matches on stream have gone to Game 3, so you can only imagine what's to come next, and we're not even through half of it. Or maybe we're all through around half of it, but they're looking fantastic.
We've done some things. It is what it is.
Fantastic. Well, fantastic job for all of these teams so far. We are going to take a quick little break here, so don't go anywhere, trainers. We will be back with more January Cup action after this. Welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers. We are back. North America January Cup Finals. Winners Finals are on deck, and we're going to have a absolute treat for everybody here. Orange Juicers and Luminosity Gaming, a matchup that we've seen time and time again here in North America, and it's always an incredible set. For those just tuning in, I am Steel Agent Kyle, along with my wonderful co-caster, Husky Star. Husky, we just saw a couple amazing sets, really close sets. How are we feeling about this next one between OJ and Luminosity?
I'm hype. I can only hope for another game number 3. Just make it a 4-piece for the broadcast today. Everything goes to a game number 3. But let's take a look at our bracket right now. We've got Luminosity not having dropped anything since the yesterday tournament in the winners finals against Orange Juicers. And next we'll be able to see Nemesis versus Sanguine in that lower side bracket. So down to just 4 teams, Kyle.
Version 1 was a team that was on the unfortunate end where Luminosity was able to qualify for today, and Luminosity's look fantastic start to finish. They have not won a cup in the North America scene this season. Obviously, they did win LAIC over in Brazil, but they haven't really been able to make their way to crowning themselves as a champion of North America. It was Orange Juicers, and then it was Nemesis, who is still looming in the lower bracket today. So do you think this is Luminosity's time to shine?
Well, we're about to find out here. Luminosity versus Orange Juicers, and a lot of people may expect that this would be the grand finals matchup, and it still could be, but we're going to be able to get to see it just a little bit early in our winners finals. Look at this, Garchomp and Mimikyu on the chopping block.
Garchomp might be a little bit of a counter pick against OG. Typhlosion is the in-game name, along with this ban of Sableye. Roland, a notable, fantastic Sableye player, always pestering the enemy central area, making sure that they're providing plenty of stuns. So Luminosity really does not want to deal with that this game.
I wonder what we will see first for Luminosity. They will go ahead and lock in that Umbreon. That gives a lot of options for Orange Juicers on the other side, hovering a few Pokemon that I doubt they'll actually pick this early in the draft, but it looks like they're discussing. I could see them go with a support here. Blissey, there's a Snorlax option to grab it for Zugrug. Blastoise, of course, is still on the menu for them, and that might be what they're going with. Nope, they grabbed the Blissey and the Blastoise.
I love the Blissey Blastoise resurgence. It was something that was really popular many seasons ago, and Blissey's never been never been bad, and Blastoise has kind of gone in and out of relevance in the competitive scene, and it's back. We're seeing teams pick that thing at a very high rate. But look at this, Luminosity Overlord grabbing the Absol. You think that's maybe the best speedster right now?
Speedsters are so back, I feel like teams need to be using them more, but yeah, we've seen Absol do very well in a lot of these matches, especially when we were watching yesterday too. And both builds, the Pursuit and the Night Slash, have seen some play, so that's gonna be interesting to see what Overlord goes with. We also have this EXP share on the Alolan Ninetales, something Otter loves to do with his attacker Pokemon, throw that EXP share on top of them, so we could be seeing the support Alolan Ninetales as well.
Yeah, something we saw and we talked about in the pre-show, something that they played yesterday during the qualifiers. It looked really impressive. We're seeing LG really pivot to utilizing these XP share attackers, and Trainer on the Leafeon is terrifying if you're looking on the Orange Juicer side, but it is a double speedster.
Guys, I'm seeing the hovering over the Meowscarada, and I'm having a panic attack every time I see it flash on my screen. But double speedster locked in for Luminosity, and unfortunately, it did work for them yesterday. So they're going to continue with that strategy, but I like this counter pick from Kratos going with a Talonflame. I feel like Talonflame's a speedster that does play well into other speedsters because it can avoid damage using its Fly or Brave Bird, and it just kind of has a little bit more opportunities. So it's one of those speedsters. Speedsters, they tend to get countered by each other, but I think Talonflame would be a good choice into a double speedster composition.
Looks like Alolan Ninetales now switching hands, going over to Curios, so lining it up as more of that traditional attacker role, whereas Otter is grabbing the Umbreon. So a very traditional style, well, maybe not traditional, because it does have a green background, so it is a defender class, but a lot of teams utilize it within that supporter role because of Wish offering a lot of heals.
Fine. I guess you can play it in the EXP share slot. I guess it's fine. But I do love to see the attacker EXP share Pokemon. But Alolan Ninetales with the full damage items has a lot of opportunities for crowd control and extra damage. So getting it to a really high level really fast is something that it does very well. So giving it that opportunity is definitely a good call for Luminosity. But they have a really heavy early game focused composition with the double speedsters and that Alolan Ninetales. So if Orange Juicers can try to come back a little bit and make sure they hold Luminosity to just a slight early game lead, then they definitely have an opportunity here.
You gotta survive the storm, and not a lot of teams can say that they have against LG, but Orange Juicers absolutely one of them, able to take them down in the AOS Cup qualifiers, or the AOS Cup play-ins. Play-ons? I don't know. What did Spraggles call it? It's the play-ons.
Yeah. Ooh, Zugrog taking away one of those experienced Pokemon with their water gun, not giving Curios the opportunity to grab it. And again, another Pokemon going over to the opposite side here. And I like this play from Luminosity. They're going with a split central area, but already in the top path, we see Luminosity start to get that early game lead we were talking about.
Yeah, they get a couple KOs up there. That's going to enable them to get some points in and get some of their experience up. They already have that Leafeon, so early game focused, and early game has been pretty good to them. 850 birds almost on deck.
I wonder if we will see Flareons go with the Electro Drift build or the Charge Beam. I would want to see a Charge Beam come out, but we have seen Flareons do really well on that Electro Drift build, so we'll have to see. Wow, those birds got demolished before anything could even happen there.
Yeah, they disappeared before they even really had a chance to stay on screen, so great rip potential from both squads. They really wanted to grab that experience in that center contested area. Zugrug on this Slowbro looking to try to grab some vision, but they get kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. Going to have to hide in that tall grass to kind of get some of their health bar regenerated.
Wow, we do have Electro Drift on Flareon here, so they are going with a full dive to try to make it, I guess that's more of a speedster type build a little bit for them. But look at this Luminosity in the top path, just already kind of running away with this path. There's still a Chansey on the board, still a Squirtle on the board, not beating the Squirtle allegations.
Kratos utilizing Fly on this Talonflame, and Overlord once again getting a KO onto this Squirtle. So it's been going swimmingly for Luminosity all game long so far. They've gotten a huge advantage in this top path, and they're looking to push now towards this bottom path. Slashcan able to pick up Zugrug with that Ice Fang. Doesn't get the damage. Zugrug getting back to safety.
Slash looking really good on this Piloswine right now, and watching Zugrug on the Slowbro, it makes me surprised that we didn't see a Snorlax pick from them, but getting caught once again. They use the Surf for a little bit of healing with their passive, but Ice Fang picks them right back up. Alolan Ninetales getting credit for that KO, and now Luminosity was winning in the top path. They look to be winning in the bottom path as well.
Ooh, look at the synergy between Curios and Slashcan. Timing the Ice Fang along with the abilities from Alolan Ninetales to ensure maximum amount of crowd control. So, look, a great bit of teamwork from those two is both of these objectives are going to be spawning both teams highly interested in this Regirock and this basement side.
Slash is just one of those players that knows his timing so well. Look at this, Emerald two-step comes down, eject button comes out for Flareons, but they are not able to get away. Big pick for Luminosity to start off this fight.
Right on going down. Here comes a Fly from Kratos, able to take down that Piloswine. Regirock getting dangerously low. It's Overlord taking the Regirock, and they're going to get back to safety. Fantastic plays there. Blastoise, ooh, this is the first time we're seeing it, but it's a Spinstoise here, Husky.
Yeah, Spinstoise. All right, we can talk about the problem I have with Spinstoise later, but for now, looks like Luminosity taking that first objective. They grabbed that Regirock. Who else would it have been for the secure besides Overlord, who is in fact running that Night Slash? So surprising kind of turn of events. I feel like we've seen quite a lot of pursuit in these matches, but over the past couple days, we're seeing Night Slash start to come out.
Yeah, we saw it a bit yesterday, and now we're starting to see it here in this top part of the bracket. It's been looking fantastic, so I'm not surprised to see one of the top players playing it. So very exciting for Luminosity. We'll see how it appeals to the late game as this Regieleki once again going over to the side of Luminosity. We have Trainer being able to take that one down. That's going to push towards the T2.
This is why I think Double Speedster gets value. Because look at that. Double KO in the bottom path. We have the first half of the match, and Luminosity just seems to be running away with it. Talonflame looking for a KO. They will not be able to get it. Bliss Assistance will come out to try to save Kratos. A lot of Unite moves being dedicated to this fight, Kyle.
Umbreon able to steal some shields from that Bliss Assistance, be utilizing their Unite move. So this Regieleki push might be a telltale sign of how the rest of this match is going to go in. Luminosity going to pop more Unite moves. Absol going to utilize theirs. Mamoswine utilizing theirs. Talonflame getting caught between some ice and a hard place. And Luminosity, they're putting their foot on the gas pedal. Regieleki in. This goal zone might be down for the count.
Not a great start for Orange Juicers. They're definitely playing into the hands of the Double Speedster composition, which is not what you want to see. Finally, though, Umbreon will go down. Double KO for Flareons. And I feel like, yeah, Luminosity just kind of doing exactly what you'd expect here from this composition, running away with the early game. And it's going to be up to Orange Juicers to start scaling. When you get that level 13 on the Rapid Spin Blastoise, the level 13 on the Miraidon, then you're going to have a much better chance. But already you're looking at playing for Rayquaza.
Here we go. Registeel in the basement path already starting to get ripped down. We have a secured. This time it's Orange Juicers that takes advantage. It's Talonflame able to take that down. Curio's going to have to peel back, grab a berry, and hold the door on this T1 pad. Another fly is out from Talonflame, looking to hunt down Overlord. It's Blastoise that takes that KO. Trainer getting a double KO for themselves, and make it a triple three-piece combo for them, and they are able to hold the door at that T1 pad.
Oh, can we see a Penta here? Talonflame is going to go in. Looks to be low in Ninetales. They will find them, but looks like it is just going to be a measly Quadra KO. Come on, Trainer. You know you could do better than that. But right now, level 13 on that Leafeon. Looking ridiculous.
Something Husky always says, a speedster with a level advantage is one of the most scary things. And right now, you have two of them on the side of Luminosity. They're looking at now peel towards this Regieleki in the top path. We have some Unite moves coming out. Orange Juicers tries to use them, but Luminosity, Overlord once again showing what this Absol is all about.
Is Absol the best secure Pokemon in the game or something? I guess there's something that I'm missing, even better than Basic Attack Eldegoss, perhaps. But Overlord also now sporting that level 13 tag for themselves, looking really solid, but now they just got to start being a little bit more careful of this push. But they are maintaining a really, really solid level lead, and it's 3 minutes on the clock, 295 to 37, and Orange Juicers already probably has the plan, like, all right, we're going to have to try to secure Rayquaza, we're going to have to try to win Rayquaza and not let our Miraidon get caught out.
That's going to have to be the key. There is going to be a basement Reggie that spawns in time. We'll see if either Luminosity or the Orange Juicers want to maybe line this up and give themselves some buffs before the Rayquaza. And it looks like Luminosity might want it.
Look at the top path. They're going to be getting a couple points in here. I can only imagine Luminosity was like, all right, I guess, at this point we can afford to lose a little bit of points, maybe one goal zone or something, because they want to play for this basement objective, which is a Registeel. That's going to be so valuable, having your special attack and attack increase for this final fight.
When there's a Ray, there's a way, but those buffs are going to be very nice on Luminosity, especially with those high damage dealers. It's going to do even more damage with those buffs, like you said. Here we go. Rayquaza has hit the Theosky Ruins. Luminosity in position.
And look at Flareon's not yet in the pit. They're looking for their level 13. So all Orange Juicers can do right now is try to stall a little bit, look for some vision, but nobody knows where everyone is on either side. Zugrug has just found Slashcan chilling in that bush, but right now, Luminosity definitely has the positional advantage. But with one good engage from Orange Juicers, they could turn this fight around, Kyle.
Zugrug rocking the surf on this Slowbro, trying to find some of the Pokemon hiding in the tall grass. Curios is getting found out by this Blastoise. There goes the Emerald two-step, takes out Blastoise, sends them back to the Pokemon Center. Luminosity draws the first KO here in this fight.
Wow, look at the patience of Luminosity. They don't go full force. They just fall back a little bit. They know they're in the lead, catching Slowbro. Zugrug now caught in a mean look. They have used their Unite move already, so they don't have it available to them. And look at that, Midnight. Moonlight's Prance comes out, and Absol with a double KO. They are looking for more.
Yeah, triple KO for them. Talonflame's going to try to fly away. Kratos able to get away. They pop their Unite move mostly just to live. There's the eject button just to get out of dodge, but they're going to have to go back to the base where Luminosity might be pushing forward.
The Blastoise going down without using the Unite move is really detrimental. They had a really good engage on Kyrios, but notice how they stayed so calm in that moment, just walking back into Slashcan. They're like, nah, my team's got me. It's exactly what happened here. Now the fight has transitioned into the Orange Juicer's central area.
20 seconds left. They're going to need to get Ray or get some scores in. Luminosity decides we're just going to go for some goals because that's probably the win condition. Only 10 seconds left. Rayquaza likely not going down. If it does, there might not be enough time. Well, there's not going to be enough characters for Orange Juicers, and it's Luminosity. Doesn't matter. They secure the Ray anyway.
All right, so when I said that I really hate Double Speedster, and I do mean that, I don't mean Luminosity's Double Speedster.
Yeah.
It seems to be working pretty well for them. But Luminosity is a team that if they're ahead in the early game, I think they've realized this as a team. They're like, yeah, you know, if we get ahead, we do a lot better. But they tend to have some trouble playing from behind. So they're like, let's just lean into that early game and then keep our lead. And that's exactly what we saw. Good Trainer and Overlord having a little bit of a KO competition here, 11 apiece.
11 apiece, looking fantastic. Those speedsters, much to Husky's dislike of the composition. Overlord and Trainer, trained professionals. Do not try this at home, kids.
Yeah, please
They've
don't.
been playing this game since launch and at the highest of high, you know, I mean, double-time or two-time world champion Overlord and Trainer. Not a slacker in their own realm. I mean, they're a fantastic speedster player. And you're seeing exactly why Luminosity picked them up in the offseason.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of damage that we saw from Overlord on that Absol. Night Slash is looking really solid. I'm just very surprised still that we're seeing so much Night Slash being played.
Yeah.
I think Overlord just rediscovered it, and now teams are remembering, like, oh, wait, Night Slash, maybe it works. 98,000 damage, nothing to scoff at for sure. And they were taking some damage as well with the Night Slash. It does enough healing, I guess, where they could take a couple more hits before going down. But Talonflame into that composition looked pretty good, but unfortunately, they just could not close the door on the early game lead.
Yeah, the early game lead was just so oppressive from Luminosity. They knew exactly what type of advantages that they needed to push. This was that moment, right? Luminosity saw that there was an opportunity to get this Regieleki, and they invested all of their Unite moves into this push. Saw Orange Juicers pop a few of their own, but it just was not enough. Luminosity just had too much damage, and they just had too much presence on the map early game.
I just want to bring up again the patience of Luminosity. You can see it in their style of play. Even here in this situation where it looked a little bit more dire, we saw Orange Juicers again just overextend a little bit too much, and I don't think Luminosity makes mistakes like that. They're very patient, and I gotta assume that that's because of Slashcan and the ability that Slashcan has to be just an absolutely insane shot caller, just maintaining, being calm, and controlling the map at all times. And there was not a point in this match where Luminosity looked like they were making a single mistake.
There's ever a question of what Luminosity needs to be doing, it's just follow whatever Slashcan is doing, because usually 99 times out of 100, making the right call on which Pokemon to target, when to go in, when to peel back, and when to take objectives. And holy cow, Luminosity looked unstoppable that match. And Orange Juicers typically has had their number this season. Obviously, Orange Juicers took them down in the AOS Cup play-ons, winning that one. A few of the other grassroots tournaments, we saw Luminosity lose to Orange Juicers, but I think Luminosity, they're turning it on. They don't want to fall to that same narrative.
Yeah, it's kind of looking like Luminosity was trying to give everybody else some false hope or something.
Maybe.
That, like, maybe the other teams would be able to catch up to them. Like, oh, sometimes Luminosity has off days. We can do this, just to crush their hopes even harder when they decide to actually turn it on. That's kind of what it looks like right now, unfortunately for Orange Juicers. But they are a really, really good team who has taken down the Titans of Luminosity before, and they can definitely do it again if they play their cards right. And what are those cards? I don't know.
Oh, yeah. They're going to have to look through the entire deck of cards to figure out exactly how they want to match up against Luminosity, because if there's any team that has a deep pool of Pokemon, it's Luminosity. You could see whether it's Overlord playing things like Lucario deep in the pocket. It doesn't see a lot of play, but I'm confident that Luminosity could win with any Pokemon, any composition, and they're showing exactly why they're one of the teams to beat, and maybe the team to beat. They just haven't been able to accomplish it here in the Cups of North America.
Yeah, well, they are not getting first pick this time. That is, the honor is going to go to the Orange Juicers, and we've heard Luminosity talk about it before. They definitely prefer that first pick. So we'll have to see what Orange Juicers would like to do with it here. They will lock in the Duck. The Duck is making it into our winner's final.
I love Psyduck. It's been a fantastic Pokemon since release. It obviously received a couple of nerfs to its kit, specifically its passive, but it's still seeing a decent amount of play. And Roland, someone that plays a lot of Sableye, is now taking that, which it kind of has a similar play style.
What is OG gonna look to lock in here? Flareon's hovering this Inteleon. They will go ahead and switch over to Zugrug. They're gonna grab the Mamoswine, which Slash looked fantastic on in the previous match. And wow, Lucario, OG's OG main coming into this match.
There we go. Yeah, OG, one of the other Lucarios in North America, and I'm excited to see what they're able to do. I mean, you can take the extreme speed build depending on what LG wants to do. Maybe you even take the power-up punch. We'll have to figure out exactly how that works. I know Spraggles is an expert on how power-up punch works, but
yeah, we should ask him. We'll make sure when he comes back for next month, make sure that you ask him how power-up punch works.
Yeah.
It's definitely something he can explain pretty well.
Trainer grabbing the Talonflame. So a little bit of switching between these two teams. Talonflame was on OJ's side last match, and this time Luminosity is taking it for their own.
Ooh, and the Dodrio getting locked in. Flareon's is going to grab the Alolan Ninetales instead of the Inteleon. I would have thought they would go for an Inteleon here, but they want a little bit more crowd control against these speedsters. And Slash is hovering the Mewtwo Y, which is a little bit interesting, and they will go ahead and lock it in. All right.
I actually kind of like this. This seems...
It's father and son, the Mewtwo Y and the Mew.
That's so cute. 150 and 151 on the same team. I actually really like Mewtwo Y to kind of counter this Dodrio. You can lock that Psystrike on it to kind of slow it down and stun it. Not a bad pickup. We're going to see Slash Can on the Blastoise, though, so a little bit of swapping of these Pokemon around.
Yeah, kind of what I'm seeing is a really crowd control heavy game for both sides. You've got the Psyduck, which will likely be Surf. You have the, I assume, Blizzard and Avalanche Alolan Ninetales. You've got the Ice Lane with the Mamoswine. But I also excited to see this Otter support Mew. He's kind of the inventor of the support Mew, at least in the competitive scene. I know Pina would argue otherwise for other scenes. But in terms of the competitive scene, definitely Otter's been the player to popularize that pick. And Mew does really great as a support Pokemon. You get some shields and some extra speed from the coaching moveset. Plus, it can do some pretty good damage.
And I really like this pick of the Alolan Ninetales from Flareon's. We've seen a lot of this resurgence here recently, and I like it when you have that double speedster on the opposite side. It offers a lot of crowd control with that Blizzard Avalanche build. So looking to slow down the heavy onslaught of damage coming from Luminosity.
All right, here we go. Luminosity looking to send Orange Juicers down into the lower side bracket, and we have a Freeze Lane that's looking to counter that, and here we are. Slash Can in the bottom path, the traditional defender Blastoise, definitely my preferred, along with this Mewtwo Y.
Mewtwo White in the bottom path. Look at this little swine up getting Flareon's online with that experience share relatively early. Rocking that really nice hollow air. Not the new orange tier, but looking fantastic right now. We're gonna have a little bit of a contest over this Indeedee.
Looking to get it. It looks like it was the Mamoswine that ended up picking that up. I could have seen incorrectly, but that's what, or the Alolan Ninetales that ended up grabbing that one. That's what it looked like to me. But 9 minutes now on the clock, 10 seconds left until this Altaria family spawns in both paths, and 4 members of each side heading into the top path. Look at Dodrio off-screen KO on the Mew.
Yeah, Mew goes down in that top path. A little bit of a fight down here in the bottom path for what are the remainder of these Altaria family. In the top path, looks like there might have been a little bit of a stalemate. You know, Mew did go down up there, but both teams kind of licking their wounds and gonna take some of the experience off the map.
Grabbing some early KOs is definitely going to be the name of the game for Orange Juicers, especially against another early game focused composition like Luminosity is running. That being said, they didn't even go as heavy into the early game comp as they did in the previous game, so they could definitely scale pretty well. Here goes Lucario looking for an engage here. They will go in, but not picking up any KOs. Oh, never mind. They grabbed one.
Oh, great play. Flipped the Uno reverse card onto the Mew. Mew thought they were going to get the KO. Unfortunately for Otter, unable to do so. Now we have Kratos looking to hunt down this War Turtle, able to get the KO, but Talonflame able to get online with one of those Altaria family. And it's still 0-0 right now, but both teams playing pretty well early game.
Wow, huge Blizzard Avalanche combo right there. Oh, almost completely obliterating both Mewtwo Y and Mew right there. The father and son duo almost going down together. But they don't. I mean, that's really solid if Flareons can keep pulling off those combos like that. But look at the top path on your mini-map. We've got a little bit of a push here for Luminosity, but it is all but over. The Dodrio has proven to be the early game speedster to end it all.
Ooh, look at that nice psychic play from the Psyduck. Pulls the enemy a little bit closer. Luminosity going to be forced to head towards the Flux Zone. Overlord going to try to stop some of these scores, but unable to do so. Zugra going to try to get the 30 points in, but a fantastic Ice Fang! And Overlord, they're going back to the Pokemon Center.
Wow, that looks absolutely fantastic. A little bit of a throw there with a 2-pointer for Orange Juicers, but that's okay. If they get this Regieleki, potentially we could see a push here, but it is going to be an objective trade because Luminosity just picked that up in the bottom path, basically uncontested here, but we'll have to see if Orange Juicers is going to want to push this one.
Looks like they're just going to go ahead and try to grab some of the experience that's left on the map. Zugrug is grabbing a little bit of vision here to see if Luminosity is going to respond and how many. Instead, there looks like they might go for this bottom tier push. Dodrio is able to take out the Talonflame. Mew is looking to drop a coaching on Mewtwo, but Mew's going to try to surf. Oh no, are they going to be able to get away? They do. No, it's Cowabummer. Mew goes down in the fray.
Wow, Kratos just looks fantastic on this Dodrio right now. I feel like every time Kratos ends up picking up the Dodrio, it just looks absolutely fantastic. Mewtwo Y using their Infinite Cyburn to get a little bit of vision, just for that Absol to be able to see if they're going to be able to score that 40. I think it's a really solid play. It's a little bit of a supporter kind of play. They just, to get some vision, they see if the Absol can make it in. They will. So now, LG trying to push back in this top path.
More surfs coming up. Psyduck's going to pop their Unite move, try to keep the Luminosity squad from pushing forward. Mew's going to pop their Unite. Otter utilizing it just to head back to base for a reset because they did not want to get KO'd there. Orange Juicers with a fantastic response in that T1.
Unfortunately, Otter just keeps getting caught out. I feel like they have not really been able to use themselves to the highest effectiveness just yet. So kind of a wasted Unite move. I guess not. They are able to prevent a KO from happening. But this time, Luminosity has not been able to get the early game advantage that they would like. As a matter of fact, Dodrio, level 12, and Absol is not quite there yet at level 11.
Fantastic response here in game number 2. Orange Juicers now the one in control of this match. Slashcan hovering in this bottom path, looking to grab some vision to see if the rest of Orange Juicers are here. He finds out the hard way, gets picked up by Zugrug with that Ice Fang. Blastoise is going to try to surf away, try to keep the team away from this objective, but it's a tall task to take as this Regit Ice is going to be taken down by OJ.
Leave it to Slash to make lasting on 1 HP in a Dream, 1 HP in a Dream mentioned, look like an easy task to do. They were able to get their Unite move out, and you saw the huge shield that gained them. They grabbed the 2 berries as well, just kind of trolling on their way out. Really good play by them, all things considered, especially after getting caught here. But look at this, Luminosity going for a push in the tier 2.
Here we go. Talonflame's going to utilize their Unite move, push the rest of Orange Juicers back into the Flux Zone. Dodrio is able to take out the Mew. We have Trainer almost going down. Mewtwo picking up a double KO. Dodrio trying to hunt down, but no. Luminosity is too strong, too hot to handle. They're going to have to go back to the Pokemon Center, recharge these health bars before engaging next time.
The Jukes suddenly in Luminosity's favor, able to make sure that Dodrio did not end up getting the hits on them that they would like. That's a huge pickup for them, because look at this now. Absol has made it back in level 13, now higher than the Dodrio, and they were a level below just a moment ago. So that's really big for them. They've gained back the level lead after picking that up. But look, Slash again getting caught here. The Duck is doing its thing.
Quack, quack. Says
Quack,
Roland
quack.
able to take down the Blastoise. No real objectives on the map, or no timers on there as well. Another Psychic is going to pull Overlord a little bit closer into a little bit of danger, but they flip the Uno reverse card once again, able to take out 2 members of Orange Juicers, and here comes a Unite move from Blastoise. Going to try to get the party started. It's a 3-piece combo for Overlord, and Luminosity now in control of this basement path.
They're kind of just like, all right, Psyduck, you can grab me with a Psychic real quick. I'll make it look like you may have caught me out, but it was all part of my plan, my evil plan to take all of you down, as Overlord grabs another KO on OG, and now Luminosity is turning the tables 179 to 168, and we've got a minute on the clock until that Ray hits the map.
My, how the turn tables for Luminosity. They have the score lead. They have a level lead, and if they get this basement Reggie that spawns, it's a Reg Ice, they may have an even bigger advantage when it comes to Rayquaza. They're looking to push on in. Otter's going to change moves. They had the Surf Lock. They're going to throw to Electro Ball, but it's Blastoise that goes down. The rest of OJ is up, and now it's their Reg Ice for the taking.
Yeah, Slash just seems to be getting caught out a lot more than usual, but it could have been a little bit intentional on their part.
Yeah.
Notice they do not yet have a Unite move, and if
True.
you get KO'd, your Unite move charges a little bit quicker, and now they do have it. So we'll just say that was all part of the plan once again for Luminosity.
Always.
But all 10 Unite moves are available, and Luminosity again favoring this top side of the Rayquaza pit. Otter already putting a little bit of damage on it.
Yeah, trying to maybe bait Orange Juicers into a fight. Maybe try to hold this Talonflame fly up and see if they're able to find a KO on one of the squishier targets. Basement path, though, that's where the Orange Juicers want to attack this from. OG is hovering that T2 pad, making sure that no one tries a back cap, and Talon is looking.
Yeah, Talon's looking for it. They're going to inch their way in. I don't know if OG has seen them yet. They have not. They're actually going to abandon it. They're going to give it up so that OG can score. And Ray has just been getting constantly chipped by Otter. And it will go ahead and reset here. So no full engage yet. Otter just trying to keep their Mucid attack up. And now that Talonflame has gotten a score in. And look at this. Backcaps from Orange Juicers all over the place. They have now taken the lead. This might be Luminosity's time to go for a flip. And wow, Mew gets caught!
Yeah, Mew gets taken out from the Thea Sky Runes, but oh my gosh, Talonflame returns the favor. We're going to pop a Unite move from Psyduck. They're going to push in on Overlord, pull them in with a Psychic. There goes the Surf. Overlord almost gets KO'd, but they pop their Unite move. We have Ninetales down. They didn't get to utilize their Unite move, and now you have 2 members down for Orange Juicers. Luminosity is holding strong here.
I thought Absol was supposed to be squishy, but for some reason hanging on by a thread over and over again to that annoying little duck. And look now, Dodrio in a little bit of trouble, has to back up, but all 5 members of Luminosity are in the pit, and they are going for it, Kyle.
There we go. Unite move comes in from Blastoise. Mew is going to utilize theirs. Dodrio utilizes theirs, but there are still 2 members down for Orange Juicers. Double KO for Lucario. We have more members flying down. Unite move from the Unite. Ninetales. Flareon gets it. There's 4 members down. Luminosity's going for a score, but no! Great stuff from Orange Juicers. They're going to hold on in Game 2 here, Husky.
The undefeated Game 3 streak on broadcast for January Cup. It will continue, Orange Juicers will take game number 2 off the back of some very strategic back caps. And I would just like to remind the viewers at home, please do not try this in a solo queue environment and leave it to the professionals, because Orange Juicers clearly knows what they're doing with those back caps.
Holy cow, chat. 1-1. We are going to yet another Game 3 situation. Orange Juicers, they had the potion to take down Luminosity in Game 2, and were forced to a Game 3 again for the 4th time this broadcast. And holy cow, Orange Juicers looked fantastic. What a perfect Rayquaza fight. Those back caps were masterful.
The Orange Juicers manager once told us that Orange Juicers always loses game number 1. And that's proving
true.
to be correct once again. The Absol still looked pretty good, but definitely not as good as it did before. And I think that a lot of that has to do with the Dodrio pick. Kratos looked fantastic on it. I would agree with the MVP system in this game for once, because I really do think that Dodrio deserved the MVP crown.
Dodrio looked fantastic. Psyduck, another fantastic. I mean, time and time again, we got to talk about how Roland was masterfully hitting those psychics. 47k damage. Only the Dodrio on Orange Juicers did more damage than Roland. And not just that, the amount of times that they were able to pull Overlord into a tough situation. They looked fantastic all around.
Yeah, supporter who, honestly. Psyduck is an attacker, all-rounder, speedster, whatever you call it, doing an absolutely fantastic job of making sure the Absol couldn't get in. Just take a look at the Psyduck in some of these engagements here. Going in, using their high HP pool to make sure that they're able to cause as much disruption as possible. And even in the early game, Luminosity just did not look as dominant. And as we said before, Luminosity, when they fall behind, struggles a lot more than when they stay ahead.
This Lecky push almost went in, but a fantastic defensive stand here from Orange Juicers. They did lose a couple Pokemon here. Psyduck and Lucario went down, but, you hold the door. The Dodrio was able to kind of keep the damage on Luminosity, kind of forcing them back and making sure that Lecky didn't go in. Fantastic plays all around.
Yeah, Slash hitting some big Unite moves throughout, but I don't know about the Blastoise pick. I just don't think it looked as good. I feel like maybe you go with a Snorlax here or something.
Oh, yeah.
Just a little bit more tankiness. I feel like Slash was getting caught out so often. Again, here we see them trying to come in and do their job of defending, but they just weren't really able to make it into the pit. And they try again here. We got a few down for both sides in this fight, but Flareons luckily still had their Unite move available, making the really smart call, knowing they're in the lead. We're not going to pivot back onto Ray. We just got to make sure they don't score. Orange Juicers looking great in game number 2.
Yeah, I don't think the 48 would have done the trick if Luminosity were able to get that one in, but nevertheless, you can't risk it if you're Orange Juicers, and it paid off. They got a game 3 situation. How broken? It's broken, I guess. I mean, it worked out really well. It kind of forced the fight. It forced Luminosity's hand, and gotta talk about that psychic hit on that top part on Overlord, and that might have been the pivotal moment for Orange Juicers there.
Psychic is just looking really solid. I started picking up Psyduck just a little bit when it's not banned, because it's usually banned in a ranked environment. But the Psychic hits are so satisfying, and if you know how to use it as a supporter move, then it can set up some really insane plays for your team. And I feel like Roland just kind of had Overlord's number throughout the entire match. Any Psychic was dedicated to hitting Overlord. If it didn't hit Overlord, it didn't hit anybody. It's for you. We are going to handle this Absol. We're going to do it with some Psychics. We're going to annoy you as much as possible and let Kratos run around and do Dodrio things and score and have 3 heads and everything else that Dodrio does.
Imagine Luminosity is going to take the first pick in this next match. We'll see how it goes. I mean, they won the first game when they were first pick. We'll see if they're able to do exactly that here. Orange Juicers was able to take that first pick away from them.
Yeah.
I don't know, Husky. What are you thinking the draft strategy is going to be?
I think Luminosity definitely will grab this first pick. I don't know if you change up bans here. Yeah. I don't know if it's the time to change up bans. But if they were to do anything, they might want to take away that Dodrio. If they want to go with the double speedster comp again with the Absol, maybe you pair it with a Dodrio, because I feel like that's kind of the secret to Orange Juicer's success in that previous match. It just countered the double speedster pick so well, so much better than we saw in the first game. It really prevented Luminosity from getting ahead the way a double speedster comp needs to get. So, I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, 2 times double speedster, it seemed like Orange Juicers adjusted really well. I think it's just going to depend on how Luminosity wants to attack the bans, might kind of pave the way for how Orange Juicers wants to counter it, because that's kind of the name of the game when you're in the second pick. It's all about how do you counter the team, and Luminosity just such a hard team to counter.
Yeah, I mean, you can't counter, like, specific Pokemon against Luminosity. Like, you just have to do something that counters a specific player, because they just have too many Pokemon in their pool available, and it looks like bans are going to stay the same on Luminosity's side. Mimikyu is going to get the ban here, but Talonflame on the chopping block.
Ooh. I mean, we saw it both in game 1 and 2. This time, it's getting taken off the Thea Sky Runes, and Luminosity gonna line up that first pick Umbreon since that was available, and Slashcan, one of the best Umbreons in the North America scene.
Yeah, absolutely. And Umbreon getting that first pick, but Orange Juicers is gonna take away the Absol. So instead of LG looking to take away the Dodrio, Orange Juicers is going to be doing it first. They're going to grab that Psyduck again, which looked great, but this time the Absol coming in, and I wonder if they're going to be going for that same build that Overlord's running with the Night Slash, or if they're going to choose to go for the Pursuit build.
We'll see. They're rocking the full heal currently, also an attack weight to try to get those stacks in, make sure that their attack is getting up to a high level, try to get that online as fast as possible. Otter once again grabbing that XP share Mew. We've seen them utilize that time and time again. Kind of a comfort pick for him.
And wow, we've got Trevenant coming out into Thea Sky for this third match of the set. Zugrug going to be picking that one up. It's a Pokemon that's really, really good in the defender slot, but we haven't seen much of it, surprisingly. We've been definitely seeing the favor go to things like Umbreon, Slowbro, Blastoise, even Snorlax in some cases, and not much of the tree, but it's going to come out here and rounding it out with the Buzzwole pick, something else that we haven't seen much of.
I'm excited to see how this plays. I mean, you have the Blastoise, which, you know, Buzzwole can pick Blastoise up if Curios wants to play that more Spinstoise build. There's nothing to really prevent that from happening. I mean, there's no full heal on it, so it's something that OG can utilize if that pick does happen. But we've seen a lot of Surf Pump Stoise today.
Yeah, and I definitely think that's the call, right? I feel like Rapid Spin, it's okay. I said we would touch on this later, so now that we're here, may as well talk about it. Rapid Spin is something that's fine. It can do some damage. It works pretty well in something like an attacker slot, all-rounder slot, maybe. But I feel like always, even if Rapid Spin's okay, it can work. Surf Pump is always going to be better. We were talking about it yesterday too. It just provides so much utility, so many opportunities. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Rapid Spin get used, but I feel like when you use Rapid Spin, it's a missed opportunity to use Surf.
Surf's just so good. I mean, we heard from Pure, the defender player for T3 yesterday, and just said, regardless of how many times that, you know, they try to buff the spin build, Surf Pump just is so strong. It offers so much utility, whether it's pushing the enemy away, bringing them in. It's going to be tough to deal with either way, but Luminosity, Orange Juicers, winners final. This is game 3. Winner is going to the grand finals.
And here we go. Looks like Squirtle's going to be in that attacker slot, so very possible to see a Rapid Spin build here. Looking for a stack early. I kind of miss the old handshake in the top path stacks. We kind of see it a little bit here, where they get some early stacks in, a couple points for Luminosity early, but that's going to be just about it. Squirtle having to run away, getting pretty low.
Gonna get back to safety, maybe grab a berry just to top off that health bar. You have Zugrug just pestering these two Pokemon in the bottom path, both green background defender Pokemon down here. Psyshock from the Espeon here for the Orange Juicers.
I like that a lot. Psyshock's going to be really, really valuable in the early game. Try to contest a little bit of what Luminosity has been trying to do with their early game. This time we don't have double speeds there, but look at that. Orange Juicer picking up a KO opener. Umbreon goes down.
Fantastic play. The evolution almost saved the Umbreon for the time being, but Kratos was able to finish the job, get the KO. 3 members down the bot path. Orange Juicers taking full advantage, able to take away a lot of that Altaria family experience.
Now we've got both Pokemon, the Absol and the Urshifu, walking up towards this top path. Might look for a little bit of an engagement here up there, but in the bottom path, we're not really seeing too much, just trying to get some stacks in for Luminosity.
Another secure here from Flareon. This is the first time I think I've seen Flareons utilize Espeon, so we're kind of in for a treat. Absolutely hitting these Psyshocks here. They're going to force the eject button from Curious. They're going to throw their own and they get the KO. Fantastic play here from Flareons. And up top, a triple KO for Buzzwole.
Yeah, Orange Juicers winning in both paths right now. Nobody yet in the central area for the Altaria family, but they've been doing such a great job. I wish we could have also seen the Buzzwole popping off there in that top path. I do hate that thing as well, but I think that is still a really solid pick in the top path, and getting some early KOs is definitely going to be huge for Orange Juicers. They have to maintain this lead if they want to stay ahead of Luminosity.
Triple level 7s will now make it a level 8. Kratos ticking into that, looking to gear up their Unite move before these objectives spawn on the Thea Sky. Another Psyshock Psybeam combo. Espeon, Flareon's on that, is making this thing work. We have a Unite move on that thing already.
Yeah, really great job timing the secures. Curios looking for some vision. They know Absol's there. Not quite a Unite move yet, but it is the Pursuit build for them. And they go down in that bottom path, but Luminosity looking for a 4-man push into the top.
It's gonna work. 30 points coming in from the Urshifu. Another 20, I believe, coming in from... I think it was Leafeon getting in. Yeah, 29 points from them. Psyduck is going down, but Orange Juicer is going to take full advantage of the top path that Luminosity's taking advantage of to grab this Regice. Flareon's able to secure that.
Yeah, they will get that secure, but there's still a scuffle happening in that top path. Looks like Luminosity is pushing Orange Juicers off of their tier 1 path. Meanwhile, Espeon will get a free 32-point overcap in that bottom path, so 162 to 91. And so far, even though Luminosity is making a good call to kind of pivot paths and see if they can make something work elsewhere, Orange Juicers is ready for it.
Gonna go ahead and break this. Not the best overdunk in the world for Luminosity, but Buzzwole is gonna try to go on in. OG might be getting caught here. Great Psychic from Roland, but it's not enough to keep the Buzzwole healthy. Kratos has arrived, utilizes their Unite move. There's the Pursuit, able to get a double KO. Otter's gonna be forced to utilize their Surf, and this Surf from Roland. Cowabummer for Mew. Orange Juicers looking fantastic.
Wow.
Double KO for the Duck.
Wow, which Surf will win? Right now, it looks like the Psyducks, they're just going to go right down into the bottom path for another 40 cap. Orange Juicers grabbing that advantage and holding on to it as well. Looking for this Regieleki now, but we do have potential secure. Look at that Curios hero secure right there. They needed that to make sure that they can push their advantage.
Yeah, time and space for Luminosity after getting that Regieleki. Trevenant is going to fall down in that top pass. Slash is going to grab some vision, but the only vision they're going to see is the back of the Pokemon Center as they get taken down by Pokemon Center. Mentioned. Regieleki should be going down, but the LG pushing this bottom path.
Yeah, they're going to try to get advantage any way they can. Look at Roland. Oh my god, that's a 1 HP in a Dream Clip if I've ever seen one. Here comes Kratos with a big KO onto Leafeon, and they're going to look for more here, but a Blastoise with a Unite move is definitely not something that you want to get too hard into chasing. They are going to look for it, though. Blastoise going in with the Surf, the better build, as we have talked about. Here comes the Midnight Slash. Absol, though, gets taken out. Leafeon comes in to make quick work of them.
That's a big play for Kyrios, able to take down the Absol, make it another one. Trevenant is going to fall in the forest. 202 to 116. Registeel on the map. LG taking full positional advantage. We have Flareon's taking out the Blastoise. Are they going to be able to get a secure Unite move? Comes out from side up, looking to line up a side shot.
What?
It is Flareon's. They take it away from LG.
No way Flareon just gets to do that. They just let him walk in and down smash on that basement objective. They cannot keep letting that happen. I was just about to say how Orange Juicers got a little too excited with the push, but it didn't matter. Flareon's is there to pick up the pieces, Kyle.
Flareon's making it work right now. 238, 116. There's another Regieleki that will be spawning in 15 seconds in the top path. We'll see if either team wants to try to push that to grab a little bit more score. LG, though, they're looking for this basement path. They want to try to break this T1 pad.
The name of the game for LG is their ability to remain calm. They have to try to do that here as they move in for this push. Moonlight Prance comes down, Slash picks up a KO, but here comes the Midnight Slash for the Absol, trying to mount a defense. And look at that pursuit! For once in a lifetime, Absol ends up critting when it needs to, Kyle.
Oh, what an incredible play from Kratos. Takes not one, not two, but three members down and that defensive stand. And Orange Juicers right now is squeezing the pulp out of Luminosity. How does Luminosity get back in this one?
They have to be careful here. They have to maintain their composure because Orange Juicers, and I'm sure Luminosity knows this better than anyone, Orange Juicers can get a little bit too excited when they're ahead, and they might push a little bit too hard looking for a big pick, trying to get that Leafeon, trying to grab that Mew, and they might be able to capitalize on a mistake from Orange Juicers. We do see, though, Buzzwole not really willing to let that happen. They take down one, Absol cleans up the Mew, and Orange Juicers gonna pivot onto this Aleki.
Yeah, they should be able to get this almost for free. Luminosity does not want to contest it. It will push towards that T2 pad. But LG, they're not even going to pay attention to it. They're looking at this basement, Reggie.
LG does a great job of turning the tides, going for the opposite path that they're in, but look at that, Orange Juicers does not want to let that happen. They're going to pull the trigger on that Sai. They're going to go for it. Trevenant with the secure, looking for Overlord on the Urshifu. They will find them, but they're not down quite yet. They're also using their Unite move on that blue bear. Buzzwole with a double KO, and this might have been the fight for Orange Juicers. They're going to grab 4 out of 5 members, and now it's just Mew and Leafeon on their side.
There's no rip right now for LG. Leafeon starting to find their way back in. We're going to see what type of secure they have. We have Trainer looking to go in. They're going to target Flareons, utilize the Emerald 2-step, and they are able to take them down. Luminosity has a glimmer of hope here. Orange Juicers not able to put the damage on Ray.
But they are in the lead, so if they can just hold on to the Rayquaza a little bit more, wait for Espeon to come back, wait for some picks, do not let them rip. They do not have the Dark Bear. They are utilizing the Water Bear, so not as great of a secure. Doesn't mean they can't get it. And Overlord trying to chip on the Rayquaza a little bit. If they're going to get this secure, they're going to have to do it with Rayquaza, but they are down, so they are going to be the ones that have to make the first move, and it looks like they're doing it right now, Kyle.
Yeah, Overlord's starting to hit Rayquaza a little bit lower than halfway. We're going to see the Unite moves come out. Hydro Typhoon for Blastoise. We got it! No, it's Kratos! Kratos takes the Rayquaza. 3 members down, make it 4! Orange Juicers taking it to them! They're going to be heading to the grand finals!
What even happened in that pit, Kyle? All of a sudden, it was like Rayquaza suddenly glitched to half health and everybody ran into the pit throwing everything at it at once. Was it a pursuit that got it? Was it the Unite move? I have no idea who ended up securing it there, but the most important thing is it was not Luminosity, it was Orange Juicers, and they are going to be moving on to the grand finals.
Yeah, Luminosity has a hope and a prayer, but with only 20 seconds left and 1 member down, this is going to be a tall task, and this looks to be about it. If Luminosity wants to win your January Cup, they are going to have to do it from the lower bracket side. Orange Juicers, they are heading to your grand finals of the January Cup.
Orange Juicers just really proving that they are that caliber of a team, taking down the Titans of Luminosity, putting them into the lower bracket, coming from being undefeated yesterday to now getting taken down after a 1-0 lead, 606 to 138 in the winners finals. And now Orange Juicers gets a much needed break while they wait for the rest of the bracket to finish up. They have some things to talk about and some absols to practice.
Oh, I mean, Kratos on that Absol. Look at that. 10 and 10. You could call that a perfect 10 game from Kratos. Fantastic, well-deserved MVP there. Roland, once again, looked fantastic on the Psyduck. And you can't talk about this game without talking about Flareons. Hitting secures left and right. Unable to get the Rayquaze, but no problem. Kratos made quick work of that. So congrats to Orange Juicers. You have one more set to win. Let's get to it. Fantastic all around from that team.
I feel like when I'm looking at the Orange Juicers team and reflecting back on this game, I really don't think that a single player on that team was playing anything less than their absolute best in those moments. They were just hitting Psychic after Psychic and Psyshock, and everything else was just a constant hit for them. I feel like Kratos was like, yeah, the Absol looked pretty good on the other side. Let me pick that up for myself. I don't really feel like playing Dodrio anymore. Let's ban the Talonflames. I don't really feel like picking it. Let's go for the Absol. But we're going to pick the opposite moveset, and we're going to make it look even better.
It looked amazing. Yeah, Overlord looked fantastic on the Night Slash build, but holy cow, the Pursuit build looked incredible from Kratos. This is at one play, surfs up from the Psyduck, able to get one, hits the Unite move, gets the double KO, and masterful plays here from OJ.
Yeah, that was just a lot of funny duck moments in these past couple matches. It's interesting because we went from seeing Psyduck be picked or banned every game to now being kind of a sleeper pick that's pulled out randomly. And Roland just looks fantastic on it. I feel like maybe teams are going to have to go back to banning the Psyduck against him just because he's really just able to hit every single Psychic, every single Surf. And here's that Secure that we saw from the Espeon. Just absolutely ridiculous Flareons. I don't think missed a single Psyshock all match.
I don't think so either. But yeah, Psyduck just feels like such a Roland Pokemon. He's a fantastic Sableye, and Psyduck just causes a lot of chaos, similar to Sableye. But man, I mean, time and time again, this has looked fantastic. Orange Juicers, I mean, after losing game number 1, they come back and win 2 in a row.
Yeah, that's kind of just Orange Juicers special, right? They lose the first game, give everyone a little bit of hope, and then they come back with it here. It was a basic attack from the Absol. The Pursuit didn't even get it. I think the Pursuit did end up critting on that Rayquaze. It did hit a critical hit there, but it wasn't quite enough, so they had to use a little bit more there. Grabbed a basic attack, and that was the Secure. I don't know how much more Pokemon Unite it could get than that match.
Alrighty, well, we have an interview lined up. We are going to take it. We have Rolling It Down coming in to talk with us here about this set. Roland, first of all, huge congratulations to the Juicers. Welcome in. You earned yet another trip to the Grand Finals. How is the team feeling about your chances going into the Grands?
We're feeling great right now. We have a lot of plans for this upcoming draft. You know, last month we were a bit shaky. We didn't show up at a good performance, but you know, we're looking great this time around.
Fantastic
great
work.
to see the Juicers do so well. I mean, we were talking about before how your manager said that you always lose game number 1, but you end up coming back. Do you think the secret sauce was the Psyduck the whole time?
Yeah, I mean, Psyduck's really good right now. I know some teams like just haven't been like it's been pick or banned like these past few couple of tournaments, but like I think Psyduck's doing a really good job for us.
Bit of a rivalry brewing between you and LG. It seems like every time y'all face each other, the Juicers just play on a completely different level. What is it about the rivalry that really makes your team lock in?
Well, it's just because Luminosity, they have a great history, right? They're the 2-time world championships, and I think our team is a very competitive team. It's great to go against one of the best teams in the world. So when it comes to facing Luminosity, we really have to, you know, lock in and do everything we can to show.
Yeah, for sure. It's about locking in at the end of the day.
Yep.
I feel like piggybacking off of that, my last question for you would be, who do you hope to see come out of this lower side bracket to face in the grand finals?
I hope to see probably Nemesis. Yeah.
That would be a fun matchup. I don't think we saw it. We haven't seen that in a while. That would be a fun one.
That would be a fun one. And last question, what would it mean to the team to win a second cup in North America? I guess you won the play-ons back in December. What would it mean to win this one?
It would be great, I think, honestly. Winning 2 cups this year for ECS, I think it would be a great start to this year and a great start to like going into UIC.
Exciting stuff.
right.
Yeah, very exciting. EUIC on the horizon. Well, thank you, Roland. Congrats to you, the rest of the Juicers. We're going to be excited. We're going to be seeing the next matches, but we will talk with you later. Husky, holy cow, what an incredible set. Every match today on stream has gone to a game 3, and I'm excited to
Let's
see
keep
what's
it
next to
going.
come. Yeah,
Let's
we
keep
have
it
to.
going. We've got our lower side semifinals coming up next between Nemesis and Sanguine, and then that winner will face off against Luminosity. So don't go anywhere. We will be coming back very soon. You will see Zoinks and Wonder Chef again. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Grab some snacks, grab a drink, get comfortable. We will be back very soon.
And welcome back. We are down to our final 4 teams here in the January finals. Of course, I am Wonder Chef joining Zoinks. But before we get to our little recap of what's been going down, we have some very important stats for you. I hope you're good. I think we're all good.
you
Oh
hear me
no!
We're back. We're so back. It's okay. I just wanted to talk about the jump board statistics between these two teams. An important quote to remember: those who don't jump will never fly. So important to remember. In Game 1, Orange Juicers had 11 jumps, whereas Luminosity Gaming had 12. They did come away with the win. Second game, Orange Juicers with 17 jump board usages, and to get the win there with LG only having 11. And then in Game 3, for you jump board heads out there, it was crazy. We had 16 jumps from Orange Juicers and 22 from Luminosity Gaming, and an absolute heartbreak for jump board stat fans. It did come away in the loss. So Orange Juicers in the grand finals with a very respectable 11, 17, and 16 jump board uses.
That's a very important lesson to remember. Those who do not jump will never fly. But we'll see which of these teams flies for the rest of the day, because this is, they've got one chance left, and then they're going to be below the clouds where we cannot see them, unfortunately. But this losers bracket is ridiculous. Of course, we can take a look at how the day has played out so far with, of course, after we just saw that match, Orange Juicers sitting in the grand
To enact some of the normal strategies that you want to see from Nemesis.
Yeah, a classic Umbreon first pick from Nemesis. No Slowbro this time. We were talking about how Astonable has been one of the defender players going towards that pick a little bit more often, but instead is going to lock up that Umbreon. Nemesis, though, bringing two absolutely terrifying Pokemon with the Inteleon and Urshifu combination. You can't draft up better secure than that.
You literally cannot, I think. Maybe they'll go Blaziken just to kind of finish things up. But on the other side, oh my goodness, we are going to see Ganon with a million interesting picks, by the way, in this tournament, but going for the Greedent alongside, may I note, the Buzzwole, which has been super hit or super miss over the past few games. So really interesting comp so far.
Yeah, and okay, Asnable Slowbro enjoyers, don't fret. I think we will be getting it a little bit later on in this matchup when these players do swap around roles, because that is most likely going to be an Umbreon support and Slowbro tank style of build. His final selection for Sanguine is currently hovering the Absol, and with how well this Pokemon has been performing throughout the day, I don't think anyone is going to be surprised by this pick any longer. Kuzi has been playing primarily attacker picks, but, we've had a lot of mix-ups. Some Mimikyu from them, some Gardevoir, and now even the Absol. That is a 3-role gamer. Absolutely love to see it.
Like I said, you cannot even begin to guess every role that a person is going to play anymore in competitive Pokemon Unite, which is really sick to see. But on the other side, I do have to say, I really like this comp. It looks like it's going to be very, very scary from the side of Nemesis. Sanguine, obviously, a much wackier comp that's going to be much more hit or miss. And I do like it a lot as well, but it's certainly less solid than I think the side of Nemesis.
If we're saying solid like proven, then I totally agree, right? We are in uncharted territory here a little bit, but a few power picks are still on the roster. There's still things that, even if some parts of your team don't work out well, there's other parts that can kind of raise everything else up. Specifically looking at that Psyduck, we saw what Roland was able to accomplish in that pick of that last game. It was phenomenal. I know it was tough to pick an MVP in that Game 3 between Luminosity Gaming and Orange Juicers. I know a lot of people leaned into Kratos, especially on some of their Dodrio or Absol play, but I mean, Roland on that Psyduck was fantastic. So I think we're going to be seeing some more incredible Psyduck play into this game from Sanguine. I think it's going to be one of the things they have to hold on to, though, because you're right, their composition is a bit all over the place.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that we're seeing so much Psyduck get through after we've seen such strong showings from basically everybody who's picking Psyduck. But there we go. Top 4, Nemesis versus Sanguine. Lower semis, the winner, well, we still got time. Obviously, the set is just starting, but the winner of this set will move into top 3. Loser goes home. And I want to see what this Greedent's going to end up doing, because it is obviously going to be annoying, but right now, it's just a plain path normally.
Yeah, Ganon also was joining all of us in the Twitch chat after they won their last game and was letting us all know that they have played an insanely wide variety of Pokemon, even including Duraludon in the open qualifiers during this run. So, Ganon, hey, sound off, chat. If you have requests, Ganon's taking them right now, and one of them currently is Greedent, and so far successful. Is double stacking on this Pokemon, which is very, very common on the Greedent. You love the HP and attack stats you can get from the Cookie and the Weight, respectively. And Greedent, as annoying as it may be, it is skilled at getting a wild amount of scores.
Yes, it is going to control certainly a lot of the pace of this match, or let me rephrase that. It should control the pace of a lot of what this match is. Just the fact it's going to be able to rotate fast, it's going to be able to score quite a bit. But right now, they're only up by 4 points, so not yet seeing the menacing little squirrel. In fact, we're going to see a KO actually already come out, and early KOs have been a really big deal for Buzzwoles.
Yeah, Buzzwole has been absolutely crushing it. Gengar God in this lobby in particular has done quite well. But you have mentioned before, Wonder Chef, it is one of those picks that's felt kind of hot and cold game to game. But if you're starting things off with some early knockouts, I think you're feeling absolutely fine about the pick in this game in particular.
And so far, they look like top path is going pretty well. The fact that well, okay, there we go. I'm going to assume from the KO on screen, seeing that an Umbreon was sticking down on their own pad, okay, I'm going to say it's going pretty dang well up top. Urshifu going down as well. And Sanguine pushing down this bottom path goal zone as well. Already down 45 points. They're up 104-0. Nemesis needs to find their footing.
Yeah, right now, I mean, they're missing the Inteleon, so currently all they have access to is that Fell Stinger, but it's certainly doing them wonders in the damage department, but a bit of space created by Ogate is going to make it all the way back to their own Flux Zone and escape that knockup. That could have been the Inteleon evolution right there, and now it's given Kuzi enough time and space to rotate all the way down to the bottom side of the map. 7:30, so mid-birds have come and gone. The next major set of objectives we're going to be looking at is the 720 birds that are about to spawn in.
Kuzi just ran an entire lap, all the way down to the center, and then all the way back up the center, and now they're back up top, and that's how it's going to go. But Gengar God currently trying to defend a 1v3. Luckily, there's a lot of other teammates there. Oh, what was that? Was that a snipe shot? Completely off screen? That was a great shot, but not a great shot for Gengar God. You're not going to be happy about that. Luckily, they do get a little bit of revenge, and this fight is going to continue, as I'm assuming this goal zone is Gonzo.
Yes, going to be a very solid overdunk as well, Kuzi, with, good listening skills. As we saw the defender rushing up and trying to get the math a little bit in a better place. Then we'll get the Regieleki as well. That means the Nemesis is going to be in pole position to try to take this bottom objective. But with Ganon and Gengar God here, I don't think any player can feel safe about taking this objective.
Yeah, I would certainly not. Boom, okay. I mean, it's scary, but at the very minimum, you're single striker Shifu. And, I mean, like you were saying, the Sakura on this team is the strongest of basically all time. So you just got to be a little bit careful and not get tricked, which right now they are going to be taking that advantage to score a few more points. And that's going to be great for Sanguine. They should just continue to push this score lead over and over.
100%. They got the Pokemon to do so. Not to mention, we already talked about the stacks a little bit earlier. Ganon does use that berry belly flop to chase all the way to the backline and will be successful, as Inteleon has nowhere to run all the way down their Flux Zone, all the way to Tier 2, and the Greedent is still closing the gap. Sanguine absolutely off to the races here at the start of our game number 1 with over 200 points, and Nemesis isn't even in triple digits yet.
Yeah, they've just barely got most of their current points by backcapping up top, and this is tough. This is really, really tough. I mean, that Ceruledge would have liked to be a part of that fight, but instead, I mean, scoring some points is, I guess, better than nothing, especially if they may be stacking. But already almost a 200-point lead before the halfway mark of the game, and the big thing is that the early game of Buzzwole is quite strong, but if Buzzwole pops off the entire game, then the late game of Buzzwole can be strong because you're just above in levels, and that's what it looks like it's doing. We've seen already something like 6 KOs, but that's a good way to deal with them. Just throw every single thing that you can at that large bug and try to squash it.
Oh, I don't know how, but Yifan was able to take that snipe shot into that tall grass. I guess just called that that's where Sanguine would be defending against the second tier goal zone push, but an absolute wild flick shot makes that happen. And Greedent goes for an ambush in the central area. A big Unite move from Greedent gives him a little bit of mobility. They try to covet and use the belches, and it will be successful. Back up from Yard, obviously a huge boon in that scenario, and that's a slow beam to hold the Absol. So now this is Nemesis's best chance to strike back, but no path is easy when these knockouts are swinging back and forth either direction.
Yeah, they used the Umbreon Unite, but it didn't really get as much as they possibly wanted from it, so it looks like everybody just kind of backed up. They've got some tankiness. Realistically, the only damage that was still going to be there were the Inteleon snipe shots, but there was just a lot on the other side, so I do like to disengage, especially now that everybody's starting to regroup for some fights down on bottom. We do see just, oh no, the poor little duck.
Yeah, the invisible end of Snipe Shot is always the worst one you don't want to have to contend with, but finally, Kuzi has a Unite move of their own to try to contend with. Metallic will eventually just give themselves up to allow Yeetfan maybe a chance to take out this objective, and Machisel is going to be helping. It's a 3-on-1 chase for this Registeel. The Belch is gonna take it! Never disrespect the Greedent, no matter the odds.
Of course, as we talk about how strong the Secure is, of course, there would be a steal. But that is really, really important for them. They do need to continue to stay ahead, and that's just going to continue the pacing. I mean, the levels, the scaling of Nemesis in general is going to be very, very strong. They want to try and just, play it a little bit slower, just get to maximum levels before this final stretch, but they've got to work for it now with only 3:20 on the clock. And oh no, especially if they're going to get KO'd over and over. Gengar God just going wild this entire game.
Also, I don't know if I've ever seen a moment in this match where Ganon does not have a Unite move. This is ridiculous. I mean, we have seen so many from this Pokemon chasing down these targets to literally nowhere. They have no escape routes because either this Buzzwole's in your face or the Greedent is cutting off your escape. A devastating macro game from Sanguine so far. Nemesis trying to play really safe, take their farm off cooldown. We've seen Machisel in so few of these fights because the Sarilege has just been forced to permafarm. Now, that effort is not wasted. They are at level 13, which is really, really good for this final fight, but they have not had an impact anywhere else in the match up until this point.
I think a big problem here is that they don't have a bunch of scary team-wide unites, so it's not like they can take, kind of get rid of their level disadvantage by just attacking everybody at once. The big Sarilege unite is going to have to land on so many people, but the problem is they've got such good counters on the other side if they want to try to stop things. Right now, though, Asdable's getting burned down.
Okay, Asdable takes a lot of damage, but so did Gengar God on the top side. They got Snipe Shot and a full combo from Machisel, all landing into that Buzzwole. So we'll be the Slowbro respawning, but also the Buzzwole recalling. So a bit of an exchange there. Slowbro will respawn in time for this Rayquaza. Going to be a little bit late to the fight. Most importantly, that means Sanguine gets all the space they want. No defender from Nemesis can kind of take up that real estate. That allows the Psyduck and the Blastoise to really play up forward.
Yeah, one thing about Sanguine is that if they've given space, they do not have really the burn to try to burn down Rayquaza. Sure. Plus, obviously, you don't really want to go for the flip against the strong secure team, but the slow beam on the Greedent takes it out. A great initiation, though, from Aguake Love, and that's going to be, everybody getting initiated on everybody low on the side of Sanguine, but Gengar God just going and melting the entire backline, double KO streak, and look at this, they're so low on Sanguine, but they just got to take down this Rayquaza when nobody's around to deal with it. It's getting low, nobody close by, this should be free, and that backline, I don't even want to, melting was so good from our currently level 15 Buzzwole.
Gengar God did that within a mean look, by the way. The huge area of effect impact that you have with your superpower stuns and, of course, your smackdown hits as well is actually tremendous with a Buzzwole. And just with this support-based Umbreon, you don't have access to that extra crowd control like you normally would in Snarl. Instead, you're opting in for a bit of burst of healing with that Wish. But in that situation, it doesn't really help you, and your backline isn't safe, even when you're containing that Buzzwole like that. Great aggressive play from Sanguine, and turning a tough situation into a great one, right? They lose that Greedent with the slow beam, and instead Blastoise just goes, oh great, no one can counter my Hydro Typhoon, let's go!
Yeah, Aguacate using that, well, speaking of, literally what we're seeing right now, but in the moment in that fight was huge. That may have hit literally every single person on that team. Hopefully we get a chance to see that one again in slow motion, but that was really what started that entire backline melting from Gengar God. It was a beautiful combination, and honestly, like I was saying, I really thought, Sanguine was all getting so incredibly low, but they just lost all their damage because nobody could escape from Buzzwole, which was really, really close, despite the fact that they did win pretty convincingly. If any of the damage had survived, they could have lost basically everybody on their team.
Whew, well, what a start to this series from Sanguine, taking down Nemesis in game number 1, who, by the way, former regional champion in this very tournament series. So Sanguine feeling pretty good about starting out this series in a positive manner against some former champs, and obviously the toughest competition they've had to play into in this entire tournament.
Yeah, and not just former, previous, reigning,
Right.
one could even say. So that does have to feel extremely good, but 71k damage from the Greedent. Ganon is really, really showing off. Kuziel's as well, has been doing so much damage throughout the entire day, but really I think it was the KOs from Gengar God, just finding all the perfect targets. Like we said, very hit or miss Pokemon, but this was certainly a hit, and I feel like Buzzwole stock's kind of going up over today.
100%, at least within the hands of Gengar God. I think I'm all in that region, particularly 59,000 damage done. Very, very impressive. On the other side, we have even a Relics with 96,000 damage on the Inteleon. So really trying to hard carry this team, but I think the glaring stat line there is Machisel on the Ceruledge. Things went so badly in this early game, in this pathing phase, that Ceruledge just was sort of forced to farm the entire matchup, and you don't build that damage stat off a wild Pokemon. So a really, really slow, tough game from Nemesis, and it felt like they just didn't have the offensive pressure.
Yeah, and like I said, I feel like they have a lot of kind of like single targeting out enemies unites. That was a weird way to say that, but I think when you really have the Ceruledge unite, you really want to follow it up with something else that does like a lot of big AoE damage, but you really don't have all that much, I think, on that team to follow it up, so it didn't seem like they were able to really get the maximum usage.
We're seeing some like mid-level like jump pad play right now, when we should be seeing top level jump pad play. If you're not waiting and going back just to use the jump pad more and increase your count, I actually think you might be inting a little bit. So yeah, definitely do that in all of your ranked games and your teammates will love you.
Exactly. All right, I love that you're all in on this too, Wonder Chef, because I truly am all in on the jump boy statistics and trying to draw improbable conclusions from whatever these numbers tell me. But either way, we're going to be going into game 2 very shortly here, and Sanguine is able to win with a very let's call it atypical composition, which the toughest part about something like that is it is extremely difficult to draft into. You're never banning something like a Buzzwole or a Greedent. These are not popular enough picks, but I mean, maybe against a team like Sanguine who's running as hot as they are today, maybe that is something you start to consider when you're headed into the draft phase.
I mean, the problem is there's just so many valuable Pokemon right now that realistically, like if you were to just try and do everything in your power to get rid of most of the weird Pokemon that were played in that last game, it doesn't feel like it makes that much of a difference because they've got to have something else, right? Like, what are you going to do, get rid of Greedent? That's going to be tough. I think the one big thing that was very impactful was the Psyduck, and Psyduck has been huge today. I actually wonder what the Psyduck win percentage is today. It's got to be really high, if not 100.
I think we have that. I'll take a look at that. You talk to me about what these two bands are looking like.
I will, although realistically there should be 4 bands. No, I'm just kidding.
That's true.
But it's going to be
Psyduck at
Mimikyu
a
to start off.
66% win rate today.
Ooh, nice. Okay. Yeah, well, I guess I technically was just counting broadcast only. So, yeah. 66 is pretty dang high.
Yep.
And I do think that Nemesis agrees with that, as one of those bands is going to be that Psyduck.
Okay.
The other side, Miraidon's gone once again, alongside the Blissey. So now 2 supports, technically, off the board.
Yeah, I haven't been shy about how much I love this Miraidon ban. I really do think that Pokemon is just ridiculous right now. So taking it off the board, but before you even have the chance to consider taking it yourself or whatever, I think it's a great decision. Azumarill is going to pick up that Umbreon, Lockdown, one of the best supports in the entire game. Currently, what Azumarill is bringing to the table is that double stacking Umbreon. We don't see it too often. Azumarill kind of one of the only players who is still playing the double stacking on this Pokemon in particular. So we'll see if that shows up some more, but Sanguine is going to bring the Garchomp into this next game. Buzzwole left on the cutting room floor, and Garchomp going to be the pickup.
This is also really interesting which direction they could go with the Blastoise. I like choosing it early because it doesn't really necessarily say what you're going to do, so we will see how that plays out. Machisel going immediately back onto the Ceruledge. Surprising. Again, it didn't quite work out the way that they wanted it to in that previous game, but unsurprisingly, the Inteleon that did something like 96,000 damage, that is what you expect. But ooh, Comfey, this is a bit of a committal team. Is this Guja real? I wouldn't be surprised at this point.
There's a world. I think I have seen. I want to say I've seen Kuzi Gudra, but maybe I'm mistaken because they only have 2 items equipped at the moment. So odds are we have not seen this pick so far. But it will finally change over to the Absol, a really popular Pokemon in today's tournament. It feels like it's kind of becoming, or already is, the story of NA's tournament so far to this point. One more note about the Machisel Ceruledge, by the way. Interesting to see no energy amplifier on an X attack built Ceruledge. Usually when you're kind of going with the X attack, you're sort of going all in style of strategy, but instead Machisel kind of hedging their bets with the attack weight Razor Claw style of things. So a little bit of a change up there, but all right, Ganon, for the first time ever, I think, is playing the same Pokemon in back-to-back games. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but it certainly feels like it, as the green will be double stacking with the energy amplifier. Also, Potion, so cheeky on the cheekiest of Pokemon we have.
Literally the cheekiest. I will say, of all these picks, I'm very excited for the Metallic Glaceon, which we got to see earlier, and it did very well, but I think this is a great Glaceon game, and there's so many big chunky targets that you are just going to kind of get free reign on. Obviously, you have to be careful of the Absol. That's going to be the biggest thing, but this team in general is going to have to be careful for the Absol, and I think if they can take out the Absol, whether it be like some sort of crowd control from either of the tanks or just taking it out quickly, then they're going to be doing pretty hot.
Yeah, I like this pick a lot too, Chef. I'm complete agree. One of the things that you have to think about when going up against a Glaceon is always how do we coordinate breaking the passive and then the dive after, right? Like Glaceon's one of those Pokemon that a single dive against a squishy attacker is simply not enough, thanks to their Snowcloak passive. So sometimes we have to see a little bit of a different variety, and Greedent, one of the best Pokemon in the game at making sure that that passive is never on that evolution in particular. Again, it could do a really good job of just kind of casually running by, drifting past the Glaceon, and breaking the passive. So it's something to watch out for Sanguine to play for in their win condition. But here we go. Game number 2 between Nemesis, your purple team, and Sanguine, your orange team.
Okay, so which of these EVs is where? That's my question.
Oh, yeah.
So that's gotta be center Glaceon, right? I'd have to assume.
I think so.
Yeah. So then up top we have Umbreon and Sobble, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, like Umbreon support in this world, right? Because we have the Trevenant Defender and Umbreon Healer is kind of how they're playing it out. Interesting to see also that Oogway is the one picking up the Trevenant. Oogway, by the way, is, I think, also has went by Joey in the past, and Joey has made their competitive debut time and time again on this Trevenant. It was their pick, one of the best Pokemon, one of the best players on this Pokemon in the region, so no surprise that they're bringing it out here in a top 4 position.
Right, I mean, Trevenant's still quite strong. We've only seen it a few times today, but right now they're just trying to deal with Ganon, and that is getting pretty tough, as looks like the escape might actually happen. And while that's happening, of course, just free farm here for the Squirtle is going to hit level 4, catch up to everybody else, and you just want that extra free space.
Yeah, tough matchup in that scenario. Top path will be a bit of a 3-on-3, but 2-on-2 down here as things get extremely close. Machisel gets a evolution in just the nick of time. That boosted auto attack of the Squirtle will be enough to take the KO, and these teams will trade 1-for-1 in the bottom path, but Nemesis dominating in the top path.
That's a pretty good trade, though, I would say, altogether, just for Sanguine, just because that is the Squirtle. It's going to get that experience. It's going to take them that much closer to level 5, and it's going to shut down, obviously, a little bit of their damage, while we're still going to see Oogway, a.k.a. Joey. Well, I was about to say not evolved yet, but as soon as I say that, of course, that is going to be the evolution. Now we've got 5s and Evos across the board.
If you say it, if you don't even say it before it happens, is that considered a caster blessing? If you said it and spoke it into existence, I think you've defeated the caster curse. Well done, Wonder Chef. We finally found the answer.
Thank you.
In terms of the mid-fight, looks like all going toward Nemesis. Absol, even with that Comfey pocket, will not have enough sustainability to 2v3 in that scenario. So instead, they shift it up and push towards this top side, which is an absolute brawl as both these teams are swinging. But it is Nemesis, the ones coming away the victors again. This top side presence has been phenomenal for Team Nemesis, and this goal zone is going to be broken. Very, very small extra score there, only 10 points, but Regieleki's on the horizon. We could turn that into a tier 2 push.
Ooh, I don't know if they want to push down anything right now. The people that are trying to push down everything else are Wait, what? Why are they so? That's like too far back. Okay, they were just returning. I was gonna say there's a lot of free farm in that center area for Nemesis, and we did see the Garchomp in there, or not quite a Garchomp yet, for a while, and they didn't actually get as much farm as maybe they could have. I think they were just trying to play safe, maybe looking for a pick. But regardless, we're at the Registeel now. That was all in the past, and Ganon getting melted faster than the actual objective. I think it's one of the things about Green. It's a PvP tank where everybody just likes taking it down. Registeel getting low though. Final hit will go to the side of Nemesis and that Blastoise as well.
Huge credit to Machisel on the Ceruledge. A bit of a quiet game in game number 1. Game number 2, though, they're able to 1v3 secure that Regieleki. So, versus an Absol, Comfey, and a Gabite, they are the ones to walk away with the objective secure. They do get KO'd, but it's not like Sanguine can translate that team fight win into a lot of points because they have to babysit this Regieleki that's walking towards their goal zone. So, Nemesis in a much more commanding position in game number 2. Now the question is, can they put the pedal down even further? Can they win the team fight, break one of these, break this other tier 1, get some presence on tier 2, and really assert that dominance that Rayquaza becomes a non-factor? Or is this going to kind of be the pace set for the remainder of the match?
Well, it does seem like there's a fight up top towards the center. They might be going for that tier 1 goal zone. On the bottom, the tier 1 goal zone is going to be taking some good amount of damage as Relics is going to be trying to defend, but it does look like they managed to get some very important KOs. Absol and Comfey, of course, that was on the Absol going down. Nemesis doing a good job of defending, holding on to that lead, just like you were saying. And that's going to be really important because they haven't had to fight the full strength of a full team fight with Garchomp at maximum power yet, and that's going to be, of course, the biggest test, I think, of any team's late game. Yeah, honestly, if I'm Nemesis, I'm breaking this goal zone as quickly as I can. Who cares about the overdog? Perfect decision by Machisel because you are going to have to deal with some high-level Pokemon on the other side, but Garchomp falls before they can even utilize their Unite move. This Ceruledge is online in a way we have not seen up until this point in this match. Fantastic to see Machisel really starting to get into groove and teaching Sanguine that Nemesis is not a squad that's just going to fall over in our lower semis. It's also really a good sign. It's a great sign of like mental fortitude when you can play a Pokemon and then not do particularly well with that Pokemon for whatever reason. And obviously a lot of that was just the game state last game, but then also repick it and then still pop off with it and say like, okay, that was just a thing that happened and now we're going to move on and continue to play. It does look like they managed to get that Regieleki up top, but they did get KO'd in return. But right now this fight on bottom, it's getting pretty slow and this Glaceon doing a lot of damage. Great dodge by Metallic to get out of that Hydro Typhoon. And that's going to control them, this Reggie-Ice, for free. Yeah, I guess Blastoise had no eject button ready to go because Metallic just slowly walked backwards out of the Hydro Typhoon, and it works. And also, in the top path side, Azumos could be able to put in 21 points because somehow Sanguine get caught sleeping, and that Regieleki that the Ceruledge is able to secure again walked into that tier 2. So a huge push. Inteleon, unfortunately, I don't think they got the chance to, no, they must have scored at 277 points. That is a lot of points in towards that tier 2, but now this goal tier 1 is going to be relatively undefended. Machisel going to have a tough task 1v5 right now as the Comfey is along for the ride, and as good as this Ceruledge has been, it is not going to be able to handle all 5 enemy team Pokemon. I'm not sure about that breaking with just a pure 1 overdunk, though. I feel like they had the space there to get a little bit more off of that, but they wanted to make sure it broke, and they're still behind by a good amount of points. Now they really want to go for this other tier 1. This one's going to be more of an overdunk if that Kuzi can get that off, and wow, I actually cannot believe that Kuzi made that happen. The slow smoke, it looked like, was that what I just saw over there? It doesn't matter. They made it happen. Ganon's running amok. 2 KO streak, though, from Oogway. In fact, almost everybody on the side of Sanguine is down, but Sanguine did manage to make back a decent amount of that points deficit that's been plaguing them the rest of this game. Yeah, tough mistake. I mean, the Glaceon, when they're auto-targeting somebody with that Icicle Shard, they cannot change targets mid-channel. Those shards will chase down any target unless they hit another Pokemon on the way to their intended. So, with the Absol just hanging out behind that intended target of the Garchomp, they're able to just score freely as nobody else can make it there in time to auto-attack and stop that Absol. So, clean little scoring attempt by Sanguine. I mean, clean, they did lose a bunch of members, but they're closer in the scoreline, and I think any team would feel a little bit more comfortable in this scenario. It's spring cleaning.
Yes.
You get rid of everything on your side, and you're like, you know what? Let's clear it out, start anew, and we'll get some points in the process. But pretty late, a really, really well-timed Regieleki for the side of Nemesis. They've got to be really happy about that. But this fight looks like it may be starting as the Bull's getting initiated on immediately. Ganon trying to take down Metallic, but Azabel still ends up the main target. Relics now getting united by the Garchomp, will be going down. 2 KO streak for Ganon. 3 members up for Nemesis. They're now trying to run away and regroup. Kuzi is very, very low. Looks like they're going to be backing in the bottom path. This burn, though, could be extremely fast with a Garchomp on the Rayquaza. It's not going to matter. Blastoise goes down. 3 members now up as we're going to see Umbreon try to run back in time, but this is not the best secure in the world. I mean, the biggest thing, they got to keep the Cerulege alive. It's trying to run away. Machisel trying to stay out of the danger from Kuzi. He's going to use the Unite move onto the Rayquaza, and it's extremely low, but the snipe shot from off screen!
I can't believe it. Ethan threads the needle with that snipe shot. I don't know if any member of Sanguine was aware that player was still up and running. Otherwise, they would have been hunting down that Inteleon, or at the very least, body blocking that snipe shot. Great 360 shot there from the Intel, and now Rayquaza is taken by them. This match certainly not over. They're only just over 100 points separate these two teams. Sanguine have to make this push happen with no Rayquaza shields and no Unite moves, but crazier things have happened before. Greedent's attempt stopped in the top path. Bottom side gonna carry forward a little bit more with that Hydro Typhoon. Big Surf brings them all together. Just carry them to the Garchomp as Gengar God absolutely crushing it, but Azabel traps them for the time being.
Oh, really good movement, and that's going to shut down the attempt. It does look like Ganon was trying to score up top, stopped by Oogway. Oogway following Ganon the entire way down to this bottom tier 2, and nobody left to push. So this is going to have to be, I don't know, you'd have to full wipe. It seems relatively impossible. Yard getting KO'd as well. Just a poor little Comfey. No Greedent running up to help and save them. I think they realized that's going to be it. And Nemesis is going to continue again. We can't call it a curse. We got to call it a blessing.
True.
Game 3, every match on broadcast.
Unreal scenes out here as Nemesis force a Game 3 with a rallying cry. Not a whole lot of changes in their draft screen, right? Just some principal changes throughout the matchup. I love the change of Joey onto the Trevenant. Felt a lot more comfortable in that early game pattern. And Machisel just waking up. 6 KOs, 6 assists, not falling over in that top path matchup this time around to Gengar God on the Garchomp this scenario, and really made it look good. If I'm going to make any predictions for game number 3, I have to imagine Sanguine might be returning to that Buzzwole well, and I do think we might get our first 20 jump board uses in one game.
Ooh, that's a pretty big prediction. That's
Not
the
our
stat
first,
that matters.
also. I realized that LG did do 22 in the game.
You're right, you're right. But I do have to say, the Glaceon did a ton of damage. Obviously, it's going to be just basically hurling icicle spears into big targets the entire time, but that is important. That's exactly what you want in that game, and you could see a lot of really, really good stuff coming out of Metallic, winning a lot of fights basically purely off of the mobility and the damage alone, and that allowed Machisel to really follow up a lot of those KOs, or honestly just getting snipe shots off the back end of that. It was all really good, and I mean, well played from everybody. Huge damage game just in general across the board.
Oogway with
am
almost
very
60K.
excited for 3. Yeah, on Tree.
Yeah, really, really cool stuff. I mean, these two teams are so fun to watch. It feels like they have a very similar play style, right? Like, if they get an early advantage, they're actually going to fight on the other side of the map to try to win both sides, right? We saw multiple times the first goal zone break, and they'll rely on one player to secure the Regieleki, while everybody else goes to the even matchup of goal zones on the bottom side just to try to take this fight. It's very fun. Both of these teams really just kind of gentleman's agreement to match up and battle wherever they can, and this time the bout went to Nemesis after a really phenomenal showing, and yeah, that answers my question. Inteleon did score when that Regieleki landed, doubling up on those points. Very impressive stuff.
Yeah, this is just a great game for Nemesis in general. They were all positioned really, really well, and that's one of the biggest things, right? You've got both the Greedent and the Absol that are very, very, I don't even know what was going on here. Obviously, you can see down left, bottom left, pew! And you said they didn't know that Relics was up and running, but honestly, literally running back, like spawn.
Come on.
Oh, but you know why it got there in time. The jump pad.
Jump board. Jump board,
jump
our
board.
favorite home base jump board. Absolutely love it. This was one of I genuinely thought that Gengar God had a chance to turn this around right here. The Surf brings multiple targets to the Garchomp, who just gets to keep on auto attacking, doing that cleave damage to multiple targets if they're within range. But that Asnable mean look as Asnable drops it and then backs up away from danger. Very smart. I think was just unfortunately the final nail in that coffin, as Greedent, like you were mentioning, was trying to cap on the other side, and who knows what would have happened if that was a Garchomp, Kofi, and Greedent triple dive instead of just the two of them, right? Who knows where things end up. Tough to tell. Either way, we are headed to yet again another Game 3. North America has been absolutely treating us with the competition. I can't wait. Wonder Chef, we don't do this very often, but like, if you had to make a pick of who's going to come away in game number 3, who do you got moving forward?
I think it's tough. It's tough, obviously, because everybody's really good, but I think Nemesis. I think Nemesis are a team of players that have been playing for so long, and so many of them have been playing together for so long that one of their strengths is the ability to adapt, and that's something that they've done quite well. I mean, already this tournament, they eliminated the team that knocked them into losers, which is already like a big accomplishment, and that's got to make you feel super good. But now that they lost the game, and they won a game with some great adaptations, and now it just kind of feels like they're going to continue on that road. And that is one of my favorite strengths of the team. What about you?
Unfortunately, I'm going to go the other side, and not just for content. I think Sanguine's got something special this tournament. I don't know exactly what it is. I know that Gengar was kind of a late addition into this roster, I think primarily just for this tournament, but it's been working out really well. I think they're going to... the experimentation's been fantastic, and I think they're just too tricky of a team to lock down right now. With Nemesis having a few missteps here and there, I think if any team is going to exploit that, it might be this wild and free Sanguine squad. So I think that is what we're going to be looking at. But chat, I know you all are so excited for game number 3. We are going to be jumping to a very short break as we get things sorted out on our side. So on the other side of this one, it will be our final game of the lower semifinals. We'll see you all then.
What's good, everybody? Doob Snacks here with another episode of Snacks with Snacks. We are here in Sao Paulo, Brazil for LAIC, and I've got a tour guide with me to bring me around all of these snacks this go around. So, thank you for joining.
Much appreciated. So happy to be here for Snacks with Snacks. Of course, these are things that I've known all throughout my life, considering I am Brazilian, and I'm going to be your representative for Brazil here at LAIC, of course, for Unite.
Of course.
Starting with sweets.
So we're starting with sweets. All right, so let's kick it off here. You said peanut butter base, not peanut buttery. A little bit of crumble texture to it. Let's get into it.
Be nice.
Oh, that's terrific.
Terrific.
This is this reminds me of like the filling of a Reese cup. For those of you that eat Reese cups at home, picture that. That's what this is. This is gonna get a high mark for me, but we're rating them all at the end. Here we go.
No, you're gonna be fine. So next up we have the.
Okay. Well, it was a little crumbly. A little crumbly texture. This is what... I knew this was a Twinkie.
It is what. Okay.
I knew this was a Twinkie.
Okay. Childhood memories, nostalgia. This is what this evokes. The vanilla filling.
It's a Twinkie. It's great.
Okay, good. So the other one is just the same, but chocolate, if I'm not mistaken.
Of course.
I mean, yeah. Why not?
You know, chocolate's fine. I prefer the vanilla one.
Me too. That's my personal favorite as well.
The peanut butter cylinder is getting to me here. So I'm gonna have you help me open these.
Oh, of course, yeah.
As I get into these too. What are these? Off rip, I like the turtle mascot.
Yes. Gotta love the well, there he goes.
Chocolate sandwich cookie all the way through, right to the middle.
Yeah.
You need to pay me for these. Chocolate sandwich cookie.
Good.
Believe it or not, still fighting through that peanut butter.
I do believe it, to be fair. So this one, not sandwich style, but on top.
Okay.
Also chocolate, but...
Turtle on the back.
Yeah.
It doesn't have peanut butter in it, I can assure you that. It does taste like peanut butter though.
Yeah, this one of my personal favorites.
There's an Americanized version of it. And instead of it being one humble piece like this, this entire package is just two 2 jumbo ones.
Oh, okay. Well, I get
So
that.
essentially, we've taken your classic snacks and just done
made them
barbaric
big
American
and
things to
deep-fried.
them. Here, there you go. Just jumbo and butter and grease. Ooh, I really like that.
Okay, good.
Let's rate these
Good.
things. Speed run. This is bottom tier. I'm going to put that at 2.5, considering everything else is much more solid. Twinkie taking a large lead here, and I think I'm going to go. You can't give like a Twinkie a 10. That's insane. That is insanity. 6.
Okay.
I think this is a 5 for sure. Size differential. Size does matter to some people. For these, 3.7, which leads me to the chocolate sandwich cookies, 5.9.
Okay.
And that's because these, despite being first and kind of being, I kind of felt like I was coughing sawdust the entire time. Don't let that discourage you. This was my favorite of the sweets group. 8.5. I love these. I love these.
That
These
is
were
incredibly
terrific.
good, yeah.
This was sweets. So we've got more to come. What else
Yeah,
we
we
got
do.
coming up?
Right, so we got the savory, we got the finger foods, and of course, you need to stay tuned to catch more of Snacks with Snacks.
Stay tuned.
Oh my God.
Dupe Snacks here, Snacks with Snacks, round 2. We're taking on UK Snacks this time around. Let's get right into it. We've got what kind of looks like a fire starter log. Digestifs. Cool, I can't even read either. First one is absolutely shattered. Okay, let's just keep it. Okay, so this is like if a saltine and a sugar cookie mated and made this. And it has like the worst parts of both. I'm gonna say 3.5 out of 10. Licorice assortments. I really don't like black licorice for what it's worth, so this is licorice cubes, which are all the colors of nightmares. 0 out of 10. All right, okay, this looks like they have some sort of flavor. The original Jaffa cake. Yeah, okay. Spongy, cakey, a little bit of orange, a little bit of chocolate. That's a W. I'm gonna give that 6 out of 10. Prawn crackers. I have a good feeling this is gonna be my favorite one. More odor than I anticipated, less flavor, which is an awesome combination for food. This is the other one I'm looking forward to, which looks like just a raspberry sandwich cookie. Cute little heart in the middle. Get right into it here. These are fine. I'm like super unimpressed with everything. The UK is gonna come after me for this thing. Holy, whatever. 3.5. I guess it can't be as bad as the Firestarter log of cookies cracker things. I'm gonna say 4. I was told that this was probably going to be the most jarring experience, pun intended, because it's in a jar. And we've got yeast extract. Why is it that consistency? I doubt that this is gonna have any sweet flavor to it. We're gonna just go right in. Good Lord. Do people like actively eat this? I think this is where we're gonna end this one. UK snacks are not good. Overall, not a positive experience. I hope you all at home enjoyed that to whatever ends that you can. I love you all. And Snacks with Stacks episode 2 is in the bag.
What is going on, Pokemon Unite trainers? My name is Husky Star. This is Steel Agent Kyle, and we are coming back to you with our lower bracket finals. So, we were supposed to go to a Game 3 previously. However, Nemesis is going to take that one due to the surrender vote from Sanguine in that last match. Just remember, you cannot do that on broadcast. So Nemesis is going to be moving forward into this lower bracket final to face off against Luminosity, Kyle, which, if we remember from the December Cup, that's a bit of a salty run back.
A little bit of a run back, I'm sure. LG has that on their mind. They got taken down in the grand finals against Nemesis in the December Cup. So a little bit of, we're going to have some sort of repeat champion. Luminosity won LAIC, Nemesis won the December Cup, and then Orange Juicers, who's waiting in the grand finals, won the AOS Cup play-on. So all 3 teams left in this tournament, they've won something this season. Luminosity, though, they are taking your left side.
And they are also taking out Garchomp. That's going to be your first ban. And not surprising, Luminosity has enjoyed banning this thing today. They have a plan, and it does not involve including a Garchomp in the match.
Garchomp's been running through the Thea Sky ruins almost uncontested. It's been a fantastic pick today. Another fantastic pick has been this slow bro from Nemesis that LG wants no part of. Asnable has been fantastic on that one. And Nemesis, they banned that Umbreon, they banned that Mimikyu.
And they're going to lock in the Blissey. That's one that not a lot of teams let skate by in a Luminosity match, but they're going to give it to Slash. That is a Pokemon that Slash is very, very proficient on. We were talking about it yesterday, so I kind of hope to see him on it in this lower bracket final. But on the opposite side, here comes the duck, quacking its way into this draft, and we have Relics back on the Inteleon.
Nemesis gonna run the flying V with this Psyduck. Yeah, like you said, Relics taking that Inteleon. Otter once again locking in that XP share Mew that we've seen them run time and time again. So a lot of comfort picks so far from LG. Kyrios locking in that damage carry Blastoise.
I did see the Lapras being hovered for a second, and though I would have loved to see my Lappy make it into a game, they're not going to go for it. I feel like there's just so many other defender options that are really solid, and it looks like Asnable is going to go with that. Snorlax, definitely one of the top choices, and we're going to be seeing a Buzzwole coming back into this tournament.
I'm loving this Buzzwole pick into the Blastoise. We saw it with Orange Juicers. We saw it. We're going to see it again here with Nemesis against LG, but look at this, Husky. They are lining up these double speedster last two picks. They're going to lock that in.
Yeah, I think Nemesis hasn't yet seen the Overlord Absol today, so they might not realize how it has been going for them. Pretty scary to see Overlord back on that thing, but Metallic rounding out Nemesis's draft with the Ceruledge pick. So double all-rounder on one side, double speedster on the other.
I love this Ceruledge pick. It does allow Machizel to maybe dodge some of the damage with that Phantom Force if that's what they elect to. Typically, that is what we've seen today from this Ceruledge when it's come out and been picked. So I do love that. But the thing I'm worried about is LG once again locking in that double speedster. If they're able to scale early, it's going to be a bad time for Nemesis.
Yeah, again, I mean, the scaling on double speedster is great for an early game, but it really falls off in the late game. And the way that Nemesis comp is built up right now, it's not looking like an early game composition. So it's very, very possible that Luminosity could really start to run away with this in the early game, but Nemesis scales pretty well into the late game. Teleon, great late game Pokemon. Buzzwole falls off a little bit, but Psyduck, another great late game Pokemon. Ceruledge as well does fantastic in that final fight. So it's going to be early game versus late game once again.
Psyduck's been kind of a problem child for this Luminosity squad. We saw Orange Juicers really start to hit on all cylinders once they handed Roland the keys to the duck. And I don't know, we'll see how Nemesis is able to utilize it. And if they're able to, kind of keep these double speedster at bay, Nemesis might be in for a good time.
See how well they can pilot that duck. We do have the Slash Kyrios lane heading into this bottom path. So we're seeing attacker Blastoise. I think we've seen all areas of the Blastoise today. We've seen it play defender, we've seen it play attacker, we've seen it play all-rounder. That just kind of proves how much Blastoise can do pretty much anything.
Blastoise is the jack of all trades and even maybe the master of all of them too. Big play there. They are able to take away that experience from Nemesis and even get an extra stack in.
Yeah, that's 2 early stacks for Kyrios. Going to be looking fantastic. Stacking up those special attack specs. Going to scale really, really well into the late game. So if Luminosity is lacking a little bit of their late game, Kyrios is going to try to earn it back with some of those stacks.
Relics able to steal away that experience from Luminosity. So getting a little bit of a revenge up there. But look at this push here for LG. They're going to have 3 members in this top lane to combat Nemesis's 3 members in the top lane.
We've got the EXP share Mew, finds Machizel in the bush, going to send a Mewsted attack, but it is blocked by the Psyduck. Now 3-on-3 here as these birds spawn.
Oh, and they leave the Thea Sky as fast as they arrive. Psyduck's going to try to surf on in. Mew does a great job of ensuring that light screen enables them to stay protected.
Yeah, Otter, one of the best Mew players that exist for sure, and they've just kind of brought that over into the supporter slot. We see them get a KO right here on this Buzzwole. Early KOs are definitely the name of the game for Luminosity. It's exactly what they're going to try to do to try to maintain this early lead.
And level 6 on the Absol already. They got a bunch of points in onto the top goal, much to the Psyduck's abilities and attempts to stop anything from happening, but Overlord looking pretty good early on. Otter doing a great job of keeping him protected.
Yeah, and level 7 now on that Absol, they have both of their moves available to them as now both teams starting to circle around the central area. The Birds have spawned Trainer looking for their level 7. They will not quite get it there. It is. They will evolve into Talonflame, but unfortunately, we've got Cerulege there to pick them up. They grab Blissey as well.
Oh, big plays here for Nemesis. They are pushing forward. Double KO for Blastoise. Psyduck able to get another, but look at Overlord. They're able to clean up a couple of KOs for themselves. They got a triple KO and, kind of stop the XP from heading over to Nemesis. So great plays all around.
Yeah, Overlord getting these early KOs is definitely the way that you'd want to see them start to play with this Pokemon. We've seen Overlord really excel on it, and we've also seen him suffer a little bit on it today. But right now is looking to be one of those games that he does really, really well. Almost level 9, just about to tick into it here, as we've got our top and bottom objectives spawning very soon.
720 Birds all go over to Luminosity, level 9 on this Absol. They're going to utilize their Unite move. Big Brave Bird Trainer gets the KO on Snorlax. Double KO to boot. They take out the Inteleon. Psyduck's next on the chopping block. Absol looking for the Cerulege. Are they going to be able to find him? Unite move from Cerulege. Another Brave Bird, but Chisel goes back to the Pokemon Center. Buzzwole trying to do their best. Unite move out from Trainer, but mostly just to get out of dodge.
Wow, what a micro outplay there from that Absol. They did go down, but they waited to use their move at the exact right time, because if you're Cerulege, you can see that Revenant Rend about to come from a mile away, and Overlord knew that and made sure that they timed their Night Slash so they could avoid it, because if they got caught in that Revenant Rend, they were surely going down. Now, that being said, Nemesis does pick up that basement objective, and they're pushing forward.
Trying to get some points in, able to do so. Another Brave Bird comes in from this Talonflame, gets found out from the rest of the Nemesis squad. Mew goes down, Talonflame goes down, Psyduck, double KO. Unite move coming out from Buzzwole. They take down Overlord and the Absol. Here comes the Unite move from Blastoise, gonna try to go in, but not before they get picked up by the Buzzwole, looking to take Kyrios down, able to do so. No, and Blissey comes in from downtown, utilizes their Unite move to save Kyrios.
Who needs a safeguard when you've got Slash Can on that Blissey? Using that Unite move at the absolute perfect time. The Bliss Assistants came out, and Blastoise surviving on 1 HP right there, able to get their Unite move out and pick up some KOs, mounting a perfect defense on that Tier 1 pad. Luminosity hangs on to the score lead.
Coming in at the right moment is Slash Cannon. That's why you love to see players on comfort picks. They knew exactly the right time to strike that Unite move button, able to do so. Now, Luminosity able to take that Regieleki in the top lane. That's going to put a little bit of pressure on Nemesis.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be able to stop it here, but the question is going to be, is Luminosity going to start moving down into this bottom path to look for some more scores? It looks like they are. Kyrios comes in, the block comes out from Snorlax, and here comes Overlord. They're going to push forward with a Night Slash.
Ooh, here we go. Unite move comes out from Snorlax. They're going to take a quick little power nap just to regenerate their health. Here we go. Overlord trying to go on in with this Absol. Another Unite move from Blastoise. They take out the Buzzwole. LG looking to push forward this T1 pad. Blissey able to try to get some points in. It's Mew coming out ahead, and Blastoise with another double KO. And this basement Reggie looks like it's going to be all LG.
Wow, Blastoise Unite move cooldown stonks are soaring right
wild.
now. I don't know if that was even a minute between Unite moves for that Blastoise, but they might be caught here by Metallic. It is Luminosity to end up securing that basement objective, but it's Buzzwole now trying to move in. Here comes Brave Bird. Metallic's hanging on, but they will go down to the double speedster combo.
No way. Luminosity starting to heat up. Only one fire-type Pokemon on their side. It's that Talonflame, already level 12. And Overlord, they are level 12. Some big power spikes are about to hit the map for LG.
This is scary. Luminosity with a lead is one of the scariest things. It's even more scary than a speedster with a level lead, but they also have that. And here goes Psyduck getting caught here, going down to the Mew. Luminosity might try to push their advantage.
They're going to try to, but Blastoise in the bottom side, they should be able to get this 50-point dunk off no contest. Snorlax was a little bit late to respond.
Wow.
Unite move from Overlord. They're able to take out a couple. Otter closing out the Sarah Ledge, and this T2 push is on way. This goal zone might be down. LG with a huge play here at the 3-minute mark, and now there's a potential for a base Alecki.
Overlord's microplay is just out of control. They're able to just bait so many unfortunate mistakes out of Nemesis. We saw it there with that Inteleon, but here comes a power nap. A little bit of a late one at that. Trainer will go down on the Talonflame, and now Nemesis is looking for a comeback.
Trying to. They do find the Talonflame. They find Overlord on the Absol. KO streak of 2 from a Chisel. Make it a 3-piece combo. Looking to take down the Alecki now. We have the Inteleon trying to zone them out, but they get found out from the Blastoise. Very smart play to use that Fell Stinger to get away.
Blastoise is there. They do have a Unite move available. It is a little bit late. They might want to go for it, though, but they know they have the score lead. No big deal for them. They're just going to go ahead and let that walk in. Little bit of an overcap, but still over 100-point deficit between Luminosity and Nemesis. So even though that was a really good fight, a really good push from Nemesis, they're still going to be playing on the back foot here, and this could be where the fight breaks out.
149-point lead for Luminosity. Otter gets found out from, huge play there from Relics, and Overlord's able to take away that Registeel, so that's going to be a pretty big buff. We have a couple Pokemon going down. Mew goes down, 3 members of Nemesis down, and with the Rayquaza spawning, this might be the time for LG.
It was a great catch to grab that Mew, but unfortunately that's the only thing Nemesis got, and Blastoise just soloing that Inteleon. Who cares about the Azure Spy Vintage? It doesn't matter to me. The Blastoise making quick work of them, and Talonflame will get the secure. Mew taking out the Ceruledge, a little bit of a salty KO back the other way, and Luminosity with the Ray secure.
Huge plays by LG. They were ready at that bottom Reggie spawn. That's been a thing that we've seen so many teams go for, and you just have to be ready to make that the Rayquaza fight. And LG, we've seen time and time again that they are ready to use their Unite moves. They're ready to get the KOs and have that Rayquaza advantage.
Yeah, they are always ready to be the team that makes the decisions. And that's exactly what we saw there in that basement path. They knew that they wanted that objective, but they also knew that they weren't afraid to take a fight. Here comes Absol again. Overlord on this thing. Did he just discover that this Pokemon's the greatest thing in the game or something? Because it looks broken in his hands.
It definitely seems like Absol might be that best speedster that we have on the roster. The amount of crit ability that Pokemon has been fantastic. The last hit ability, and then just the ability to almost one-shot so many Pokemon with their Unite move.
Yeah, and look at this, Kyle. Look at the score. It goes over top of the timer here. It's not even fitting inside the box. That's a 4-digit score line for Luminosity. They are not about to stay down in this lower side bracket. They want to make it back up for the run back against Orange Juicers, and they are proving it in this match.
Yeah, game 1 going over to LG. 1 win away from going back to the grand finals for a second, well, I guess third straight tournament. Back at, AO's Cup and then December Cup, they played this Nemesis team, so they just haven't been able to close the door just yet, but if they play like they did game 1, watch out, OJ.
Yeah, they want to take it back and go for a grand finals bracket reset, which seems to be a thing that North America loves to do. 1,131 to 204. Just pretty close, I would say. That's just about almost even.
A new high score. Look at these KO numbers, though. Overlord. 2-time world champion, 13 KOs, 14 assists on that, 225 in the dunk category. Well-deserved MVP for them, and Luminosity looking fantastic.
Whoa,
oh, jeez. Get out of here. 146k damage.
146,000 damage. It's not often you see that in a competitive match, but these teams were brawling. Look at the damage taken numbers on both sides as well. They were just brawling the entire time. There was barely a second of peace on the map at all.
Man, look at this. It's almost all Luminosity. Yeah, 2 objectives did go the way of Nemesis. They got that basement Reggie along with a Regieleki closer to the 2-minute mark, but that was about it. It just didn't seem like Nemesis was able to get their footing against LG. Yeah, you had a couple of good KOs. Relics was able to get a couple, nearly 100k damage, but just it didn't have enough. LG looked fantastic, almost unbeatable.
Yeah, they are looking like the old LG, and sometimes they don't seem like the old LG, but in this match, they absolutely did. We're seeing some of these replays now with this early game where the double speedster tends to excel, and they really were doing so.
They sure did. I mean, Cerulege did catch a couple of really crucial KOs. Machizel made that Pokemon look really fantastic, but there's just so much damage. There's only so much a Phantom Force can dodge. So Luminosity really took advantage there, but it's a great push for Nemesis. They did get a ton of value here, but his Bliss assistance from Slash was insane. The bowling.
That play. That was absolutely a ridiculous play. That's why Slash Can is the best Blissey in the world. They were just going absolutely crazy. We saw also their healing numbers over 100,000. So the only reason that Overlord's able to do those damage numbers is because they're getting constantly healed by Slash Can.
Yeah, Slash and Overlord, a combination that won 2 world champions back-to-back, and year 1 and year 2 of UCS. Now, they're looking for a 3rd straight. They weren't able to win it last year, but, LG's turned a new leaf so far this season. They've looked fantastic. They just need to kind of close out some of these tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, they're 1 away, and they were also 1 away from the grand finals, and they weren't able to close it out, and that's why we see them in our lower bracket finals today. But they have something to prove. This is a team that people know is good, and we're all shocked every time they end up losing a match or losing a set, and I don't think that's going to change. This team is such a strong team when they're on, and if they can stay on and stay ahead, then I think this team is unbeatable.
It's kind of the problem when you're so good and you've won. You have all these accolades, is teams are going to give you the best version of themselves because they want to be the one that is able to say, I took down LG. So they're always getting everyone's best shot. And I don't know, they've been able to weather the storm so far. Obviously, they did get knocked down to this lower bracket by Orange Juicers, but that's a rivalry that North America is just loving right now.
Yeah, and look at this, Kyle. We see the respect ban on the Absol. Nemesis has accepted that Overlord is broken on this thing, and they don't want to give it to them. And look at this. They're taking away the Blissey from Slash.
I love it. Anytime you could get a strong pick like Blissey, but also take it away from someone that is as proficient on a character that is Slash on the Blissey, it's kind of a double whammy for Nemesis. So fantastic first pick. We'll see how Luminosity responds.
They are going to respond with the Mimikyu pick. Trainer's going to pick that up, and Otter is going for the Duck. So that's an interesting call from them. I mean, Duck has been really solid against them, so taking that away as an option is definitely a good call. On the opposite side, we have Relics going for Miraidon this time, so not the Inteleon that we've seen them. Oh my god, Overlord, please do it.
Please do it, Overlord. Make Husky's day. No.
No! I'm so upset.
The bait and switch. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like Meowscarada is on it. The thing I'm just terrified of is Trainer on the Mimikyu. We've seen Trainer play this Pokemon time and time again. A lot of teams just elect to ban Mimikyu when they're going against LG, and we're about to get a show. We'll see if the Slowbro along with the Blissey is able to maybe shut it down, but that's a tough task.
And we're going to have the double all-rounder locked in on the opposite side as well. So, not seeing any speedsters on Nemesis, and Luminosity is hovering over a selection of attacker Pokemon. So, it looks like this might have gone from a double speedster matchup to a no speedster matchup in game number 2.
If this is a Mewtwo Y, I kind of love this pick because you don't, like you said, they don't have a speedster to get on top of the Mewtwo, and you have a crazy good front line of that Mamoswine along with the Psyduck to kind of keep them healthy. So this Mewtwo Y, if they're able to get their Mega form, their Mega evolution completed, that's a lot of damage that can fly in uncontested.
I wonder what build we will see on this Miraidon, because we very well could see them go with an Electro Drift build, which definitely is dive. So,
True.
And also it's a hindrance resistance move, so the Mewtwo Y with the Psy Strike can't actually crowd control that. So I wonder if that's what they go. They are having a focus band, which you don't usually see in the backline on Charge Beam, so we very well could see that Electro Drift moveset on Miraidon.
Definitely seems that that's what Nemesis's game plan is. We've seen it time and time again. You know, if you have a lot of dive on the opposing side, Charge Beam Miraidon tends to fall off quite a bit. So having that extra dive on your side, like you said, having that extra resistance to hindrances can be pretty massive. So I really do like this draft from Nemesis. It's a matter of, it's not even a matter of if you can stop Overlord and Trainer, but can you slow them down a little bit?
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, we're definitely not seeing the double speedster again from Luminosity. They've liked that composition, but this time they've gone for late game scaling. Not that their early game is bad. I mean, they have a Mewtwo Y on their side. Yeah. They've still got a Swine Up. Mimikyu, if it's heading to the central area, which we see it doing, is going to have a really, really fantastic central area gag into Path. So it's not like they're forgoing their early game, but it's definitely not as runaway as a double speedster.
Looking to push forward Luminosity with the Mewtwo Y along with this Swinub. Swinub able to get a couple stacks in a little bit early, but going to try to take away this contested XP. But unfortunately, I think it was Relics that was able to secure that with the Miraidon.
No, that was the Mewtwo Y that ended up grabbing that one. Yeah, Relics did secure away the other Indeedee from the top side of the path. But that one did go to Mewtwo Y. We'll see who grabs this one here. The Charge Beam a little bit too early, or whatever that early move is called on Miraidon. Thundershock or something. But they don't quite get it. And now they will take down Slash Can, but it does give the opportunity for Mimikyu to score some points and Kyrios to score some points.
33 points in early for Luminosity. 850 birds about to hit the map. But Kyrios is kind of getting pushed back by the pressure of this Slowpoke along with the Miraidon. Trainer is going to try to gobble up the remainder bit of experience. That's going to allow them to push forward. We do have a Mewtwo Y Mega Evolution, but it doesn't look like Luminosity is getting anything from it.
I mean, the thing you gotta do playing against a Mewtwo Y is when you see it hit that Mega Evolution, you just kind of back up, because it'll run out eventually, and fighting it while it's Mega Evolved is definitely not a great call, especially if you have a little bit of a level deficit, and we didn't even have a Slowbro at that point. Now that we do, we are seeing the Surf come out, so no more Scald Bro for Asnable. They have pivoted to the heavier crowd control knockup move.
I feel like that's what you have to do against something like this Mimikyu. Try to slow it down if it is running that, the Shadow Sneak to kind of just surf it away during those big moments. But 8-minute birds spawning in the central area. Yeah, it is a Shadow Sneak going to try to go in with the Shadow Claw and get those resets. And look at that. Trainer, level 7, looking fantastic on this Pokemon already early on.
Here comes Luminosity, though. Up into this top path, they're going to look for an engagement onto this Combuskin. They do find him, and Chisel has to use their eject button. They catch Urshifu instead. Blissey now trying to distract from the inevitable push of Luminosity onto this tier 1.
Yeah, they're trying to. Otter is going to pop their the passive pops from Otter on that Psyduck. That's going to enable a little bit of time and space for Luminosity to score some of their points. We have that Electro Drift Miraidon, but they're getting pushed away into their own central area by the squad of Luminosity. So Luminosity early on has really pressed on. They've pressed forward, and they've gotten a lot of value in both sides of the map.
Interesting thing here is Overlord has opted for the Bitter Blade move instead of the Psycho Cut that we've mainly been seeing. So Bitter Blade did get a buff recently, but it's definitely been viewed as the lesser of the two moves. So definitely interesting to see Overlord going for this more bursty play style with that Pokemon. But here we have a Regice in this bottom path, and already Metallic is caught out.
Yeah, Urshifu gets caught out. Nice Shadow Sneak from Trainer, able to take down the Miraidon. They get the reset, they get the double KO. We have Blaziken going down. Mewtwo Y takes the Slowbro down, and Luminosity, it's all gas, no brakes so far. 146.71, and they're about to get a Regice to boot.
Wow, Luminosity just taking it to him, honestly. They look fantastic right now. Giving Trainer this Mimikyu may have been a mistake. I wonder if you let the Absol through and continue with the Mimikyu ban instead. Nemesis, though, gonna try to go for the Regieleki secure. Overlord is there. They're going for it. They'd pass the Revenant Rem, but it's not enough to secure the Aleki. They will pick up a Miraidon KO, though.
A lot of crowd control from Nemesis was unable to contain Overlord there. That's going to enable Otter and Overlord to press forward on this T1 pad. They find the KO on the Blaziken. They turn a little bit of a lost objective into a bit of offense here. Blissy's going to try to get on away, but might be a tall task because Luminosity, they kind of have Nemesis on their heels.
It's a good call for Blissey to run away there, just try to draw a few members of Luminosity away from the pad, give them enough time to make it to the top path, but it does not matter. Look how far ahead Overlord is right now. They're going to take down Miraidon once again, and moving forward for even more. Safeguard will come down onto that Blaziken. Not enough to get them any KOs, though, Kyle.
Look at these Earthquakes coming in from Slashkin. They are absolutely perfect. Double KO for this Mewtwo. Y Kyrios holding down their A button. Somebody get him a new Pro Controller because that might be broken after this match. 233 to 91. Luminosity is not done on this T2. They're getting points in. This goal is threatened. It's down to 39 HP.
Luminosity has found their groove, and I don't know if there's anything Nemesis can do about it. 283 to 91 points, and Luminosity is just going to keep pushing their advantage. They are so far ahead right now that all Nemesis can do is try to look for experience or wait for a mistake from Luminosity. And if what we've been seeing all day continues, Luminosity is not likely to make a mistake.
Both objectives going to be spawning within the next 20 seconds or so. We'll see which team decides to go towards this bottom path. It looks like it might be Nemesis.
Yeah, 5-man push into the bottom path. Big Overheat does come out, but Slash barely taking any damage from it. Trying to get on to Overlord in the back line, but with only level 9 on that Miraidon, they can barely do anything to the level 12 Cerulege.
A little bit of engagement. Once again, Kyrios is going to be fighting a lot of their moves into this team. Bliss Assistance goes onto Metallic on that Blaziken. They're going to try to push on forward. Sorry, it was Chisel on Blaziken. More Unite moves fly. This time it's Overlord on the Cerulege. All the Pokemon on the side of Nemesis are falling. Psyduck does go down. Here's a nice little Unite move from this Miraidon. It's a double KO for them. That pushes Luminosity away from this Regice.
If they could catch Overlord here, and they do, they pop the Unite move on top of it, but the Mimikyu Unite move comes immediately back the other way. Nobody can capitalize on the Slowbro Unite move. What a perfect placement there from Nemesis, just to be just as countered by Luminosity immediately. Huge, huge play for them. They are not willing to give up any bit of this lead they've created.
Not even a little bit. 307-91. It's been all LG all match long. Both basement objectives went to them. Only Nemesis was able to get a Regieleki, but they got nothing from it, Husky.
Level 13 on both the Mimikyu and Cerulege. May as well call it the double speedster composition, honestly, because both of those, though they are in the all-rounder role, they have the same dive and burst damage as what you'd expect from a speedster. So oftentimes they are played in that dive-heavy role, which is exactly what we're seeing from these two. Now level 14 on the Mimikyu, and they are going to take this Regieleki completely uncontested.
Regieleki pushing towards that T2 pad of Nemesis. Nemesis had to respond to that basement side because LG was split pushing that bottom pad. Now this top pad might be threatened if Relics isn't able to get there in time. It looks like they might have just got there in the nick of time. Luminosity still monitoring this basement pad, unable to get anything done there, but I think the damage is done. Nemesis has been fully distracted.
Yeah, they have full control over the map right now on the side of Luminosity. They have a huge point lead, and multiple goal zones are down. That top path goal zone has completely been brutalized. 327 to 91 heading into our final fight, and Luminosity is trying to make last month's cup look like a fluke.
Look at the levels right now, 14s, and everybody on Luminosity is outscaling Nemesis. We're going to have a fight here. Here we go. This might be the Rayquaza. Blissey does get their Unite move up, but it doesn't get anything done. Nemesis already 2 members down, Miraidon and Slowbro. Machizel going to be forced to back to their center area, and Rayquaza starting to get hit by Luminosity, but they have a massive lead. They don't even need to do it.
Unfortunately, the Slowbro Unite move, I believe, was immediately countered by the Mimikyu Unite move. The Play With Me went right on top of the Slowbro Unite move, effectively canceling it. And now we do have Nemesis trying to chip this down. Here comes the Bright Future Meteor Storm on top of the Rayquaza. Metallic is going to be looking for a secure, but there's just not enough members of Nemesis there. It's going to be a double KO for the Mamoswine and Cerulege, Overlord himself with the Rayquaza secure.
Fantastic response from Luminosity. Nemesis almost got that. It seemed like that was a very sneaky play from Metallic and just didn't have enough damage, not enough follow-up. Luminosity has plenty of time to respond. And that's a GG from Nemesis as Luminosity. They will be going to your grand finals for a rematch of not only this tournament, but also the AOS Cup play-ins, where they are going to be waiting for Orange Juicers.
Never surrender, Nemesis. There's always a way, but I can completely understand why you would think there isn't, because Luminosity was dominant in that second match. This is the first time we haven't seen the losing team in the first match come back to win the second, and who else would it be to break that streak than Luminosity Gaming? They're going to be moving back into our grand final against Orange Juicers. Let's take a look at some of these stats.
Stats are all Luminosity all game. 93k from Overlord. I mean, you look across the board, it just doesn't seem like Nemesis hadn't answered anything that Luminosity threw their way. Metallic unable to really get going. I mean, when it was the 2-minute mark, Husky, everybody on LG was level 12 or higher, and Nemesis didn't even have a level 12 Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, you let Cerulege run away with that game. Overlord was kind of like, all right, yeah, you can ban the Absol, but I've got plenty of things that I can rock you with, and they absolutely did with that Cerulege. They did the most damage taken, and most healing on the team with that Cerulege. So, you know what? Maybe people are still sleeping on Bitterblade.
Bitterblade looked fantastic there. I mean, granted, it is being piloted by one of the best players in the world, if not the best player. So, I mean, you got to give the flowers where they're due. Luminosity, standing in the face of adversity, getting knocked down to this lower bracket, stands tall with a nice 2-0 set, heading back to the grand finals.
Yeah, we've got some replays here. There was never a chance for Nemesis. If you're taking a look at some of the big plays, every time there was an engagement, it was Luminosity coming out on top. Even with some big picks that we saw here and there from Nemesis, it did not matter. This Mimikyu, look at them going in for some big KOs, securing the objectives all over the place. And we did see Nemesis get a little bit here, but that was pretty much it.
It was. Yeah, this is the part where LG was able to just kind of force their way towards this T2 pad. They'll get a ton of value, a ton of points, a few KOs to boot. And this is really where Luminosity started to pull away from Nemesis. You know, Nemesis had a couple of moments, but, I mean, you see it time and time again. The only Pokemon they were able to KO was that Psyduck, and that's just not really enough, you know, leveling from your KOs.
This was my favorite play of the match. You had the Slowbro Unite move come down onto Overlord.
Yeah.
If they got that pick, it would have been huge, but the Mimikyu responding immediately in that case. And here's the Ray fight right here. We've got immediately the Slowbro being countered again, Kyle.
Not only just the Slowbro, but I believe the Bliss Assistance was supposed to go onto the Slowbro as well, so that got canceled in addition. So, yeah, that was a massive play. Granted, I don't know if Nemesis had enough in the take, even if they were to connect on those, but either way, fantastic plays from LG.
Yeah, that was just unreal. I mean, it's very expected that we would see LG coming back into the grand finals, but after last month's cup when Nemesis bracket resetted them, it was definitely something LG, I feel like they needed that salty run back just to throw a bit of a stomp on them and be like, yeah, we just weren't playing our best last time, you're never gonna beat us again. And now they're looking to go back up and reset the bracket on Orange Juicers.
Orange Juicers, they are waiting, they are ready. They lost game 1 of the winners finals, and then they didn't stop. They took game 2 and 3, so they looked fantastic there. But it was Orange Juicers in the AOS Cup play-ons where they were in the similar situation. They were down in the lower bracket. They were able to reset the bracket, and I'm sure that if you talk to LG, they would be very excited if they're able to do the same thing that OJ did to them just about a month ago.
Yeah. If we keep the trend going, then we can continue to get bracket resets. This region absolutely loves them. And that's what's so much fun about the North America region is there's so much competition. You never actually know who's going to end up being on top. It really could be anyone. I mean, take today as an example. Everything was going to game threes until this set. These teams are competitive. They have brought their A game. They want this.
And the thing that I'm taking away too is how many players in North America are playing Absol right now. We've seen kind of a resurgence of this character in both movesets. You've seen Overlord running that Night Slash build, and you've seen Kratos on the Pursuit build. And regardless of how it gets played, it's been fantastic all day.
Yeah, I mean, speedsters are my favorite class.
Yeah.
Obviously, I was a little bit upset when they were hovering the Meowscarada and they didn't pick the Meowscarada. I guess they just hate me. It's fine. I'll get over it. But the Absol has been looking fantastic. It's a Pokemon that I feel like has always had a volatile state because it has such a strong early game and it falls off really hard in the late game because it's like a little feather. As soon as it heads into the Rayquaza pit, it gets hit by one thing and it's just immediately KO'd back to the Pokemon Center. But Absol, I mean, anything in the hands of Overlord looks insane, but Absol was being played by a lot of players, and it's looking great. It's a really exciting time because, I mean, do you remember the Absol meta? I don't know if anyone could forget the Absol meta. What a disaster. But it's not like that level. It's not that level of broken, but it's really, really strong.
It's strong. It's got a great central area clear because it could go very quickly. So it kind of counters any invade tactics that the opposing side may want to do. And I don't know, it might be that the crown holder of that best speedster category. But the other thing that I want to take away too is Mimikyu has been played a lot today. We saw both sets too. We saw the Shadow Sneak, and then we've even seen a little bit of Trick Room today.
Yeah, Funny Room was being played. I feel like maybe Oblivion's the only one who's kind of figured out that Trick Room's pretty good, but I still think that Mimikyu, regardless, is super, super strong. It's one of those things that, like, you can't ban it every time because there's more high priority bans in some cases, but if you give it to a player like Trainer who knows what to do with that thing, then it can absolutely decimate an enemy team. And that's kind of exactly what we saw. I mean, I love this kind of chemistry on the Luminosity team between like Overlord and Trainer just kind of trying to outdo each other all the time. Like, who's gonna get the most KOs this match? Who's gonna have the most outplays this match? It's just like a competition for who's the star of the show. And I mean, we've seen it happen all over the place. Both of these players just putting up insane numbers.
Not just that, but you've also seen Psyduck, right? Like, this is like the third straight match that we saw at Psyduck. We saw it in the previous round. Psyduck, I feel like it's getting underplayed, even though it's seen a little bit of light. Yeah, bring back
leftovers on the duck.
Psyduck leftovers. Think about it. If you're not playing a healer, I got Zoinks to be a believer, so maybe we could think about leftovers duck. I think it might have a spot. Maybe.
Yeah. We'll one of the newest additions to Pokemon Unite, that's Psyduck, and it has just been rocking and rolling all over the solo queue matches, and it started to be picked up a lot in competitive play. I mean, we talked to Roland about it earlier, the Psyduck pick, and he's kind of saying teams haven't really gotten to use it much yet because it was banned so much because it was so strong, got tuned back just a little bit, and now teams are picking it up because it's become really much more in line with the rest of the roster, but still so strong, and there's a lot of teams that have been able to utilize that really effectively. And, play leftovers on. I don't know. Play leftovers on.
Dude, at least
honestly, trust Kyle, the leftovers believer, maybe the only one.
Yeah, it might be the only one. Who knows? The other thing that we've kind of noticed a little bit of a trend here is that last basement Reggie right before Rayquaza. How are we feeling about kind of the mini meta that's been surrounding that last play?
Yeah, it seemed to me like the team who decides that's the Ray fight wins the game.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, full stop. They decide, okay, we're gonna throw some Unite moves at this. And then that team ends up winning. The first team to do it, get a couple picks. They end up having full control over the Rayquaza pit when it spawns, and then they can decide if they're gonna go for the Rayquaza or how they're going to position around that pit. And then I mean, I can't think of a time where we have seen that happen where the team who pulls the trigger isn't the team that won.
Yeah, it's been kind of a little bit of a trend there. So we might start seeing teams be a little bit more ready. It's kind of funny how we're starting to see like, okay, well, first it was, 210, we'll start seeing Unite moves. Okay, maybe 215, and these fights are starting to go at like 230 now, and they're still utilizing all their Unite moves and making that prolong even farther. And like you said, the team that tends to strike first, the one that is ready to utilize their Unite moves, is usually able to take that momentum, not only to take that basement Reggie, but then, put the foot on the gas, take Rayquaza, or even just go for some scores if enough people are down.
Yeah. I mean, if you catch a Pokemon that has a really long KO timer, which usually to get a really long KO timer, it means that you have to be performing very well inside the match. So if you are able to pick up something like that and then have a really long KO timer, then you can kind of push that fight back into the 230 kind of range.
Well, we have an interview, so thanks everybody for being a little bit patient. We have the one, the only /Can online. Welcome in / congratulations on another Grand Finals appearance in UCS. Y'all won LAIC as the first competition this season, but just haven't been able to, clutch up an NA Cup just yet, but you're close every single time. What's going on the team's mind for this Grand Finals?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the number one thing on our mind is to win. So that's what we want to do, is win an NA Cup this year. But we're feeling pretty good.
Good, yeah. Also, you're looking fantastic today. Just figured I would throw out the compliment. Do you think that you're going to try to go for that Blissey again, or are you going to try to prioritize the Overlord Absol?
Yeah, like, I don't mind playing Blissey, but honestly, after that last game, I told the team, like, maybe I should just play Mamoswine every game. It feels really broken, so...
Fantastic.
Absol's definitely a prio pick for us, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
It looks fantastic, regardless of who's been playing it, both movesets too. About a month ago, OJ was kind of in the position that you guys are in currently, and were able to reset that bracket. So what's on the team's mind going into this rematch?
Honestly, dreading it a little just for how long the match will be. But we definitely want to get revenge and get a win, so we're determined to see it through.
Absolutely. And I guess absolutely is kind of a pun because of that Absol. But /, that was such a great set, and we've seen a lot of fantastic sets. Will you be going no more losses for the rest of this tournament?
If I could confidently say that, then we probably would have won by now. So hopefully, yeah.
True.
But that's the goal. That's always the goal, so.
Great. You heard it here. / claimed calling his shot. They're not losing anymore. Perfect.
Last question from me. What would this win mean from the team if you're able to take down OJ and win this month's cup?
I mean, ultimately, it would probably mean that other international teams for the AOS Cup will look at us more closely. So probably not a good thing that we win it overall. But pride-wise, we really want to win it, so it doesn't really matter. And I mean, for the team's mental going into UIC, it would probably mean a lot, so.
Yeah, it's always great. I think generally people want to win more than they want to lose, so I can totally see that perspective, absolutely. But thank you so much, / for joining us. We'll put it chat mods. Can we make that happen? But thank you so much, / for joining us. Good luck in the Grand Finals. We are going to be excited to watch this one.
We certainly are. Zoinks and Wonder Chef, they will be taking you home for the Grand Finals, fans. It's been a fantastic day here at UCS January Cup. Super excited for the Grand Finals. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick little break. So get some stretches in, grab a drink, grab a snack. There's going to be an amazing set on deck for the Grand Finals. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the UNITE Championship Series. What's going on? I am Zoinks, this is Wonder Chef, and we are headed into our grand finals with Orange Juicers versus Luminosity.
Ooh, so exciting. I mean, this is a rematch of the grand finals from the AOS Cup play-ons, as Spriggles expertly called it. And this is a really interesting match between two teams that have now the most back and forth history you possibly could. Just as a little reminder, in the AOS Cup play-ons, we had first LG knocked OJ down to losers.
Yep.
Then OJ came back and reset the bracket and won. And then last week, LG ran it back on OJ, and then now this week, OJ ran it back on LG, so they are literally going one win, another win, one win, another win, one win, another win, and now we'll see if that pattern holds true, then it is the LG time to win,
Right.
but maybe Orange Juicers can break the streak.
Yeah, there's no love lost between these teams, I think. I mean, they are rivals through and through, and we're kind of at an even score between these two. Maybe Orange Juicers taking that evenness away with that winner's bracket victory in this tournament, but now it's Luminosity's chance to reset things back to even in our grand finals. And you heard Slash talking about it in the interview, like a few things of what that win would mean for this team, and a lot of it is just kind of the state of some of these international teams going to these bigger tournaments. Obviously, Orange Juicers will be representing North America at the AOS Cup in London coming up soon, but Luminosity Gaming are holding the ticket for the Asia Champions League to represent North America as well. So a very, very interesting match we're going to see between these two teams, and I think there's going to be more than just this region watching this tournament. A lot of people are going to have eyes on these two teams in particular to see what NA has to offer.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nemesis as well, you got to include in that conversation, of course. A little bit of a rough game that last set, but regardless, they are now proving themselves to be right up at this upper echelon of teams, which with winning last month, of course. But there's some really interesting, of course, kind of results so far where we had LAIC that LG won, and then the next two tournaments, both our AOS Cup play-ins and then the December Cup, were won by OJ and then Nemesis. So three different NA teams have won three different events. Now, if LG wins this, then they will technically have won two events in the season, but it will be their first time winning a monthly cup.
Right.
And then if OJ wins, then they just now have a repeat win. There's nothing about it.
Well, we might have our first repeat champion in terms of monthlies, but you're right, Luminosity Gaming having that caveat of the win at LAIC does make this a little interesting. Now, we're going to get into draft in just a moment, but chat, I have the stat for you. In total, for this tournament of the weekend, Saturday and Sunday included, Luminosity Gaming has 119 jump board jumps, and Orange Juicers has 102. Shout out to both these teams for triple-digit numbers, honestly, but currently LG holding the lead. We'll keep an eye on that throughout this match. Here we go. Bans, Garchomp, Umbreon, Mimikyu, Talonflame. Some hard call-outs, but it is going to be Otter picking up a healing support with the first pick. Definitely, these teams bringing in some new tech, and Luminosity Gaming is playing on your left-hand side of the screen. Orange Juicers are playing on your orange side.
Oh, that's maybe a power-up, or maybe not, because they don't get to troll as much. But Absol getting first picked alongside the Duck, that is, I think, a great pick. Obviously, that Absol has been kind of the MVP Pokemon of today, which is a pretty surprising thing for me to say, but especially in that last set, you see the damage that Overlord was able to pull off with it, and you just do not want that to be anything that you ever have to deal with in your entire life. So picking it away is a great way to also give it to one of your own members, which obviously they can play.
Yeah, Kratos has such a good Absol game earlier on today, specifically in the Winners Finals against this very team. But I do like this adaptation of Slashcan playing the hard defender pick of this Blastoise. Gonna be a really cool answer to the Absol. That Surf is so tough for an Absol to deal with, and Roland trying to peel on this Psyduck will be viable, but it's not gonna be as much as maybe some of the other supports might provide. But there we go, Blaziken and Leafeon going to be the final selections. Some incredible objective security rounding out Luminosity Gaming's roster.
Also really interested to see what this Alola Ninetales ends up going. I know I was really excited to see Aurora Veil earlier, but then there were some switches around with items and stuff in some different games. OG, though, going to be going with the OG Lucario, which is really cool to see. I feel like every time that he's been Lucario recently, or kind of for all time, it's looked really, really good. Not that his other characters aren't great, but there's something to be said about a comfort pick.
Okay, and I have to correct myself on some earlier choices as Luminosity does shuffle their Pokemon selection around their roster. Otter will be bringing the Alola Ninetales into the battlefield with the EXP share. Somewhere, Husky is screaming in joy that the Alola Ninetales is going to have a light bulb above their head and is going with the Muscle Band and Focus Band. So very likely we're looking at an auto attacker Alola Ninetales, which means that Aurora Veil and the Dazzling Gleam style of build and be very, very tough to dive onto these Pokemon. Absol's gonna have a tougher time than normal.
I have seen as well some Aurora Veil and Blizzard, right? That's the other one that you get there, because I think that also makes it very hard to dive. So regardless, I do believe that it probably will be the Aurora Veil, which is really cool. I think that brings so much support to the team, and for anybody who I guess hasn't really got to see too much, it does lower the damage of everybody within its AoE, to your own team within its AoE. So it does give your team a lot more tankiness. It can support in its own way, and I think it's a very cool pick.
Yeah, and the secondary effect specifically to Alola Ninetales is it increases its auto attack speed. So one of the few Pokemon in the game where auto attack speed breakpoints get really interesting with some held items in terms of Muscle Band and Rapid Fire Scarf. This time around, it's just Otter wielding that Muscle Band alongside the more defensive option of Focus Band, as well as the Experience Share to try to get Curios up on these Blastoise levels as quickly as they can. And take a look at this. Otter shamelessly going to charge through the top side of this map just to make sure that no one is invading.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. It's a nice little bit of vision. Also, great Hollowware. Also, this is Grand Finals. Of course, for anybody who isn't familiar with how it works, Luminosity is on the loser's side. They're going to have to win 2 full sets. So first, they're going to win 1 set to reset it back to a 0-0 score, then a second one. And Orange Juicers, all they got to do is win this 1 set, and they are good to go. But they will be 2 out of 3. So pretty much what we're used to. And I'm excited to see how this Alola Ninetales goes in particular.
Yeah, okay, it seems like Kratos is able to get in kind of scot-free. They're chasing down Otter, but a little bit of damage comes back the other way as soon as the cooldowns are back. But Flareon's actually the one to strike first and get our K-opener on this Espeon pick, which again is going with that big burst damage option for the Espeon instead of the stored power. A lot better at objective secure and getting early KOs like we just saw.
Yeah, we're securing a little bit of extra experience early on. It's just a very scary move, and I'm glad that it's a little bit more back in the meta. But right now, level 5 against this poor level 3 Alolan Vulpix, that's going to be very scary to be anywhere within the range of that Side Shock. Up top, though, we are going to see Orange Juicers very aggressively push down as Trainer does manage to get one of the berries, and that health is nice, but 2 berries, they're going to just stay healthy alongside a little bit of help from that Blissey. Some points went in, but it does look like, maybe OG is going to get KO'd is what I was going to say, but they do manage to barely escape.
There is the duck at work, rolling on these hyper carry supports. You're able to surf one way to give OG the speed boost on the Lucario, and then actually throw your waves the other direction to disrupt the team. Really good management of Psyduck's micro abilities, and it makes it impossible to get that KO out of the Lucario. OG is going to have a fantastic early game presence now, getting multiple stacks, a KO, and safe and sound back at the goal zone.
Orange Juicers, just a slight lead early in this game. Of course, they're up by 30, I don't know, something points. I'm not doing that math. It's 34 points. They're up by 34 points and up by about a level across the board. Maybe a little bit less than that, but this could actually build as far as leads go, as that's going to be one big KO already on the Alola Ninetales. It looks like they want to continue pushing. They are going to get some points in, but they did have to give up the Absol, unfortunately, for it. So that's a pretty good amount of experience considering Absol was kind of leading the pack.
Yeah, pretty crazy KO to see. Also, we're taking a look at yet another Absol moveset. Forgive me, chat, if I'm wrong, but I believe this is the first time we've seen Sucker Punch Absol on screen. So one of those, Absol waits for the opposing Pokemon to use a move, and they immediately leap into the action. Going to be really interesting, especially against a Blaziken who uses their moves so frequently. Zugrug stunning a couple of targets with that Woodhammer, trying to enable Flareon's the best chance to get the Regice, and boy, oh boy, does this bottom path look good.
It is looking great. Overlord, ooh, not quite getting that KO on Flareons, and Overlord's now going to be targeted down as everybody's running in. The Horn Leech to try and chase down. That wasn't even for CC, that was just for mobility, but everybody's now going to have to back out. That is just a massive amount of damage from both sides, and I'm surprised that we didn't see any KOs in that situation. Finally, we're going to see at least one, but that's just going to be a KO, I think, up top against that Alola Ninetales, as now they're going to be fighting for the center area, and still more fights, and finally, we're going to see one more member go down. Absol, several times going down.
OG, they're down. You don't need to close combat the knocked out Leafeon. It's okay, leave him alone. But it's all right. OG is still in this fight. Has hit level 9, but the Unite move is not available for them, so clearly off screen they already utilized it, likely to get that KO on the top side. But they are not done fighting, as Blissey is going to drop. Currently Curios, not at that level 9, can't threaten that Hydro Typhoon frontline, which means Orange Juicers just have a lot of space to work with. Takes that fight against the Blastoise outside of that Aurora Veil, and now the battle is going to start commencing on top of this goal zone.
Ooh, they're really pushing. Flareon's really far forward, uses that Unite just to secure the KO on the Blastoise, and it does seem like we are going to be retreating for the side of Luminosity. That goal zone is going down. Gigantic lead, 205-point lead for the side of Orange Juicers. We didn't even get the chance to see how big of an overdunk they had up on that top path, but it's looking quite good. One more KO. Absol's just been kind of playing tank for the team at this point. And finally, Luminosity does get at least this one objective that can help them try to get back into the points race, but single defense here will maybe not be enough. Finally, a few more members coming in.
Yeah, so we're able to defend for quite some time thanks to the Trevenant Unite move. Gives him a little bit of shield, a whole lot of self-sustain. But this battle is not over, at least not according to Luminosity Gaming. Bliss assistance on to Overlord gives them the buff they need to take down their all-rounder counterpart on the other side. Absol with the Sucker Punch is going to take down Blissey, and Kratos chases down yet another target. Very good awareness that Overlord would be channeling that overheat within the tall grass, but even awareness isn't enough sometimes, as they cannot threaten the knockout, as Overlord is just waiting in the wings despite being a flightless bird.
Oh, Trainer is at 1 HP. They're just walking around. That was very scary. Did manage to get back, but they were altogether, again, less KOs than there could have been. We're seeing some pretty, I would say, cautious play altogether. It's definitely aggressive, but not overly aggressive from either side. We haven't seen a lot of really huge full commits, and right now this Regirock could be a big full commit, as two members of Orange Juices are here. The Power Punch being charged, trying to get this last hit, but it was a little bit too long. Still manages to get it with the close combat. Was that? I mean, I don't even know what last hit was, but great steal, as they're going to continue to chase down Luminosity now. Kind of split up into two 1v2s, I guess, just in different sides. However, the Psyduck, so hard to KO. Great surf to bring them all the way back, though. Still, Roland manages to escape, as once again, Kratos goes down. Kratos is on like 5 KOs, like being KO'd now.
Yeah, and because of that, they're stuck at level 11 as well, despite being the central area player. Both Flareons and OG have been trying to hold it down in terms of the level lead, and yeah, the close combat was able to secure it. A lot of the early damage to the objective was via that Absol Unite move, and look at this, Orange Juicers really expecting a late game push from LG onto their tier 1. Instead, Luminosity Gaming is taking the time to farm and actually focus on the Regieleki. As soon as OG gets vision, I imagine Orange Juicers are going to either make a mad dash for tier 2 or try to reinforce their team.
Oh, it looks like the Flareons went back. I think that would have been that 50 going into the back cap would have been the counter. But now it looks like they may just be challenging it. And this is a pretty scary time to do so. I mean, it's just still 254. KOs aren't going to matter for the final stretch fight. But Zagra going in, and we're starting to see the health of Luminosity get a little bit low. They are going to be able to get that secure. 2 minutes, 45 seconds, though. They can defend this. Luminosity has an opportunity to try to push it in. I don't know how much you want to spend here. This is really scary, but you do need some points. The surf pushing everybody off point is going to be a really good way. Just let the Regieleki on accident go in, but oh, they are going to be able to push it back. The Hornleech says, you can push us, I'm going to push Regieleki back, but finally, eventually, you just kind of got to give it up, and I think at this point, you just got to back up, retreat, make sure not to get KO'd too close to the final stretch.
Yeah, Kratos, one of the only Pokemon amongst that crew that can maybe try to poke a little bit and swing a KO and get out, but we saw the eject button, just playing it safe, do not want to go down at this moment of the game. you will be respawning for far too long. Now, this team fight is going to happen rather quickly as we already have space taken by both these squads. No one has control over the top of the Rayquaza pit. Instead, both these players want to fight in the entrance, and OG, the first one into the fray. Hydro Typhoon gonna knock up a few, but it's actually Alolan Ninetales who takes out that Lucario. Amazing Gleam there to try to hold down everybody as another Surf from Kyrios is gonna try to displace Kratos as they make it all the way to the backline. Is trying to 1v1 Trainer, and they will win that fight.
Ooh, and now Kratos is going to be able to come back and really be a threat. They're going to try to burn down this Rayquaza. Looks like they may be going for a flip angle, but Overlord's so extremely low up on the top path, and we're going to see another KO down with Slash falling. Rayquaza, though, going down to the side of Luminosity. They do manage to secure it, but they're all so low. They've got to be able to break these shields, and oh no, they weren't able to break any of them. 1 point going in. Oh, the 20 is huge. They're going to be able to get the lead now with the Overdunk. I was going to say 100 burger would not have been enough, but now they're up by 40 points. There's still a minute left, though. It looks like most of these shields are being broken. Overlord still barely has one. This is actually a pretty huge shield. Kyrios with a big chunk of maximum HP, making that shield even bigger.
Yeah, they took very little damage. I mean, Flareon's making, I think, the correct decision to all-in focus on that Alolan Ninetales. Not only do they burst the shield, but they eventually get the KO, and this is going to be the chance for Orange Juicers to rally. 40 seconds remaining, and just a small margin of points separate these two teams. That will be a Blastoise back cap, and immediately that KO is going to happen on Blissey. Orange Juicers have their first chance. Only 2 members defending that goal zone. There will be 3. Blastoise is going to join. Blaziken does score in the back line, but currently the defense is happening on that tier 2. There is 68 points going in for the Blaziken. Blastoise picks up 2 as Kyrios with a fantastic defense.
And by the time we get there, everybody from Orange Juicers has gone down. They needed just another Hundo Burger in there. Obviously not the easiest thing to get. 6 more points. That's what's going to matter here. I know it's actually not going to. I mean, a great repush effort from Orange Juicers, but Luminosity finishing off the Rayquaza was able to just really push that to an advantage. Really, really close match, though. I will say it really felt to me like Luminosity was down. They just were able to get the quick flip, and they had the secure. They played to their outs.
Yeah, that overheat landing was at Overlord at just a tiny fraction of their HP remaining as well. So a few more damage moves get thrown in their direction. Maybe that Blaziken's not there to secure that final hit, and Orange Juicers are starting this series off with the 1-0 lead. But Luminosity on this path to reset the bracket, start themselves off in the best way they possibly can. 1-0 lead currently. Overlord absolutely carrying the squad in multiple categories. 8 knockouts, 268 points scored, and 5 assists as well. But I do think we got to give some credit to Kyrios on this Blastoise, playing a damage-oriented Blastoise, but also a ton of love in these Surf builds, yoinking so many members of Orange Juicers into the melee range of the Blaziken and just tease up Overlord and Trainer to really lay down the hurt.
Yeah, the big team fight that initiated at the start of the final stretch was wild. I mean, there was a huge Alolan Ninetales unite. There was a huge Blastoise unite of just a whole bunch of people hitting everybody else with just a bunch of stuff all in one big group, and that's a pretty gnarly combo that we don't get a chance to see as much. There was certainly a time where we did get to see that combo a little bit more, but it worked out very, very well, and it forced the fight that Kratos took to have to be very far away in that final moment, and Kratos just wasn't able to get back in time and take out the people that mattered as far as the rip and flip. So I feel like the strategy for Luminosity altogether controlling that space was quite good. It just it was close. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen so many people with ray shields at like 25% HP.
Yeah, it was pretty terrifying. I mean, the fight was going in Orange Juicer's favor until that main objective is swung the other direction, and obviously that's where things get a little spicy. Take a look at how Otter plays this Alolan Ninetales, by the way, with those Aurora Veils just right in the heart of the action as frequently as they can. Maybe they go down, but they are playing the supportive role. Not a huge amount of experience going either direction. More importantly, that defensive aura is created for Blastoise to play into, for even the Blaziken to play into, and it makes it that much more challenging to actually get these knockouts. Another pretty tough situation here was kind of how Orange Juicers wanted to take this fight from multiple angles, and they let that Regieleki in, but this is where everything started going into LG's favor. The Blastoise really making a lot of impact. Kratos does get that Unite move off, but everybody on LG is able to walk away from that specific attack.
And look at Overlord's health. Oh my goodness, so low. I just was not quite able to get that KO. Everybody here at below half-life. Well, I guess Otter healed up a little bit more than that, but
Did the
if there was like
not
one
crit?
more person.
I think if
maybe.
the Absol crits, you know. Speaking of VG, maybe that crit mattered.
Yeah, or maybe because it was charging overheat. I have no idea. I mean, regardless, maybe a combination of everything, right? But all that you need to know is that the 1 HP mattered. You know, that's that is very VGC. But really, really good stuff. Very close. That could have gone the other direction with literally, like we're seeing, maybe like 10 HP, truly. Or maybe 1 HP. We'll never know how low Overlord exactly was in that situation. But again, they played to their outs. Both teams played amazingly. I still do feel like Orange Juicers had a pretty significant lead for a lot of that game. It just came down to them not being able to close out that final fight.
Yeah. Whew, what a match between these two teams. Like we were talking about before, Luminosity Gaming on the road to reset this bracket and doing the best way they can, leaping forward into the action. That's right. It's a jump board update, everybody. We are giving you the total numbers throughout the entire tournament. Right now, we have the update. Luminosity Gaming currently sitting at 135 jump board jumps. Orange Juicers still trailing, but catching up at 123 jump board jumps for the tournament. So this grand final is going to be really interesting for a lot of reasons. We're going to crown a champion. We got some championship points, some prize money, but also who's going to have the most leaps.
Well, okay, now, to be completely unbiased here, you know, just entirely about the science, I believe LG did play one more set than Orange Juicers. So that is a slight advantage in the data pool, and the data pool is not entirely unbiased. So
hey, but those who don't jump will never fly, okay?
That's true. That's true. Always jump. But yeah, we need the stat of match average jumps per match per team.
Yeah, we really gotta break this down.
Yeah.
Good.
And
right.
the ratio of win percentage versus average jumps per match per team. Yeah.
That'd be great. I'm all into it. I mean, again, like I said, I'm so happy you are into too. But luckily for the chat, everybody wanted to enjoy this game. The draft is ready. So let's jump into it. All right, here we go. Mimikyu and Garchomp going to be the leading band. Blissey going to join the ban group this time around. I think Umbreon going to make a return presence in this game number 2. Blissey being added, really interesting. We saw Otter kind of threaten to pick that Pokemon a little bit earlier. Let's see where they go now. Orange Juicers having a few options available. Absol, of course, something like the Psyduck would be a great choice here, and there it is. Roland locking in that support carry.
This does leave quite a few avenues open for LG still. Of their famous comps, one of them could be the no healing comp, which it does seem like there's a chance that they could be going a very similar comp to last time, or they could be going something with like a Comfey and a Speedster, which is another thing that we certainly know that they do have the ability to play.
Yeah, I love the trading of Absol. I find it even more funny considering the context of this game in particular. Also, Flareons, don't do that to us. Don't tempt us with the central area Hoopa. We know you love it. We want to see it. They're always tempting us with that pick and draft. But Overlord taking the Absol after defeating Kratos on the Absol. So a really interesting back and forth between these two teams, but it has clearly carved itself out as an incredible pick in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Kratos was doing amazing on the Absol. I will say last game. I mean, well, they got KO'd a lot, but when the fights actually happened, they were exactly where they needed to be, and they were taking out the targets they needed to take out. So I do understand taking it away, but whoa, the double speedster, the full hard commit double speedster with the Talonflame as well. Yeah. This team became very aggressive in the last moments of this draft, or not last moments, mid moments, I would say.
Yeah.
That's surprising, considering the fact we're already against double defender and Psyduck. That doesn't seem like the optimal I want to go double speedster to me.
Can I make my argument for why I think it kind of cooks here? Okay.
Absolutely not.
I'll leave it for next game.
Please, no, please do. Please.
So I think Psyduck is actually the key here. We see a lot of Psyduck surf plays be detrimental to a lot of these melee-focused damage dealers, like all-rounders. Like we're looking at Garchomp or Blaziken, who really want to be within range, and that surf has been so pesky, whether they're speed boosting their own team away or surf waves pushing those Pokemon away from the battle. But both Absol and Talonflame have incredible ways to close the gap and kind of avoid those instances of crowd control. So I think it's actually not a bad option into the Psyduck specifically. Now, are they going to be able to find easy knockouts? By no means. Trevenant, Blastoise, even Dodrio and Espeon, both challenging Pokemon to get confirmed dive knockouts, but we're also talking about Luminosity Gaming here, Wonder Chef, some of the best players on Earth. So I do think that this won't be a challenging problem, but hey, it's another game, it's another Otter support pick. The light bulb is now on Mewtwo Y.
All right, honestly, we saw LG do this a long time ago, and then they haven't for a while. Although I do believe when this happened last, it was Curios, or last that I saw, I should say. Certainly, there've been a lot of games that I haven't seen, but I believe it was Curios on that Mewtwo Y with the EXP share, and I do think this is a great pick for an EXP share, and I'm surprised that we didn't get to see it more, but there is just honestly a lot of good targets for that, so we are going to see a big shift around, and I do feel like maybe they just felt like they needed a little bit more damage, and putting that Alolan Ninetales on a little bit more of like a damaging build, just because it is a pretty tanky comp on the side of Orange Juicers.
That's true. That is really true. I've been pretty vocal about not loving the light bulb on the Mewtwo Y, but I mean, if it's Otter playing it, that is also going to be an interesting asterisk to put on the whole conversation. But I really do think level 13 with that increase in auto attack speed for Mewtwo Y just feels so amazing, and if the chance of you not getting it because you're playing experience share, I think could be devastating. And well, it doesn't matter. The proof is going to be in the pudding here in game number 2. Orange Juicers on your purple side. I shake my fist at you. And Luminosity Gaming on the orange side. Reminder, if Luminosity Gaming win this next game, they reset the bracket. We go to a brand new best of 3. If Orange Juicers win the next 2 games in a row, our tournament is over.
That's going to be tough for either side, but we do get a chance to see how this pathing phase is going to play out. Double Bird Speedster in the center areas, and up top we see Absol Mewtwo Y. That just feels weird to say, doesn't it?
It certainly does. What a new world that we are living in, but I don't think anybody is questioning either of these two players in these Pokemon. Both of them have proved time and time again they can absolutely crush it. But it seems like things will be a little bit tame on the top side for Orange Juicers. Instead, they're going to put all their focus onto the bottom side. Curios, wise to their tricks though, and the Alolan Ninetales is going to dash back to their goal zone, as we do have an icy lane here in the bottom path, as Swinub and Alolan Ninetales trying to freeze and lock down their opponents.
It's becoming quite common now to see the actual ice lane today. Oh, a fight breaking out of top. Trainer going back in. Really wanted that last hit, but they became the last hit. Maybe realizing that they could not escape, but that's going to be a nice set of experience for all 4 members of Orange Juicers up here up top, and they're not going to be able to fight the rest of this path. They're still a little bit weak, but all that extra experience on something that starts off a little bit weak like the Squirtle is going to be huge.
Really, really cool tech from Orange Juicers to show Dodrio into that bottom path, make Luminosity think, okay, that's where they're putting all their resources, and then Kratos immediately turns tail and runs all the way to the top side, or Kratos rather. So a really, really good stuff there. Now, the Kratos will win that duel of the birds. Dodrio will take down Talonflame, but quick response by Luminosity Gaming to defend their central area as 3 players rotate in, and nobody's showing up to the birds on time as this Flareon's trying to pick up as much as they can.
Everybody just saw other birds fighting, so they forgot about the other middle set of birds. But this is definitely going to be a bird game, for sure. So far, both birds have been very, very important, and I think they will continue to be. Otter, ooh, sneaking around in this center area is actually going to get a little bit of a jump on Zugrug. Zugrug pretty tanky and does have the backup of 2 different members, both Kratos and Roland, coming in to help. And so there's just basically been a lot of fights in weird areas. There's a lot of roaming, especially with how many speedsters are in this match and how many high mobility Pokemon are in this match. I feel like finally we may settle down for a fight pretty soon for the objectives.
Who knows? I mean, I just believe so, but I don't know if I trust it entirely. Ooh, Kratos going to take the last hit on the Autono with that boosted attack via the Tri-Attack, so impressive stuff. Surf gonna miss as Overlord dodges thanks to that Night Slash Absol, completely avoiding that stun. Cycle Cut, Night Slash gonna be the option, so the complete opposite of what we saw for the Absol in that last game. Dodrio gonna take out the Mewtwo Y, so Otter falls at the hands of Kratos, and Orange Juicers gonna be the first ones to show face and damage on this bottom objective, but it's gonna be the goal zone defense for Luminosity that takes precedence.
This bird versus bird match is really funny. You'll just see like one bird randomly, and then they KO somebody, and then all of a sudden the other bird shows up and KOs that bird, and then there's just like revenge for everybody all the time. There's a lot of KOs. Right now, though, Orange Juicer's really getting bullied out of this Registeel area. They are burning that thing down. No chance to steal at all. 2 members are still up top for Orange Juicer, so they probably didn't really want to try to fight for it in the first place. They're playing a little bit safer. I mean, double speedster, you do not want to overcommit to anything, and they're still doing pretty decent in levels. They're not behind by very much at all.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Orange Juicers now, maybe getting punished a little bit for inaction, right? They lose that bottom fight handily. Not a single member goes down, but they're not within a chance of securing that last hit objective. And now the Regieleki is also heavily favored for Luminosity Gaming. We do see Roland and OG trying to shut that down, but the damage numbers are just simply too high for Luminosity Gaming, and they're taking it even farther. That is going to be the Talonflame sweeping away everybody for the goal zone, allowing Regieleki a clean entry and a big old dunk into that tier 1 as Luminosity Gaming breaks topside.
Reverse KO is nice with OG using that Hydro Typhoon, but it's really, I mean, a small price to pay. The 2 KOs that they just gave up to be able to early break that goal zone. Getting everything was surprising to me. Like I was saying, it didn't look like they really wanted to fight for the bottom objective because they left 2 members top, but that usually means that you at least are going to keep eyes on the top objective, which they did not do. They will be able to get some points, though, in return right here, maybe in return for one of their lives, but, I mean, things could be worse, I guess, you know? Sound a little bit doom and gloom. The levels are still pretty decently average. 2 11s, though, on LG's side.
Yeah, Orange Juicers fans, do not fret. The Pulp still has a chance to take this matchup. Roland doing their best goal zone defense opportunity. They do get a few surfs in there, but Trainer is constantly on the hunt, but somehow Kratos the one to weave together a KO onto Kyrios on this Alolan Ninetales. Roland still trying to slow down the enemy team for as long as they possibly can. They do force out the Absol Unite move from Overlord, so impressive, choice of resource management there, but they will steal that away as we have another basement Reggie about to spawn in. Slashcan trying to buy as much time as they can, but they are very low HP at the moment.
Ooh, so is OG. This is really scary. And honestly, Kyrios at half-life, Zogrog at half-life now, Flareon's at half-life almost. Everybody's starting to get pretty low, and that's going to be a big KO as we're going to see both Talonflame and the Mewtwo drop. So only 3 members up for the side of Luminosity. They're still trying to fight for it. Hydro Typhoon solo against Kyrios. Going to use his own Unite in return, but OG at 1 HP gets jumped on by Slash. And now with Overlord coming back, it looks like this advantage is going fully to Luminosity. Roland just going in for a little bit of extra annoyance, probably not making it out.
Kyrios somehow withstands a 1v3 in which they both got Blastoise Unite moved and Psyduck Psychics. The crowd control was everywhere, but the Snow Globe Unite gave them just enough space they needed to get out and allow Overlord and Slashcan to help join that offense. Wild exchange there, but Kyrios obviously the major winner. Orange Juicers rallying back though. This is Dodrio getting the double kill. Huge for Kratos. A sneaky backcap from Otter of 31 points will break this goal zone. It is in exchange for another break the other way, but hey, Luminosity getting points in where they can.
Yeah, I mean, for just basically a losing situation, the only other thing you could possibly do right there is just back off, and that was a very sneaky way to make that happen. This has been a ridiculously back and forth game, though. I mean, there's just been fighting the entire time. KOs trading on both sides, points trading on both sides. Currently, only 42-point difference, which is nothing, basically, in the game of Pokemon Unite. It could build a little bit more. I mean, LG was just a slight lead, and that is going to be nice going into the end game, but, I mean, we've got level 14, level 13 on Orange Juicers. We've got 2 level 13s on the side of Luminosity. The last Regieleki is a little bit early, so unless they really try to push it in, it does seem like this should be going to an even fight, and that's the way I want to see it, you know? I mean, if Luminosity is going to fight to reset this thing, it's going to have to be a strong final 2 minutes.
Yeah, 100%. There's going to be a little bit of farming opportunity for Orange Juicers. You can see a few players roaming and just waiting for these buffs to spawn. Roland really wants this one to show up, but also with some preemptive psychics, checking these little corridors in case maybe someone like Overlord or Slash wants to play hyper aggressive, they would spot them out. But that will be auto detected, and wow, what a call out from Zugrug, expecting someone to be in that enemy tall grass, and Wood hammers out the Mamoswine. Slashcan not in any danger, mind you, but that is a huge taking of space.
Right, and taking a vision, which is going to be really big. They weren't able to see who was going to be walking behind them, and so we're staying at a pretty even positioning right now. Zugrok going pretty far forward now, trying to get some viewage. That's not a word.
Yep,
It's
we're
like
on the
healing
viewage.
stoppage. Viewage of his own is what I was going to say right there incorrectly. And in fact, we're going to see Orange Juicers play very aggressively. They're very far forward in this bottom path, but in the back, we actually get a chance to see Otter getting a little bit of a flank. They are going to retreat, and this has become, I would say, awkward is the word I would use.
Level 11 Mewtwo Y backcap flank, you know? You've seen it here first. Luminosity game and bringing everything out, but honestly, it felt like a mission solely to find out where Dodrio is. They currently hold that score lead. That can change in the blink of an eye with a Dodrio score, but now that team fight's really going to start popping off as Roland has found themselves all the way in the enemy side of things. Talonflame getting the chase down as one. Brave Bird lands, but it's not good enough for a KO. Mewtwo Y hits absolutely everybody with that global attack from the sky, and actually is going to get a KO streak of 2 because of it. Otter now up to level 12 and Mega Evolved, throwing absolute haymakers in the Psychic variety.
And we're going to see a few members going back just to heal, but the Orange Juicers there very, very low. Attempts to get in. Great surf from OG. A great turnaround. That's a bird win. 30 seconds left. I don't know if there's any chance to make something happen, but it feels like there certainly is. A lot of members of Orange Juicers going down to that bottom tier 2 just to try and make sure that nobody can score. The back cap from the Dodrio could mean the win. That's enough to maybe get the lead back. Can they get a score anywhere on the other side? No, it's prevented. They needed that to win. 10 seconds left. Espeon has a chance to make it up to that top path. They need to make it in. They're so close. There should be enough time, but it's going to be really, really close. Can they get there in time to stop them? Oh, they did!
Oh my word. Kyrios with an absolute hero moment on multiple sides of the map. They were defending that tier 1 goal zone on the top side for as long as you can remember, but as soon as Dodrio wins that battle against Otter and Mewtwo Y, they immediately start to recall so they can jump pad defend that bottom tier 2, and then the fact that they were able to make it in the nick of time to stop Flareons from scoring is ridiculous. What a job done from Kyrios. I mean, marathon runner Alola Ninetales, you seen it here first. Unreal stuff.
Newest speedster in the game.
Correct.
Where is Kyrios? Kyrios is everywhere. That was so good. I mean, yeah, you can't even call it a hero moment. It's like a hero moments. You know, it's like plural, right in a row. I don't know how the rest of the team was doing, but you don't need the rest of the team when you've got Kyrios. You and I were just talking personally about how good we think Kyrios is. And one of the biggest things that I was saying is I think Kyrios is such an independent player, able to take care of themselves in all situations. And right there, they were able to make a lot of really good decisions as to where they wanted to be, knew where their positioning was, their timing was perfect, and what a way to reset the bracket and set us back to 0-0.
Oh man, we are going to a brand new best of 3 to determine our January Cup winner. But Wonderchef, what you were saying before, I just simply cannot agree enough. Kyrios, one of the attacker players in North America that gets knocked out by far the least. A very, very competent player in their own right on a large variety of picks. We haven't even started to see their real all-rounder picks that they play in the bottom pass. Sometimes we've seen a little bit of Blastoise, but we haven't seen some things like the Ceruledge or even the Metagross that we've seen Kyrios pull up before. But in the attacker role, they've been absolutely crushing it. A ton of trust in the team in that final moment to make sure, you know, hey, you guys are going to try to score. That's okay. I'll handle the defense. I'll do it myself. Wonderful, wonderful job.
That's how I imagine Kyrios, just like always, I'll do it myself. Whatever. But wow, yeah, what a great game in general. I mean, that was as close as it gets. Really well played from both sides. And I mean, like I said before, that was such a back and forth game of just fights constantly, trading KOs. And this was that moment, right, where Kyrios managed to kind of win that 1v3.
You want to know a really cool stat that really talks about how close and back and forth this match was? In terms of total knockouts, these teams were dead even. 16 knockouts both directions as a squad. So, I mean, we were talking about how back and forth the team fights were. It was a literal even chase between these squads.
Well, that's not the stat that I care about, if I'm being 100% honest.
Sure.
So, yeah, we're going to need the real stat that's important as far as the head-to-head for this match. I don't know if we have it yet, so I'm just going out to something.
And we do, and I will give it to everybody. I know you jump board heads are so excited for this one, and it was one of our best jump board stats ever. It was incredible. It was so fun. and we'll talk about it after this break. We'll see you with more Grand Finals action right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. We are in the Grand Finals for our January Cup, and we have reset the bracket. One more best-of-3 separates a tournament winner from a second-place finish. Orange Juicers versus Luminosity Gaming. It's going to be a fantastic one, and it already has been. How you feeling about this matchup, Wonder Chef?
Honestly, I mean, the first match was a little bit tough, but then this second one, to get the reset was incredible. I mean, what an ending and what a battle back and forth. But I will say, I believe you promised the people some stats before we went to break, and you made them wait for it, so it better be good.
I did. The jump board battle in that game number 2 of the first matchup in our grand finals was absolutely unbelievable. Neck and neck. 16 jump board uses for Luminosity Gaming, and Orange Juicers clutching up with 17 jump board uses. One over their opponent. We're going to bringing up the total stat to Luminosity Gaming at 151 jumps, and Orange Juicers to 140. So Orange Juicers are going to need to pull out some insane hops if they want to take the lead headed into the remainder of our grand finals, but I think they might have something else on their mind in winning the tournament.
Maybe it's not. I mean, that's not as important as the jump pads, but you know, I'll give it to them. I think it does make a lot of sense to focus on winning, but. Now they do really have to make some adjustments, and honestly, again, it didn't really feel like there was too much that just didn't go their way. It was just so down to the wire. I mean, that was a split second 2 times in a row where they would have had the win. It's just a lot of weird moments have happened in the set, and mostly I would just say that it's LG's clutch factor. They have just clutched it out so many times where easily things could have been turned around on them.
Yeah, LJ's been looking really fantastic on some of these picks. I mean, making them look like experts of these individual Pokemon. I mean, I've seen barely any Overlord Absol in my tenure as a Unite caster, and to see it so spectacular here in this tournament is exciting to say the least. What I'm curious about Orange Juicers adapting into is, I mean, the Psyduck's been looking amazing. I think that should stick around if you're still able to get that in draft from Orange Juicers' side of things. One thing I'd like to see is Zelgrug maybe pick up one of these lockdown defenders, like either the Mamoswine or the Slowbro. We're seeing a lot of Trevenant or maybe Snorlax out of this player, and while they're amazing on those two picks, it feels like these double speedsters from Luminosity Gaming, literal in the case of this last game, kind of going unchecked. So I would love to see a bit of like, you know what, we just need it at this moment. Let's lock down a specific target, make sure they can't go anywhere, even like Mean Look Umbreon potentially. I don't know, feels like we maybe need to start retooling the support core of this roster right now.
Yeah, there's also an option, I think, where they could kind of choose something that has a similar style. Like, obviously, if they can get Mimikyu, that would be good, but it seems like Mimikyu's been banned a lot. But one Pokemon that we've seen so much in other regions and never in NA is Serena. And I feel like Serena can fit a little bit of that, you know, the kind of like, I'm solo targeting you out, making sure that you can't do anything in the middle of this fight. And pretty much, I think every region uses it at least a little bit, except for NA. So that would be interesting to see. On the other side, though, talking about LG's draft, I would really like if they stole away the Psyduck. I think that Psyduck has been excellent for Roland this entire tournament, and maybe a little bit too excellent when I know the LG themselves are quite good on the Pokemon. In fact, they've got multiple people who can use that Pokemon. So I think that if they can steal it away, that would be a great way to kind of shake things up in their favor.
Totally agree. And good news for Orange Juicers, they've had a little bit of time to breathe, reset for this matchup. Luminosity Gaming is running off a lot of momentum right now, so I'm sure they are trying to get back into this match as quickly as they can. They've been implementing a lot of new fun strategies. We saw Experience Share Alola Ninetales, and then immediately we swapped that completely in the next game and an Experience Share Mewtwo Y alongside an Alola Ninetales going full damage build. So really cool shakeups from these teams, but we've seen a lot of variety landing in Luminosity's camp so far in this series. Orange Juicers have been bringing out some picks that on paper just look fantastic for them. We got OG on the old school Lucario pick that looks fantastic. I mean, the Dodrio from Kratos has been one of the shining lights of this team, and Flareon has been hitting every shot with this Espeon. It's just, we're not really changing out of the shell, and Luminosity's kind of had the answer in both of these games, so I think we really got to start. It's tough, you know, when you have a good composition and it should be working and it's not. That's tough even for the best of teams to be dealing with.
Right, it's just those final moments. Even if your comp is great, things can go wrong. And I just want to step back a second and think about just how cool it is, by the way, that we have so much to talk about like the idea of switching Pokemon's builds and whether or not they're your support with the XP share and their moveset and who's playing them and which position they're playing on the actual map, where I feel like, you know, there have been times in the game, especially early on when when the meta was a little bit more solid, and it's like, well, we're going to be seeing that Pokemon going in this part of the path, and this player on the team is going to play them 100% of the time, and that's just how it's going to be. Now we're literally like, okay, will Little Ninetales be a damage carry, or will it be an auto attack carry, or will it be a support, and will the support have Aurora Veil, or will the support still try to CC more with the ice moves, and will it be Kyrios playing the Alola Ninetales, or will it be Otter playing the Alola Ninetales? And it's like, okay, that's just one out of 300 different things that we can question every single match, and I think that's awesome, and we're all very lucky to be watching this meta.
Yeah, in year 4 of a game, by the way, not a very common thing for a game that's been played at the top level and competitively like Unite has for as long as it's been. So awesome that we're finding ourselves in this tournament meta. Teams are feeling like not only do they have the room to really adapt and experiment, but also kind of the necessity to adapt and experiment to really rise to the occasion and prove you're not the best just in your region, potentially worldwide as we get down further along in these tournaments. But right now, this tournament is all about regional pride. You talked about it, Wonder Chef. We are going to have a repeat tournament winner in this tournament no matter what, with these two contenders fighting over the first team in North America to have 2 titles. And that is a huge deal in a region as competitive and fluctuating as North America. To be the face of consistency is no small feat. Very, very excited to see what team can try to make that happen today.
I think this might be the best that North America has ever been as a region altogether, right? I mean, certainly there have been times where LG or the previous iterations of LG have been obviously kind of thrown the average skill level higher because they are world champions, but I feel like altogether, I don't know if we've ever had this many teams that were vying this close to the top, and so yeah, consistency that you're talking about is very, very difficult. So far, these teams have certainly shown it, but it's more of like a back and forth trade. Of course, I mentioned this before the set actually began, but the first time that these two played, it was an LG win, then it was an OJ win, then it was an LG win, then it was an OJ win, and now it's an LG win pre-reset, but we'll see if they can finish out the pattern fully. So it's consistency. It's tough with these teams with this good. They've got to make something happen though.
Yeah, and grand finals are always interesting with the bracket resets that we have built out in our tournament format. The one sentiment that gets shared around a lot between, I think, commentators, but also players, is it's extremely hard to beat a team twice. And I think we saw evidence of that already in this tournament, right? We saw the winner's side match go in Orange Juicer's favor, and then Luminosity was able to learn from that matchup, see what Orange Juicers are kind of doing in that game, and then win 2-0 to start off our grand final. So clearly these teams are studying, but also live adapting, and using their reflexes in these matches to really turn things around. I think we're looking at a brand new world. Set count is even in terms of our tournament. You've been running the numbers on the stats for the history between these two teams, which is amazing and complex, but its set count is even in this tournament specifically. So really, we are going to find out who the best team is in this term definitively with these two squads fighting up against each other.
Yeah, you said it's difficult to beat a team twice, but one of these two teams has to beat the other team twice, right? At this point, since they both now have one win over the other one in this tournament. But looking at the draft, right? We were talking about some of the changes that could potentially be made. I am curious what you think about all of the picks that we've seen so far from Flareons, because we've seen Flareons do really, really well with the Miraidon. We've seen him do really, really well with the Inteleon so far today, but going up against LG with like a more speedster heavy meta, do you feel like the switches that we've seen, which have been, I believe, mostly the Alolan Ninetales and the Espeon, do you think those are the best choices, or are there any other options?
I like the Espeon a lot from what they've been going to. Alolan Ninetales in the rosters the compositions that Orange Juicers is kind of building. I'm not a huge fan of how the Alolan Ninetales fits into a lot of those slots. I like a big, secure monster in the form of the attacker role for how OJ likes to play. OG doesn't play as much of the, Urshifu, and same with Kratos. They're kind of leaving that one alone and often banned. Blaziken, we have not seen as much from Orange Juicers, so we're kind of lacking a bit of the secure. So I like to see the secure option. We've not seen any Inteleon from Kratos in this matchup. Now, I don't think that comes as a huge surprise with what Luminosity is doing with these double speedster compositions. They're getting kind of ridiculous. One thing that I think we could see from Flareons, which we haven't at all. So this is not really an expectation, but it's just what some teams are adapting to. So we're starting to see more melee Pokemon in the bottom path. We're starting to see all-rounders emerge as well. So double all-rounder on both the top and bottom side of the map. We could see something like a Metagross show up potentially, which would be really interesting into some of these compositions. You're basically punting the early game, but it is an option to kind of carry into the late game. We saw Boa Reach bring something like Tyranitar available earlier on in our tournament. I'm not saying either of these are the key to success, but there is more flexibility. The only problem is we just haven't seen that proven from Flareons. He's kind of a through and through attacker player, phenomenal attacker player, but really does like to live in that spot. I know there's one that you mentioned, though, off broadcast a little bit to me that you'd like to see a lot more of.
I don't remember what that was. What was it?
I think you were talking about Pikachu a little bit, but
Yes, I was. Actually, that is a great call out. You're making me sound smarter than I am. Yeah, that was a good choice. I think Pikachu would be a really interesting pick to deal with this speedster heavy comp. I mean, you can play the Volt Tackle build and be very, very annoying against the speedsters, still bring a lot to the table. So I'm surprised we haven't seen any Pikachu in general, not necessarily just from OJ, but any team. I know we did a little bit yesterday when I was watching Kyle stream the previous matches, but we'll see how that goes. Right now we're looking at the bans for the first match. Post reset, back down to 0-0. Only one more set to win this tournament.
Alright, so the Garchomp is going to be the lead ban for Luminosity again. Mimikyu going to be the ban for Orange Juicer. So Trainer most likely is going to be hunting after the Leafeon or the Talonflame within this draft, and Otter is going to pick up that Blissey immediately. So we could see that rotate on a Slash Cannon, with crazier things have happened. Where do Orange Juicers want to go? Grabbing that Psyduck, of course. It has been so phenomenal for Roland, and the Absol changes hands yet again, Wonder Chef.
I think the Absol is going to be a back and forth pretty much the entire set, but they could actually go with something like Overlord taking that Dodrio and just basically flipping the comps over and over. I feel like it's not the worst thing in the world. We will get a chance maybe now to see what Flareon is going to end up going, which again was a little bit of a question mark. And again, I wasn't asking that because I thought maybe that they weren't working. I think that Spawn's been doing great.
Yeah. Also, one option that's in Flareon's kit that we haven't seen, by the way, they just hovered over it for a moment while switching, is Mew. We have seen very little Mew gameplay, honestly, this entire tournament. So, kind of surprising to see that. But either way, Flareon's is going to go back to the Espeon, which I think was great. Zugrak's going to return to the Trevenant. That was one of my notes that I would have liked to see switch, but maybe Zugrak knows something I don't. Okay, Luminosity Gaming, the Overlord special. We got a game to work with, and Overlord is locking in the Cinderace. Blissey is on this team, which means Helping Hand is going to be an available move, and the auto attack speed with certain Pokemon, Cinderace is who I'm thinking of right now, is gonna be quite the duo. You never see this Pokemon. Welcome to North America.
And now OG, I really had to think for a long time about what to pick, but I do like that quite a bit. Yeah, like switching, like, come on, guys, tell me what to pick. I don't know what Cinderace is. I haven't fought Cinderace since 1993. But I do like this pick quite a bit. I feel like it's going to get a lot of nice, I guess, kind of like positive fights, especially early in the game, and maybe help shut down the advancement of the Cinderace.
One really cool thing I want to call out about Luminosity Gaming's draft is actually in the top side of your screen was the Alolan Ninetales and the Blastoise and the Blissey were all the first pick, and we see them all rotate around roles. All three of those picks are such Swiss Army knives in terms of Pokemon and competitive play. Like, they can fit multiple roles right now. You can go hard damage attacker Alolan Ninetales or supportive. You can build Blissey to be a lot more defender-oriented, or it can be more supportive, and Blastoise, of course, has the either defender or the all-arounder style. So, Luminosity Gaming knew they were cooking up something spicy at the end of their draft, so said, let's start with maybe the safest draft we possibly can in our first few picks, and then we'll get wild with it.
They certainly did go wild with it. Cinderace is strong, but I'm really curious as to why specifically Cinderace was chosen here. I mean, there are a decent amount of Pokemon that it can like kind of burn down. Like I think it could do pretty decently well against something like Psyduck if it does manage to kind of get that perfect spacing against it. But also against an Absol first pick, I'm a little bit surprised that you would go the Cinderace. Yeah. However, maybe just the faint reactions or everything that you need. I don't know if we're going to see that, but that would be really cool.
I was gonna say, I'm curious how the Blaze Kick matchup works with some of Absol's dashes, you know, like Absol getting a ton of extra damage if it ever hits from behind, especially with Pursuit, so maybe we see that change around with some good timing moves from the Blaze Kick Cinderace. I don't know. Either way, one of the craziest things is that Score Bunny is actually in path to start. Trainer LGC on this Leafeon demanding to get the Central Area experience so that they can be a terrifying threat at first flank.
And remember, everybody, when you go into your ranked matches, always choose lane Cinderace. It's very important and very important to winning. Overlord did it. You can too. I'm just kidding. Please don't do that. But yeah, you have to be Overlord basically to make this work on a competitive level. This is a really nice support to have, though, in Path. And I mean, that's actually like a pretty gnarly combo. I do like this a lot. I'm really excited to see how it plays out. I mean, this could be basically like you're just like a walking turret at this point, and you're just terrifying. Like, okay, nobody can touch me. Everybody's protecting me, and I'm just going A, and the entire team is gone.
Another Pokemon that can avoid some surfs as well. Huge evolution timing for Otter to get to that Alolan Ninetales. They're gonna buy a little bit of time, but that Psyduck displacement does put them back within range as Orange Juicers with a full 4-player rotation onto the top side, putting a lot lot of pressure. Overlord has not hit that level 5 yet, therefore all they can do is auto attack from range and just be an adorable little bunny as they're trying to buy some time. I was thinking about it while we were seeing their initial rollout. The standing animation from Score Bunny is absolutely adorable. But hey, Otter and Overlord work together to do a little bit more impact than just look good. They do break the focus band on that Buzzwole. So these next 8-minute bird spawns is going to be a lot riskier for OG to actually fight over, seeing as they won't have that defensive item cooldown available.
They do have a pretty good level lead, though, so
Yep.
this is still going to be, I think, very scary for Luminosity if they want to challenge any of those fights. Luckily, they do certainly have the range. They've got plenty of range on basically everybody, as we're going to be fighting for these 8-minute spawns in center, and immediately Kratos getting a big KO against Trainer. Oh my goodness, 3 KOs all in a row. What just happened? They're going for the 4th as well. Certainly, Otter does not get out of here against OG. Wait. Unless...
No Beast Boost Buzzwole, so they won't have the move speed to chase down. Now, they do have the advantage of terrain, I guess, because it's their own central area, so anywhere the Alola Ninetales goes, it's going to be a very difficult recall. They do have some displacement moves, and we're watching the minimap. It's still kind of a stalemate between these two Pokemon. In fact, OG is actually the one to relent and backs off. Crazy scene. Somehow Otter absolutely crushing it in the enemy central area.
Otter's like, this is my central area now. Get out of here. And, okay, maybe eventually getting bullied out. And, of course, by the hardest carry in the entire game, Psyduck is finally going to take down Otter. Actually, just made the guess right there. They're going to get the KO. But that's just in time to basically delay everybody on Orange Juicers to not be able to get to the bottom path in time. So that was actually a huge delay by Otter. That's kind of what you want to see out of something like a Sableye, not a Alola Ninetales, but who am I to say?
Okay, I am not surprised that Overlord secured the last hit on that Reggie, but what I am surprised about is how they did. Their first 2 auto attacks went into the DD in the middle of the path, which was a little terrifying, and then eventually their boosted auto was the one that hit the Registeel and secured it. So, making me nervous, but they do walk away from that fight with a Registeel to their name, as well as a KO onto Kratos. The highest level Pokemon in the lobby means that it's going to be a flood of experience going to that Cinderace, who now is hit level 9 and has access to the blazing bicycle kick, a devastating Unite move, and now, well, I would say recent changes, almost a year now, but a big change to that Unite move allowing you to be unstoppable while channeling it will make it a great objective secure tool and very tough for Orange Juicers to play around.
Oh, gonna be dunking Overlord back in. Does manage to get out, though. It looked like that may have been Flame Charge. I actually didn't get a chance to quite see.
Actually, yeah.
Was it Blaze Kick? Oh, that makes sense because you switch sides. Very, very smart. Then you can jump away. But OG's gonna be going down to Overlord that was trying to dunk earlier. Regieleki backing up with all this damage, and that's 3 KOs now in return. Luminosity taking a ton of experience and certainly going to be setting up to break this goal zone. I don't know if they will right now. Looks like they may not, or they're gonna waiting a little bit longer. Otter, though, looks like he may be getting KO'd again as the Absolute Unite is going to be taking down just a support, and that's not exactly what you want right there.
Yeah, we just traded a support Alola Ninetales for a central area carry Absol. That is a trade that Luminosity Gaming will take every day of the week and twice on Sunday, which is this day of the week.
Yeah. That is actually today. Very good saying. All right, just lets the dunk happen. I don't know. Good job. It's Sunday. No problem.
All right,
they are going to be down here.
Reggie Rock about to spawn in here. Kyrios going to be trying to buy a little bit of time, but it's OG the one to slow them down. Big Surf takes a couple of targets out of the way, but that is a big Aurora Veil to give the defense buff. But Zugrug found a way into the back lane. Does not matter, though. Overlord still able to secure that Reggie Rock and giving a defense buff to the entire team. Flareon's finally gets onto the board with a KO, taking out Kyrios, and is not done firing yet, but they're going to do it from the safety of their goal zone. OG wants to keep this fight up. Smackdown bringing the Cinderace all the way to the back line, and that's enough for a KO. Huge Buzzwole knockout. They get the Beast Boost access, but also level 12. This could be a big swing. Now trying to take down both of the supports on Luminosity Gaming. This is Orange Juicer's chance to turn things around, and they will buy a little bit of time at a couple of knockouts. Maybe not all the experience they wanted, but it is signs of life for Orange Juicers. In terms of the levels, otherwise, OG's been doing great in terms of points. 185 to 99 score lead.
Right, if I'm being honest, I don't know how they have such a huge lead. They've just managed to kind of sneak those big points in when nobody else is fighting in those spots. And maybe one of the big reasons is that Luminosity is fighting a lot kind of in the enemy center area or in just these like a lot of weird little skirmish engagements, and so there might just not be anybody in those paths at the time, but they're still playing pretty confidently, and this is not the hugest lead going into the 3-minute mark of the game. I think one more Regieleki on either side could be really, really important as far as evening things up or just stealing a lead that's going to give a huge advantage in the final stretch, but the Hornleech going in at a huge Phantom Forest, that's going to make it, I was going to say allow you to survive a little bit longer, but that is really not going to work out at all. That actually just completely flopped. That looked like that was an amazing engagement from Orange Juicers, but everything just turned around on them immediately, and I mean, so much of it, I think, was the damage from Overlord being able to literally burn down the tree. It is a special weakness of it, and now their Regieleki getting taken at the 3-minute mark. They're scoring points in the bottom, I think, as well, getting close to evening things up.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, credit to Overlord for doing a ton of damage, but I do think Overlord should take the cape off just for a moment and hand it to Kyrios on that Blastoise. The Surf hitting multiple targets, Hydro Typhoon picking up everybody else. A great response to that Trevenant Unite. Defender Unite moves are often some of the biggest team fight swinging maneuvers in the game, and also Regieleki with a very interesting path with OG trying to buy some time, and Orange Juicers will pick up the Regirock as well. Going to be going into this final fight with the defense boost. Luminosity Gaming spending a lot of resources in that fight on the top side means that they need to spend more time farming, means they don't have a chance to contend around that Regirock. But all is well that ends well, as both of these rosters are going to be going in to this final fight, everyone with a Unite move available, no one with playing without.
I think Zugrock's without right now, but probably back soon. Just Zugrock. Everybody but the tree. And we do need to see that back. That was obviously a huge one that they used. The more people you hit, the more shields you get, the better it makes everything. But there it is. There you go. It's back. Now we're in an even fight, and we're starting to just poke. But of course, the poke from a Cinderace is going to be huge. They can burn this down whenever they want. The initiation, though, is going to be coming from Roland. Going to be using that Unite to try and build a little bit more space. And the follow-up from the Absol, but unfortunately, Kratos just gets melted as we're going to see the Unite from the Blastoise in the backline trying to stop this dive, but 2 KO streak from Overlord. Phantom Forest only finds maybe 1 target, maybe 2, I wasn't exactly sure, but Luminosity fully healthy, only 3 members up, 4 Orange Juicers down to 2, and even Roland is extremely low. Overlord has the ability to burn that Rayquaza in a split second, and there's nobody left to even contend. Roland would have to pull off a miracle, but not close enough.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming, they got Overlord, and they still had the Unite move, even after that team fight. So Bliss Assistance does land on that Cinderace, but before we even need it, Overlord is able to use the Unite move onto the Rayquaza. Didn't need it in that team fight, instead using it for objective secure, and it looks like Luminosity Gaming's momentum is going to be carrying them from the losers bracket and starting off our reset in fantastic fashion. Very, very interesting draft, having a Cinderace without a helping hand Blissey, I'll mind you. That was Egg Bomb soft-boiled from Slashcan. Overlord not needing that attack speed increase, instead just making sure they get to those level spikes where the attack speed increases naturally within the Pokemon's levels. 15 and crushing it here at the end game.
Right, yeah, could have potentially avoided maybe some of the like the dive crowd control, but maybe it was just a little bit more important to be able to sustain against something like the Absol, so it couldn't just fully burst down some of the other Pokemon. Regardless, all I know is that the pick worked. All the picks on the side of Luminosity worked. That may have been their most dominant game of the entire set. Well, I guess I should say all of their sets against OJ today, as Orange Juicers now are going to be down for the first time in this tournament. They've only got one more chance. I mean, they've got to win their next 2 matches straight, or Luminosity will be taking their first monthly victory and their second victory of the season.
Yeah, Luminosity currently 3 game wins to 0 in this set in particular. That is a scary amount of momentum to try to deal with, and Orange Juicers have been trying to bring a few different answers. This time we saw the Buzzwole response to try to slide the early game in favor in that top side into Orange Juicers' way, but it did not work out, at least not the result they were looking for. Trainer with 75,000 damage on this Leafeon. I know Overlord kind of taking center stage on this Cinderace pick, but always Trainer an ever-present threat on that Leafeon. So terrifying to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, leading the damage technically. Obviously, everybody quite scary to deal with. Otter, though, is kind of my MVP, I think, of this match. Obviously, the early, delay was really annoying. The weird fights that he was taking were just annoying orange juicers, stopping them from getting to objectives on time. Just everything that you want out of a really annoying support, but not one that I'd expect from that support being an Alolan Ninetales. And obviously, you can see as well doing quite a bit of damage, higher damage than almost everybody on the other side, except for Kratos. So being able to do that with an EXP share altogether, very valuable.
Yeah, so impressive. We're seeing a lot of this draft priority over to the Absol, but we're also seeing the response, the trickle-down effect from the rest of the players. That Alolan Ninetales is so incredible at anti-dive. The Snow Globe Unite move, remarkable in that front, but also the just the Aurora Veil to giving the defense to the rest of the team. So impressive stuff there. We're seeing in this replay package, though, a really cool showcase of this Cinderace. That was that wild moment where I was not sure if the boosted auto would go in the correct direction, but it certainly did. Luminosity Gaming throwing a whole ton of firepower towards Orange Juicer's way.
A lot of literal firepower, and I mean, the biggest thing was just the positioning, right? I don't think Overlord got caught out almost at all. I say immediately as we get a clip of him getting wood hammered, but still manages to survive. The combination between Overlord and Slash, which is a combination that has existed for, again, seems like 6 million years. They just know exactly when you need to spend what to save that particular hard carry, and they just, I don't even know how many times Overlord got KO'd. It felt like none.
Yeah, taking a look at this final fight. This is that big Absol engage. They try to shut it down, but the Unite move to respond, and Alolan Ninetales just outside of that area of effect of the Unite move from Absol. Take almost no damage, means they're at full HP for the remainder of that fight, and can play it extremely aggressively. Only Psyduck available in that final moment to take the Rayquaza, but at that point, it's a 1v5, and that game is as good as Luminosity Gaming's. Incredible stuff there. Also, incredible stats to back it up. I did want to update everybody. The jump boards were kind of settling into a routine between these two teams. There's 11 total jump board usages from Orange Juicers and only 10 from Luminosity Gaming. So a light jump board game, but that overall will still be 160 to 151 in Luminosity Gaming's favor.
Still in the double digits, you know, nothing to scoff at. We've certainly seen, I think we saw a win with only 4 jumps earlier in the day from T3. So, you know, there certainly have been less. But this is tournament point now for Luminosity Gaming, looking to win 4 games straight, including the resets into the post-reset sets. And one thing that I feel like really we got to look at is that there's been an ability to dive and play a little bit more close up from Orange Juicers, but the combination of the Unites from Alolan Ninetales plus Blastoise is a gross combination of Unites, and they just haven't had the range to really get out of danger, I guess, in those situations.
Yeah, it's so tough to deal with, but Luminosity will be without one of those defensive Unite moves, as Blastoise will be first pick for Orange Juicers. OG wants that Pokemon, and of course access to the Hydro Typhoon to boot. Luminosity Gaming will have the chance to take away from the Psyduck for the first time in this series, I believe. I think Roland has been playing that Pokemon constantly in our tournament, but it looks like it will slide the direction of Luminosity Gaming as well as the Absol.
Just take their entire comp. Just 100% steal what they were doing. No, now it's time to see what we're going to have on the other side. The Mamoswine. All right. And the Mew, finally. Okay, I think this Mew is a really cool choice, right? Mew has the ability, and you know, I feel like you want to talk about Mew. You talk about Mew.
No, I would just agree with everything you're saying. I totally agree. One, I was really pumped about the Mamoswine pick. I wanted to see an adaptation. Wasn't loving the Trevenant so far, but Mew also really good anti-dive. It's going to be a full damage Mew, most likely. It's going to have a big impact on this game, and Flareance does have a great Mew. I'm excited just to see a brand new look, to be honest. What about you?
I agree 100%. Yeah, not only does it have great anti-dive, but it also has the ability to threaten from a longer range than Espeon did, and I think that's going to help them out a lot in a lot of the comps that Luminosity's been picking. But Roland going back onto the Sableye, and this went from a pretty solid comp to one of the most annoying comps you could fight. This is going to be, I want to say like a little bit of a troll game, and I say that in the most competitive and honest and complimentary sense of all time. But this is going to be very hard to control the team that Orange Juicers has just picked.
Yeah, what a weird final draft we have for Game 2 of our Grand Finals reset. Kyrios is going to pick up the Metagross and be playing a offensive all-rounder in the bottom path against this Mew of Flareons. That is going to be a really interesting matchup. Overlord going to be bringing in this double speedster still, and I have to imagine Kyrios will go with a Zen Headbutt style of Metagross, or maybe that's a little too all-in and play it safe with the Magnet Rise, not too sure. Roland and Kratos are going to be a terrifying threat to deal with at any given time. Trainer's going to have a tough first clear of that central area with the Sableye threat being ever present.
It is going to be very, very difficult. We might see Otter just go up and like try to assist at that point, or somebody go and assist, but I feel like, oh no, actually no, it wouldn't be leveled yet. So that's going to be a little bit of a tough situation, but we've seen Roland do amazingly with the Sableye today, and so certainly you're going to have some sort of counter option to it. I'm surprised they actually didn't try it earlier, considering how well it actually worked. They were just like, okay, well, let's just stick with mostly what we've got until now, what is potentially their final match. But I do love this shakeup. I think if things are not working out for you, you've got to go a very different path, and they did go several different paths, if I'm being honest, most of which we've seen work before. I think the biggest one, though, I do really like the Mew pick.
Yeah, and I don't want to sound like someone who's jumping ship and going back to the direction, but I have to ask, is it too much changes? Are Orange Juicers too uncomfortable in this scenario? They went for something brand new. Who knows? Either way, tournament point now with Luminosity Gaming on your orange side, Orange Juicers on your purple team. They need to win back-to-back games against the two-time world champions Luminosity Gaming if they want to take this tournament win.
Well, we've been a little bit free of the streak, but we'll see if we can get to another Game 3. That was a really fast clear. I didn't actually think you could clear before you got there on that side, so good stuff. In fact, we're just going to see Roland completely leave and back up to try and help get a KO. On defense for this goal zone, Otter looks like they may go down. Does seem like they managed to escape up top, is down on the bottom. We've got what is honestly a very, very tough path to deal with. They did manage to get that KO in the end on Otter up in the top path, but the range and kind of like, I don't know, kind of CC, not really CC of this path down here, Mew, is going to be really annoying.
Yeah, the offensive threat of Swinub early is often talked about as one of the better early game tanks. However, a lot of secures going in the favor of this side duck and now Metang core in the bottom side between Slash and Kyrios, as they got a lot of that secures, including that contestable Pokemon that spawns in very early on in our matchup, as well as all of these birds going in the favor of Luminosity Gaming as well. Good thing for Orange Juicers, though, the top path is going in their direction, so a bit of a trade. Bottom path success for Luminosity Gaming, Orange Juicers with early top success.
Kratos already level 6 on the Dodrio. That's huge. I mean, that's you're basically the power spike that you first want in the game. Well, I should say a little bit before that, but that's going to help with a lot. And a KO on whatever the second evolution is there. Of course, I always forget every single second evolution name. One of them's Fletchinder. Maybe it's Fletchinder.
It is.
But that's okay. Nice. I know things sometimes. Flareon's just trying to escape, and nice using the light screen to get out of there. Slash. We haven't had a chance to see him on the duck so far today, but I know extremely strong player of that Pokemon.
That's true. Usually it is Otter picking up the duck when they can find that Pokemon in the drafting phase, but instead Alolan Ninetales support alongside Psyduck support. So I would say double support composition going to be the main play here, as Roland looking to set up a team fight, but Otter, wise to their tricks, is going to turn in Dazzling Gleam and freeze that target down for just a moment. I don't even think they have Dazzling Gleam unlocked yet, but still a nice play. Big dive in towards the Psyduck, and Slash finds themselves a little too far in enemy lines, and it's going to fall. That being said, Kyrios still picking up a ton of farm, already at level 7 on the Metang.
Ooh, Otter getting picked up as well, and now Kyrios is going to have to try to solo defend, but with only 3 points, you might just break this and try to go for the KO. Yeah, Kyrios realizing probably not going to be able to defend this as much as you want. And side note also, by the way, Kyrios has in UCS tournaments played Psyduck for LG as well. So basically, probably all of them could play a Psyduck. I want to see the Overlord Psyduck. I'm sure it's an absolute menace. Honestly, I actually don't want to see that. That sounds really scary.
Yeah, please, no. LG, spare us. But okay. The trend will continue between these two teams as top path dominance for Orange Juicers as a goal zone break will be followed up by iRegi Aleki Secure, and Luminosity Gaming are going to take the bottom side objective uncontested as Roland shows up just too little, too late. Curios going to not solo defend, a bit of a duo defend. Unite move chases down that Dodrio. Compute and Crash will not create the walls of rock if they only find one target, but it will chase down that target to wherever they run. Great way to respond to that Dodrio, who has a ton of escape options.
It's such a scary thing when it just flies at you, you know? It just kind of like hovers and goes, wow, like just directly at you. You're like, ah!
War of the Worlds style. It's like, ah!
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly. It's like unnatural. But hey, it's working out quite well. Kira's doing a good job, but they're going to be pushing down this goal zone as we're going to see Roland fall second. Actually, 2 members going down on that pad. They all just jumped on there so fast I couldn't see how many members of Orange Juicers were there defending. And this is going to be a 24 overdunk. Pretty good as far as things go. And that's going to pull them the lead as well. Orange Juicers did have a little bit of a lead, but now a little bit of a deficit.
Yeah, and Metagross not only fully stacking their attack weight for Kyrios there, but also earning their Unite move back already. So we just saw it a moment ago in the central area, but every score does give you some charge towards your Unite move, and they already gained it back, and they already KO the Dodrio again, and you can see on your UI, they use their Unite move to do it. Criminal activity for Kyrios as they are just solo hunting this Dodrio with the Metagross Unites.
Different kind of criminal activity for Roland, doing a great job of escaping right there. But yeah, honestly, at this point, we've got to say Kyrios looks like he may be running away with this game, in my opinion. That's how it's starting to look. Level 11 currently, and honestly, I'm surprised we are going to see Talonflame. Oh, actually, 3 members now level 11 for Luminosity. They're doing a great job of holding this level lead by a significant amount, but Kyrios just seems to be honestly unstoppable. I think they're like 6 KOs and no KOs on them yet. We are going to be splitting up our top and bottom objectives for this set of spawns, and no big fights, although we are going to see Roland trying to be a little bit sneaky over in the top right side. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to pick up anything, but this is going to be a free basement Reggie for Luminosity.
Interesting. Okay, I was going to see if there was any adaptation after that, like if Trainer wanted to try to push towards this tier 2. Looks like they had maybe intentions to do so, but this Mamoswine response is absolutely fantastic from Zugrug. Talonflame is able to escape from Trainer, has to utilize the Unite move to do so, though, as a big Absol engage. Overlord will only do a little bit of damage. They are just outside of the range, but Trainer is there to close the deal. Mamoswine knocked out by Talon.
Ooh, and that's good because they are already down a member on LG just because they had to have Otter deal with that Regieleki as it was pushing in. So being able to take that down meant that they were kind of even as far as how many members could be up and roaming around. Now, a little bit more time to come back. A lot of points, though, in the pocket for Luminosity. They are really looking for maybe some opportunity to score in some goal zone, but oh, Slash getting away.
And I think one of our first instances of Disable that we have seen on stream, we just saw the Mamoswine stunned for just a brief moment as Psyduck uses that Disable move, increasing their cooldowns, but also getting a tiny little bit of a stun. There's only one Pokemon, it'll only hit them, but it does bounce between targets if they are standing within close proximity. Absol stunned a little bit too long, and that is, Dodrio stunned a little too long, and Absol gonna take that KO.
Yeah, Roland not able to get there in time to help with any sort of crowd control, and Kyrios just walking in, sees a bunch of good targets. They are going to be able to take down Overlord very, very quickly, and Kyrios is going to have to back up, but the eject button, Unite, is huge. The Hydro Typhoon able to essentially send them up for a double KO, but that amount of shielding on Kyrios is absurd. That is just an invincible Metagross still not going down, basically solo holding that entire thing, and still there, going to be getting back a lot of life on that pad. They did manage to get the KO, at least one KO there for the side of Orange Juicers, but Luminosity holding it off extremely well.
Yeah, Trainer goes down somewhere, but I think Kyrios is like, that's okay. Nobody scored on my goal zone. That was my main intention. And yet another basement Reggie going in the favor of Luminosity Gaming. Orange Juicers going to pick up yet another Reggie Aleki. So the patterns are staying the same here on Tournament Point matchup. The draft may have changed with the playstyles certainly staying true. through as Kratos on this Dodrio. I think the best look we've seen from them all tournament on this Pokemon in particular. Only at level 13, we've been seeing them knocking on the door of level 14 in games past, but this is still a very terrifying Pokemon to deal with if you're in LG's camp. And look at this aggressive positioning from Slash. That Unite move is very, very difficult to KO them through. That's why they can play so aggressively on the enemy side of the map.
That is really aggressive. I'm actually worried, but I mean, this is great that we managed to get to this point with a, well, not a lead anymore for Luminosity. Orange has the lead, but they've got the better team fight on the Luminosity side for sure. The fact that they do have the Sableye on Orange Juicers means that they're, I don't want to say down a Pokemon, but they certainly are not going to have that full power that you want for the 2-minute fights, and they are going to be able to at least see where Slash was over in that tall grass. This is just such weirdly aggressive positioning. Like you said, you can do it. You are relatively safe, but that could have been a little bit of a scary situation. Now we're going to see Luminosity completely back up, wait for the refight.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. Absol was there to defend that goal zone as well, where Sableye got the backup. I know that Roland is using Score Shield, so maybe that was the instance that we saw, but ooh, Flareon does have the Unite move bursted out. The Brave Bird is diving all the way in. They are still standing as they flame sweep all the way back to safety on their side of the map, but it's Zogrog trying to get a little bit of displacement. The Absol Unite was going to protect Overlord for a moment, but it's Flareon's Electro Ball that shuts that down. But now Kyrios has joined the fight. Otter trying to defend against two targets who are diving them in the backline, and they still walk away thanks to the support of both Kyrios and Slash Can. We're headed to yet another refight, Wonder Chef.
This is advantageous for Orange Juicers. They have time to get up. I mean, you really like if you're able to heal, but backing is so scary if you're OG right now because you need to come back very quickly. They will be backing up for that heal, and everybody from LG is going to be rushing in. It looks like they may want to try and flip this Rayquaza. Flareon's being up in the top left makes this a very scary option. There's a lot of really, really good choices for being able to try and steal away this secure down to about 30% HP on the Rayquaza. They're just going to burn it down, and it's Kyrios taking the final hit.
Of course, it's the Metagross in the mix. That Gyro Ball. Only 10 seconds remain, but Brave Bird will take you all the way across the map. Aerial Ace will take you away from scoring range, but it does not matter. Luminosity Gaming racking up the points with the Hundo Burgers across the board. Flareons will respond score, but it will not be enough. Luminosity Gaming holds onto their leads and wins our grand final reset. Welcome your January Cup champions, Luminosity Gaming.
Wow, Kyrios played so incredibly well that entire time. I mean, in all of the refights, Kyrios was the only one, I believe, that maybe the only one of the only few to not get KO'd the entire time and pick up so many KOs himself. Then manages to stick around for the final moments, manages to steal away the secure from, a very experienced, one of the best Mews in the world, Flareon's, not able to get that Electro Ball out in time just because of how good Kyrios was. Everything about that is, I want to say, the Kyrios game. I mean, obviously well played by every single person on that team. Their change in draft worked extremely well, but hey, I gotta give some love right there because that was a great showing from what is normally a ranged attacker player playing Metagross.
Yeah, crazy to see. This is what we were talking about. Some of these attackers starting to multi-class a little bit, be very comfortable on a lot of the Pokemon in the roster. It makes your team just a threat in so many scenarios. Luminosity Gaming looking great in our grand finals. A flawless performance. I know Slash was worried about how long this series was going to take, but it went as fast as it possibly could in LG's favor. 4-0 over a team like Orange Juicers, who has been a thorn in the side of LG, beating them in so many tournament sets, and even within this tournament, taking a set over this squad. Luminosity Gaming, though, winning the whole thing 2-1 set count.
And now that does mean that we have a very, very even record once again. So, I'm not going to go through the full thing again, but they have gone back and forth and back and forth. But the one double win that Orange Juicers did have was the reset in the first week of the official online cups in the December. Or no, I'm sorry, it was the play. No, it wasn't the play-ins. It was the play-ins. Yeah, the play-ins, they reset the bracket and won. And then now, this time, Luminosity reset the bracket and won. So they're still sitting at a true back-and-forth score. This might be one of the best rivalries that we've had in North America in a long time. And I can't wait for these teams to literally just go back and forth. And not only just, like, per tournament, but they are beating each other back and forth in the tournament. Yeah. One wins, one resets, one wins the reset. It's amazing to see the level of competition that we've reached now here in North America from these excellent teams.
And obviously, it's not just a 2-team region. We have teams like Nemesis, Sanguine, T3, Hotspot, so many good squads making our top 8 this month and really making it an exciting tournament. So there is a lot to look forward to for the rest of the year, but I think it is fair to say we have a clear 2 frontrunners as of this moment. Orange Juicers and Luminosity Gaming, 2 fantastic teams, and man, what a showcase from so many players. Otter just really showing their flexibility on support picks. Trainer, despite getting target banned in so many of these games, I think this final game, the only one where both bans weren't directly targeting trainer picks, making it look great on the Talonflame, and of course, Kyrios stealing the show on this Metagross in the final moments.
Yeah, what a weird thing to say. Can you imagine a few years ago saying that? Like, oh yeah, Kyrios just stealing these grand finals on a tanky all-rounder. Like, okay, yeah, sure, you're lying to me. But I do have to say, also, I really have to include Nemesis in the front runner. I mean, they got third this week, and they got first last time. That is right up there as well. They just maybe looked like they weren't having quite as good of a week when they ran up against LG. But at this point, LG won. They actually won 6 games straight, right? They defeated Nemesis 2-0, then they reset 2-0, and then they won post-reset 2-0. So maybe it's just an LG thing at this point. They're just in peak shape again. I still got to give some credit there, of course, to Nemesis. But LG, first repeat winner of the entire season, of course, our LAIC champions, and now finally winning an online monthly cup. Clearly looking to be in top form this season, which is, I think, what everybody wanted after maybe a last season where they didn't quite get the results that they're used to.
Totally. Yeah, an amazing performance, a bit of a bounce back from what we've seen before, and we get to hear from the team themselves. We do have the big brain Metagross Kyrios here in the call with us. Kyrios, congratulations on yet another tournament win for you and the squad. Your first online monthly win this year. I mean, how good does it feel to finally get one of those on the board?
Yeah, it feels really good. I think it's a big morale boost for the whole team. I think it's just really nice to get back on top, kind of get into some momentum for the upcoming really important EUIC tournament. So really glad we could make it happen today.
Nice. Well, you still got, of course, the February Cup as well first, so don't spend all your energy too quickly. But I got to ask about you in particular. Obviously, congratulations to the entire team, but you've been really blowing everybody away. I got to ask, you have the most probably widespread picks of any top player that I've ever seen. We're just making fun of how funny it is that it's like, oh yeah, our best special attack player is just one with Metagross. What makes you decide which Pokemon to actually invest time into? Because obviously you could probably be good with anybody in the entire cast at the literal highest level, but you have some very interesting, unique picks when you're going off-roll.
Yeah, I think it mostly depends on what my team wants to play. I really want my teammates to be comfortable and playing mons that they really excel at. So, for example, Trainer, you probably noticed he stuck with probably 2, maybe 3 kind of characters throughout the whole tournament, and he excelled on all of them. And that's perfectly fine, and that's kind of what I want my teammates to be comfortable on. Overlord playing Cinderace. All right, I'm just going to play a big tanky guy like Blastoise. I'm going to protect him, make sure he's completely fine, just try to provide a bunch of CC for him, and I just really try to fulfill what my team needs. And I just want to be ready for that in any regard. And I think bot lane is just that lane where any of these picks can kind of come into fruition. It's a little harder to do in top lane. I think it's a little bit easier to just pull it off in the bot lane because there's more variety. And also, there's a easier chance to score in the bot lane. So that's kind of my mentality where it's like, okay, if we're really going to try to be really flexible, let's do it in the bot lane.
Now, my question is a little bit more big picture, Kyrios. You have had to compete against so many teams for the North America region for years and years, and this year it feels like the stage is set for the big 3 yet again. We got you guys and Luminosity Gaming, Orange Juicers, and Nemesis. Of course, you have great sets against those teams every time we see it, but there's a little bit something special every time it's Luminosity versus Orange Juicers. It feels like there's a bit more on the line every time. In the team comms and just the general attitude headed into those games, is there a bit more intensity every time it's that rival match between you and OJ?
If I had to say the truth, there definitely is.
Okay.
Definitely is a bit more energy when we play them. I think the thing is between us and OJ is that OJ, they came from last year as the #1 NA team. They perform really, really well throughout the whole season, and they also just have some people that I kind of know and friends with, Flareons and also Zugrug from our team previously and things like that. Just a bunch of people that we kind of, have talked to and played with a bunch of times. So it's kind of like a rivalry. Maybe it gets a little bit too over the line between friendliness and competition. That definitely does happen. I'm not going to lie and say it doesn't. But yeah, I mean, it's just, we're coming out with pretty much reformed new roster. That obviously has like older players that aren't coming back. But, we're kind of like, I would probably say, if we're going into the season realistically, we're the underdogs. They're the guys who are kind of, coming from the last season NA champs. A lot of people had really high expectations for them. And we're kind of like the new team. Oh, can they really make it happen this time? So it's like, yeah, we really have our sights held high. And yeah, that's OJ.
Cool.
All right. I gotta ask. Of course, this was kind of the New Year's resolution for NA from Doob Snacks. No, obviously, there's a lot of competition this year in NA by itself, maybe more than we've ever seen before. But how much are you all paying attention to a lot of the other regions? And are there any regions in particular that you're paying extra attention to as far as the meta or game plans or just wacky strategies like EXP Share Charizard? Anything in particular?
Yeah, I think the easiest regions to pay attention to, just because like the broadcast is usually available, is Japan and EU. Obviously you can just watch any of their competition pretty easily. So those are probably the two regions that you pay the most attention to naturally. And then obviously Japan, because also ACL is coming up for us. We have to prepare a lot for that. And Japan meta, of course, is probably the most different from any other region right now. They're picking crazy things over there. T-Tar, Ho-Oh, ton of different things. EXP Share, Miraidon, and Mewtwo. A lot of different things coming out from that region. So trying to understand why they make those decisions, very big part of our game plan.
Awesome. Well, incredible tournament win today, Curios. Congratulations on adding yet another one of those chips to your collection. We're very excited to watch you in future tournaments, of course, and best of luck at EUIC and eventually the ACL. It's going to be awesome to watch Luminosity Gaming and all you can accomplish, but it's going to be goodbye for now as we do bring in our other two commentators who have been covering it all day long. We got Kyle and Husky back on, and we got to ask you two what your thoughts were on that grand finals. Husky, let's start with you.
Well, first of all, we were talking yesterday, and you did not believe in me when I said that EXP Share is good on Mewtwo. In fact, you went, no, Mewtwo, Husky, no. And I believe that I did see it win today in the grand finals. So I just want to bring that back. Just so that
whose fault
knows.
It was that it won, it's yet to be determined, but I will, Otter does make it look really, really good. Maybe I got to reevaluate. You're right, Husky. I will admit it looked good. Kyle, how about you? Thoughts on those grands?
I mean, just incredible comeback from LG. I mean, they looked like they struggled in that first set, the winners finals, and they really buckled in. Incredible to shut OJ down in 4 straight matches. So LG's back. I picked them earlier this week to win it, and they did not disappoint.
Yeah, they looked fantastic. Now, I think we'll get a round of final thoughts from everybody as we were coming to a close here on the January Cup. It was an amazing tournament. We were joined by 2 incredible commentators for their first time on the broadcast, and I think everyone agrees you 2 absolutely crushed it. But let's bring up the bracket, and Wonder Chef, talk to me about your thoughts here on the North America January Cup.
Oh, North America is so good and so fun to watch right now. That's my thoughts. But Luminosity back in top form, and I don't necessarily just mean because they didn't win the last tournament, but because they are looking back in top form from previous season. And it's amazing to see the level of teamwork that they have together. Orange Juicers as well, right on that line. I mean, able to knock Luminosity down into the losers bracket. Every team is looking so incredibly good. Nemesis sitting in that 3rd place spot we talked about before, and then of course Sanguine, Kiss Kiss, which was formerly Zephyr, T3, all these teams just looking incredible.
Yeah, it was fantastic. And Husky, I think I gotta keep giving you some gas. You were predicting Luminosity was gonna take down this entire tournament, and you were proved correct. Luminosity does it with a flawless bracket reset run. Any final thoughts here on our tournament today?
Yeah, I mean, casting them in winners finals was kind of like, oh, wait, hold on. Like, there might be something happening here. But then casting them again in the lower finals, they turned it on. They really did. And I've been saying it, me and Kyle have been saying it, when Luminosity is on, you can't turn them off. Like, they're just a crazy good team. They have the composure. They, like, stay calm. They make good decisions. It's so difficult to catch them making mistakes, and they did not do that hardly at all today.
Yeah, a flawless run. I think only 2 games dropped in that winners finals in the tournament, both day 1 and day 2 included. And of course, the tournament championship win really makes that stat shine. Kyle, any final thoughts on the January Cup?
I mean, just what an incredible tournament weekend. Yesterday's matches were filled with nonstop action. Today's didn't disappoint in the slightest. I mean, how many Game 3 sets came down to a final bit of heroics, whether it was LG or OJ or Nem? Like, there have been so many incredible plays by all these teams. Like, I think North America has, like, 3 front runners right now. And even then, I mean, having 3 different winners of each cup says a lot about it. So I'm excited for North America. I'm excited for all the teams. And I mean, we're only, a couple weeks away from February, but all in all, congrats to LG. Gonna be excited to see how they perform in, February Cup and even on to EUIC.
Yeah, totally agree. I love the amount of experimentation we've seen from teams, even if it does include Mewtwo with experience share. I suppose I will relent. It's been really, really fun to see these North American teams kind of breaking out of their boundaries, finding new compositions, new ways to play the game, and Luminosity Gaming finding yet another way to win a championship here in North America. Congratulations to our champions, and of course, the rest of our competitors for both days. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the UNITE Championship Series in the January Cup, whether it was here for North America or EU previously. It was an amazing tournament and so much fun to watch. We will see you all next time, and remember, those who don't jump will never fly. We'll see you all next time. Bye-bye!